Hello everybody, it's your old friends and Money Madness and welcome back to Click the Thing!
Click the thing!
We're doing the clicks again! So, I'm in the room here with Burkbots.
Hello.
In a very strange occasion where I have already played some of this game and Burkbot is here to give
So
her
I don't
live
have
reactions. You don't have to, exactly. Well,
This
we
is
had
one you prepared earlier.
this is one exactly, yeah. It's a Blue Peter job, which is probably the meanest thing I've ever had to say about Blue Peter, to have him associated with this game. But nevertheless, this is our next game on the series. This is what you twisted on twice, and we're back, very much true to form for your history on this channel. We are going for a bad game.
Yeah.
A bad game, I can tell you, that has been on my shortlist since the start of the channel. This is actually one of the originals candidates, one back in the day. So
there's a reason even you've been putting this off.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Now, it's a combination of technical difficulties because this game is in that weird nether region where nothing fucking works on modern PCs now, and just the sheer amount of jank actually makes it physically difficult to talk about it. But we'll get there in the end. We're going to press play on this, and let's get the show on the road. It's time for Mystery of the Druids.
Woo!
Woohoo! Yes, indeed, it's up there. That's terrible timing now, isn't it? There we go. There we go. Hey, on lads. Yeah, the game is so bad it didn't even want to play for us.
Yeah.
That's a terrible sign. But it does actually have
Just
Dolby.
let it die.
It has Dolby surround sound,
Oh.
which is apparently the only thing going for this game.
House of Tales.
House of Tales, yes. That's they are the makers of the game.
Yeah. I am aware of the name and not in a good way.
Yeah, it's strange. So the House of Tales is they're not a well-known game producer, it has to be said. In fact, when you Google House of Tales, what you find is a set of escape rooms in Berlin.
Yeah.
So even that's in of itself makes you feel like, oh, it's kind of like an Eyes Wide Shut kind of thing going on. But yeah, this was their first game ever. They are now bust. They folded 10 years after this game came out. But this is their first ever one. Then they had a couple of other games. I suppose the one that people will probably know it for the most is probably Overclocked, which is a history of violence.
Yeah.
And perhaps you might know it as well as they were the developers of one of the X-Files games.
I think that's what I know it from.
Maybe. There's also one called The Moment of Silence, which was a thriller game, but didn't sell well. In fairness, a lot of their games didn't sell well. I don't know if it comes across as to why. Because, yeah, graphics are challenging, as you can tell.
Yeah.
You know, this is like Baby's first Unity project here. But this...
Put it into context, how old is this game?
This game is in 2001.
Okay, so the 1995 graphics are...
Yeah. They're a little bit behind the times, exactly. Now, look at the PC games were like weirdly kind of well. Let me give you an example of other games during 2001, and you can kind of take it from there, right? In the same year this game was released, you had Grand Theft Auto 3,
Yeah.
Metal Gear Solid 2, the first Halo game, Super Smash Bros., Silent Hill 2, Final Fantasy 10.
Yeah.
So this is already looking dated.
Yeah.
For it pains me to say. Especially when you look at other PC games around, and adventure games were on the way out anyway because they just weren't making the 3D transition. But then you just have this really baffling intro scene here where basically a lot of druids self-immolated.
Okay, and we've got 3 babies.
5 babies.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Why isn't it evenly spaced? I don't know. Why aren't they 3 and 3?
I agree. They should have made an even number of babies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If they're gonna do a sacrifice, do it right, guys.
Yeah. Fucking druids. And this is our main character.
What do you think the press are going to say about all this?
Right.
Walking around like he's in fucking Captain Scarlet.
But if I have any more trouble with you, you'll be dishing out parking.
The fact that every text is an aerial in these cutscenes annoys the fuck out of me. Like, this is supposed to be Scotland Yard. I'd like to think they'd have Times New Roman at least. Copper plate graphic. Like, come on, give me a proper fucking font. Not Arial, you fucking cheap bastards.
Don't just stand there gaping. Come
It's
here.
not Comic Sans.
True. That is very true.
I'm glad you could make it. After all, you're a busy man, aren't you?
So clearly, there was a lot of technical challenges with this game, because whoever's doing the voice acting has to sync up with how slow the cutscene actually is.
Blockheads. But your smart, well-dressed colleague Lowry has just earned himself the golden badge of stupidity.
So this is our stereotypically angry police chief,
Yeah.
who is in charge of Scotland Yard. Supposedly.
Halligan, we've got a bit of a problem. We've had an innocent man.
I'll be honest with you, the TV, like, we're watching this just behind the curtain here, folks. We're watching this on the big screen on the TV, and weirdly enough, it actually looks better than it does on the computer. It's actually the extra frames per second is actually making it look a slightly bit better than what you're probably seeing on screen, and it's kind of uncanny because this is a pre-rendered cutscene. The rest of the game doesn't look like this, Burkwell.
Oh god, right.
You will see what the rest of the game looks like momentarily. But this was commonplace in fairness. Like, you do get, like, basically an engine for the cutscenes and you have an engine for the rest of the game. So this is commonplace, but you don't know.
I remember Ripper.
You remember Ripper, exactly. Now that was, yeah, but that was all in-game engine. That was all FMV.
Okay.
It's not like this here.
Okay, Chief. What do you want me to do?
And
It's
boom.
Wow.
Your dear colleague Lowry.
So basically, the game will flip between the cutscenes done in this kind of like almost claymation style to how the game actually plays. You know.
Married man with kids. They gave him a life.
So the reason, also the kind of one of the reasons why this game has a few technical challenges is that because it's a game from this era, the screen resolutions are locked, so it's not allowing me to do it in a higher resolution.
Yeah.
That is clearly by design, because otherwise it would fall apart, just by the way the game is made. Which also means that when we're recording, if we were to do this properly, as it were, we'll have you playing it and whatever else is, basically the game bar obscures half the screen.
Yeah.
So that is an issue. So it seems like this kind of halfway house that we have here seems to be the best bet, really.
But how do you know that the man Lowry arrested didn't commit the murders?
Very simple. Dead people don't go around committing more murders.
So the background to this basically is that Scotland Yard have been investigating a series of murders where basically a pile of bones have been found somewhere, and they've referred to them as the skeleton murders.
Right.
So as we jump into the story, the only other detective in Scotland Yard, because apparently there's only fucking two of them. We have the main guy, our main character here, Halligan, and we have the other guy, Larry, who is the smug one.
Of course.
Therefore he dresses like a twat.
Yeah.
He was in charge of the murders initially. Then he fucked up because he arrested a butcher, a literal butcher, for the crime. And now another pile of bones has been found in the Epping Forest in London.
Good. This is the file with all the necessary information, and now you better get going quickly.
Now, if you're hoping to look at that file, bad luck, because you can't. That file there is actually only in the game manual.
Right.
So the game manual is the case file, and that's it. You don't see anything, so you can't actually look at this.
I don't hate that as an idea.
It's a very much a tribute to the old Sierra games that used to do this, and like just the art of the game manual as well. Like in the grand age of 2023, where everything is like is handheld to you and through the game manuals aren't needed anymore. You know, which is a shame.
I do miss a good game manual. And I think this is the type of game I'm imagining.
Yeah.
Which a game manual would be quite useful in terms of like looking for clues, etc.
Well, this is me trying to figure out.
Is this a mystery solving thing, or is it like it's just a point and click sort of puzzle solving?
Well, it is a mystery. It's a mystery of the Druids. We're trying to see what the fuck is going on. So think of it like, okay, I'll put my cards on the table and say like this is intended to be a point and click adventure, but the game is trying to be like it's trying really, really hard to be Broken Sword.
Yeah.
And the problem is that because they've been aiming to do something like that, they've kind of lost sight of what the game should actually be.
Yeah.
Because it's half crime thriller and second historical conspiracy.
Yeah.
And after a while, the two stories just start diverging apart, you know. And also, as well, because they've done something like with Broken Sword, the characters are very poor attempts at those like archetypes.
Yeah.
So like you should have the competent protagonist, but this guy is a fucking calamity.
Okay.
I there's a part of me that kind of likes him in a sense because he is such a bumbling fool. Like they've clearly gone for like an awkward, I know, a socially awkward enough type of guy, but also is like weirdly capable in their places.
Right.
You know, it's quite curious.
Oh.
I choose to believe these are all the members
design,
of the
yeah.
design team. You all know who you are. You all know what you did, and I hope you feel bad about it. Great, now they've covered that then.
A Union Jack. Only the Scotland Yard bigwigs can
Anyway.
have one of them.
So that's basically the story. Like it is, like again, if I was to kind of give a comparison.
These files are
Think
secret.
that Broken Sword type of game would replace the Templars with Celtic Druids.
Right.
I know my
That's
way
basically
around
it.
London.
Nothing else to it.
Anyway, it belongs to the chief. I'm
Okay,
not
so this guy knows his way around town. We'll see about that. So yeah, this is literally like point and click. It is, and the interface is actually simple enough. To be fair, there's nothing much more complicated to it. But there is one very critical flaw, which I will get to when I see an example of it. And it's also one of those things where like it's something that I think you wouldn't be aware of unless you are like designing your a game for the first time. It's a very rookie mistake.
Okay.
So we have a lab guy. That's good. So we can talk to him.
A photocopier.
We have one photocopier. Yeah.
That's wow.
Again, just Arial for the text annoys me so much. Just why?
Hello, Mr. Doyle.
There you
Oh.
go. Because apparently Scotland Yard has this.
Drinks for high prices here.
I had to worry about that sugar tax, you know.
Oh Jesus.
Can you tell this is his office?
Oh my God.
Yes. So this office kind of serves as the kind of character introduction, which is kind of cool because it's telling you like he's a slob, he's a mess. He's at this point as well. We'll hear that he's lost his wallet, so he has no money, no ID. Can't prove that he's a detective in any way, so people just have to take his word for it.
Already wearing a coat.
And yeah, he's trying to quit smoking, all that sort of stuff.
The Scotland Yard cupboard standard model detective. Veneered pressboard. Detective
Thank you.
Browning left
Yeah.
this here once. I'll take it with me. Maybe I'll give it back to Miss Browning today.
Yes,
I'm determined to give up smoking. Leave her my greatest enemy.
that was me just clicking through the dialogue by accident. So, in case you're wondering. So again, another kind of weird thing. Like I suppose it's kind of like if you're trying to get to grips with the game itself, all four of those drawers are interactable when you're opening them.
Right.
So like this will happen sometimes where like you play a game and you think, okay, that's all one item, one object,
Yeah.
but they're actually all four separate drawers.
My way around.
And then we also see what he's been
Didn't
reading.
like that book very much. I wanted to give it to Stryker, but he doesn't read. All about darts. Top title. There was a really good DIY description to build dartboards in it.
There you go.
My cooking book for single households.
Okay, so he's bred no mates for a start.
John Sinclair, Ghost Hunter. My favorite book. Non-smoker within 21 days. Corn syrup.
The fact that he needs like 4 books to try and quit smoking suggests to
Yeah.
me that he's pretty shit at
Know
it.
that there are intelligent life forms out there. In here, serious riddle.
So yes, that's his reading materials. You can see there he's into kind of like, I guess into the whole aliens and, as a word, the paranormal.
Oh dear God.
God
Yeah.
save the Queen.
The fact that it's a proper image of them as well. There's the dartboard.
Yeah.
Can you tell who that's meant to be?
Imagine that's Miller.
Chief Inspector Miller, as the main character, like very whimsically calls it. Yeah, there's actually nothing else to it. Like, what a lot of weird, like unnecessary effort
Won't find
for
anything I can
a
read
throwaway
now
item.
and there.
So let's try all these drawers now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Already taken one this morning. The best-selling headache pills worldwide. Suppose
There's-
that's mainly because of me.
So
Is
we've
that a
got-
sock?
Yeah,
How did that get in here?
but one of them.
Just one sock.
Yeah. And, like, presumably worn as well.
Yeah.
Like, how fucking smelly is that drawer? And there's the other one, look.
Is there anything worse than thirst? I'll take it with me.
There's a bottle of apple juice, in case you were wondering.
Yeah.
But, like, that's just scruffy. That's clearly a fucking police report or case file. And, like, his old socks are just over it. Like, that's just... That to me, already is like an ick for this character.
Leave them. I don't need those anymore.
He's got a full pack of fucking Pall Malls. Like.
Oh, yeah.
Indispensable for professional.
They're the holiday packs.
Yes, exactly. Duty free. He's just back from Santa Ponza, you know. So yeah, that's basically all to do in this area.
You
So
can't click on any of those files.
nope, all those files are relevant. They're all just window dressing. Like I said, the icon will change whenever you it's something you can view or something you can examine, as it were.
So we've got blankets,
Yeah.
apple cider, so we can dress up like a vagrant.
Yeah, when Halloween's coming around the corner, you know, so it's perfect. This is me just exploring Scotland Yard now for the crack.
Yay, lab stuff.
Labs.
My favourite, unlabeled test tubes.
With no unflavored, unlabeled coloured test tubes too. Look at all those random colours. Blue, yellow. I saw green there around the corner. Who knows what they could be?
A flask.
Again, what is he condensing? Like, is he fucking condensing copper sulfate? What the fuck is he doing?
Copper
Like,
sulfate.
yeah.
A board. Just like at school.
Of course, like it is meant to be water. It's just that they've upped the colour too much to differentiate.
Chris is quite a strange guy. What does he like about these pictures?
So you can see that Halligan is not a science person at all. He sees a crystalline structure and he goes, I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't know, whatever. And he just randomly just picks that up.
Fingerprint powder.
Ah.
Yeah, we should have like just had that anyway, but there you go. He seems to be a man for mislaying some of his objects.
A bottle. With some kind of liquid in it. The bottle is full of dust.
Ah,
and
sweet
fingerprints.
delicious alcohols. He's got all of them.
That's a mortar.
I mean, he seems to have a nice, nicely kept lab anyway. To his credit,
It should really be in the flammable press though.
should be, but you know, you're gonna find out very soon, Burkbot, that the people who made this game don't know science
No.
ever.
There's something boiling on the stove
Yeah,
that literally just looks like it's a stove. It doesn't even look like a food
it's
colour.
not even a hot plate or anything like that.
Rub out the chalkboard.
Well, Halligan, you again? What is
Another
it?
like
You
this
getting
one amuses
bored?
me as well because obviously the designers have heard of like aromatic rings, but like
News,
they
Chris.
fucked up the actual hexagon, so
Yeah.
it looks
I
flat.
wasn't actually able to
Like,
clarify my answers. It'd be nice if I
it's like
could
they've
get
seen
quite soon.
it's like they've seen the fucking
Newsprint?
the symbol before, but don't know what it actually means.
Yeah.
Oh, I just wanted to drop by. Oh, why not just see what Chris Hecker is doing at the
And of course,
Halligan, please,
as is
don't
tradition
get on
with
my nerves.
police
I know
detectives
you're
or
a
police
detective.
scientists, they all wear bow
There are
ties.
people
Yeah.
Mr.
Because
Powell
all
who
nerds wear
actually
bow ties.
for their money.
We're actually wearing them right now, isn't
Yeah,
that right?
yeah, we all are, yeah.
Yeah.
I understand.
Never need to
It's all right.
remind everyone of my nerdiness.
Well,
Nice green colour this week, actually. Matches your eyes.
Thank you.
Yes, we know where to go then if we need a boffin to annoy.
Yeah.
A rubbish bin.
Rubbish bin? Not allowed to have them in Scotland Yard anymore.
No? all the police, all the detectives just keep kicking them over. Absolute fucking rebels they are.
Oh, what's this room now?
That's our records room, I believe.
Monitor. That's the Central Crime Prevention Office. It keeps an eye on flashpoints in the centre of London. The switchboard. We have 4 lines. The Janet's all on her own at the moment. That's what happens during the holidays. I'll take that with me. You never know. I might need it.
Okay, what did you just grab there?
Paper clips.
Ah.
Paper clips and what looks to be some electronic paper.
An instruction from the chief. It says, Mrs. Browning, there are no exceptions to be made regarding the new safety regulations. I hope I make myself clear. Attach
Yeah,
this note
take that,
to
Mrs.
the
Brown.
pinwheel and stick to it. Chief
You've broken the toaster one too many times.
That's one thing you can get hold of here without too much trouble. They are needed.
Future plan for
Makes it
London
easier
North.
for the chief to sign.
Hmm.
It is red.
It will forever be red.
No.
Hello, Janet.
Hello, Brent.
The character model is making me laugh there. It's the way she's creaked into position there. There's like, hello.
This is how humans look.
Yeah. Like even your neck.
Contortionist.
I was about to say, look again, look at the neck is like, I'm standing up to demonstrate it. Like the neck is there and the head is here. Like, they fucked the model up completely. Like,
I just didn't get their proportions right. Remember the official
No.
terms, Brent.
Maybe she lifts.
Get the necessary and then
Maybe she only does arm day.
I mean, have you like? I'm not to be personal here, but like she's got the booty for it. Like that's a perfectly square arse she's got there.
you start shouting
Like,
at me, I shall see the
Square arse and then really narrow legs. Like she is disproportionate to an almost absurd degree.
The necessary forms. Here, take this sheet and get it signed.
Are we sure she's not a praying mantis? Have we checked? Can praying mantises work in
She looks
offices?
like she's been made out of origami.
Mm.
Bribe me with compliments.
Yeah, that is absolutely true.
Very well. Without the forms, you won't get any inquiries here. Whatever you whisper into my ear.
Well, no.
I get the feeling these two went on a date and it went badly. Oh my god, guys, a real printer.
Woo.
I don't know how to use it.
Oh my god, is that actually Epson?
It's an Epson, yeah. Right, this was at a time when, like, you know, copyrights were kind of fluid, and they didn't realize you can get the trouble for using logos that weren't yours.
Break through the wall soon to make room for more.
Or did no one play it enough to realise, hey!
I think it's a mistake that most new game developers make, is that like they realize that like, well, they think they can use all these logos no problem, but then they realize they get a letter then from fucking Mattel or Epson and go,
Oh!
now can you say what the problem is in this picture, Bert? What?
So Larry's a ghost.
Larry is a
Levitating Larry.
yeah, the levitating, yeah, that is actually a meme from this game, is levitating Larry.
Oh my god. Now, this is literally the only thing I know about this game. Now,
Yes.
Careful now, you might blow him off his perch.
He's working on his fucking illusionary tricks.
Larry's filed.
It's an illusion,
It's
Larry.
illusions.
Filed rubbish. It's amazing he keeps getting away with it. Books. He's got books. They're probably just for show, meant to impress the ladies.
Like, I know he's meant, like, Larry's being written here
He's got books.
as a bad guy here, but I am acutely aware of, like, the unreliable narrator. What if Larry is actually the competent one and Halligan is just jealous of his success?
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
Might I ask you what you think you're doing?
I just wanted to borrow your scissors. Just for 5 minutes.
Forget it.
Oh.
Don't make such a fuss about your blasted scissors. I won't break them.
Oh, you won't break them, Halligan. You'll lose them, mislay them.
Can you tell also that, like, the Larry voice actor is clearly the same as the Chief?
I am determined not to lose anything ever again, Halligan. Especially not to you. Do I make myself clear?
All right then, keep them.
So clearly it's game over. We can't get the scissors off Larry. We're done. Isn't that just...
They don't even fix it when they change the scene.
No, it's actually worse when you close up.
But, like, how did the player, like, how did this get through tests?
That's a nice
So I think this has come about when this has been ripped into a digital copy.
Right,
So
okay.
this is available on both Steam and Good Old Games, and I think both of them working off the same hymn sheet, as it were. So whichever way it was burned onto the CD, it makes sense. I think I was trying to explain this to someone else, and it's like there's a certain engine that like that does this kind of way. It's a lot of how Sega Saturn games and PlayStation games are made, where you have all the environments, all the objects, and then they basically splice the characters over them and
Yeah.
click them into place. So that's probably what they've done here with Larry here, but
But with the different engines, they're at different angles and different
resolutions, everything like that. Yeah.
I need some information.
So like when we were saying like they can like do higher screen resolutions, this is why, because you get mad shit like this.
Lowry, I've read your file. There's just nonsense in it.
You know what I think, Halligan?
Do you know what's also really funny as well? Is that when a character is far away from the screen, they just don't bother animating the mouths.
Yeah.
So like Larry, because he's
It's
closest,
hardly my fault.
his mouth moves, but Halligan doesn't.
You can keep your analysis to yourself. Just leave me alone.
Oh, he's
You're
in the
obliged
so.
by your office to give me any information I may require.
You've got all the information. You've got the file. What more do you want?
Thanks for being so
You're welcome.
Dripping with sarcasm there, Halligan. I love it. So there we go. So that was a guided tour of Scotland Yard.
Okay.
So now after that, then we can go slink off to the crime scene and see what's going on.
Oh.
Yeah, that is the title screen. So away we go. Back to all the excitement.
Actually, only use it in case of fire.
So now you can see why this has been on the bad game list for quite some time. And the best thing is we haven't even tried to solve a puzzle yet.
Yeah. Oh god. Jesus Christ.
Yep. Epping Forest. That's where our crime scene is.
Right, okay.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning, Detective. I hope you've had a good breakfast. The sight over there is not very appetizing.
Oh well,
So he wants to troll
got used to it.
breakfast?
When were the bones
Or
discovered?
just doesn't
At
want
5:30 a.m.
That too. Either or, really.
5:30 a.m. He was out and about quite early this morning.
Indeed, sir. Half an hour later, the press arrived.
How did the press find out about this so early, officer?
So the gas thing is like the pile of bones is literally just there.
Yeah.
You know, they don't have to. They don't try and like cover them up or obscure them in any way. No, this is let everyone have a look at the freaks.
No forensic tent.
No, nothing at all. No.
We've seen it before.
Like I said, the people who made the game
Yes, sir.
have absolutely no idea how things work, and it is very evident and very
officer,
funny.
that was it. Thank you.
Anytime.
Didn't even look at the news.
No,
Good morning, officer.
Good morning, Detective. I hope you've had a good
Yeah.
breakfast. The sight
you know
over
that
there
dialogue is looping there.
Yeah.
So, this is probably a good time to talk about it.
I suppose that's
The
part-
dialogue
Have
trees
you interviewed
are
any witnesses?
fundamentally flawed.
Witnesses, sir?
Right.
There are no witnesses.
So,
The
say if you
witnesses-
wanted to get a piece of information off somebody, and
Who reported that
I'm going to have to put my game design hat on here, so whereby I'm jumping here for a second. But say if you have like a starting off point of conversation, you have a branch of say 3 choices, then you have a few more choices on top of that, and so forth. Everything kind of loops back around. You know, in a good game, you'll just kind of get those extra choices back from like the stuff that you mentioned
Yeah.
talking beforehand. This game doesn't do that. Once you pick a conversation topic, you stay on that topic for the entire piece of conversation
Oh god.
until its natural end.
So I couldn't do what I do on Monkey Island.
And like extra, well, you could exhaust every avenue, absolutely. But the problem is that you would have to start the same conversation possibly 5 times. If it's like 5
I don't
different
think I'd
topics.
have the patience even for myself.
And this is why we're doing it this way. Because this is what we're up against. You know, like this is the and this became very evident from this conversation, and I think 1 or 2
I can imagine.
other bits and pieces at the start of the game.
As the forensics
And then there's a level that I've played so far that is very dialogue heavy, and oh my god, does it kill the pace of the game.
Ah. Are there any useful traces?
Hardly any traces at all, sir. No blood, no fingerprints, nothing. I don't want to judge the
Is
case.
that thunder in the background or is it just terrible music?
It is the soundtrack, unfortunately. It is kicking our arse a bit. I do kill the audio after a while because my god, some of the music is
Has the forensics squad said anything
intrusive,
about that yet?
is what I would use.
We have to wait for the dead
Atrocious is also a word.
The chances are practically nil. We've got hundreds of missing people in the files. Of course, the dead person could be a foreigner.
you think, officer? What happened here?
Well, if you ask me, this is the same handwriting as in the other cases we've dealt with in the last month.
Okay.
This is the third crime scene of this kind I've seen, and every time it's the same pattern. A pile of bones, nicely cleaned, no traces, nothing.
Yes, I quite agree. It's either the same culprit or somebody joining in his game.
To be honest, sir, I can hardly imagine that there is more than one person in London capable of such a crime. Just look at the remains. If you want to know what I think, whoever did this ought to be shot. Prison is far too
Capital punishment, that's what I say.
sick man.
Okay, officer, that was it.
So you can see that, like, we've had to talk to him like 3 times to
Yeah.
just get that little bit of that little bit of information, and some of them are actual flags as well.
Yeah.
So
then
you
need
have to engage that bit of conversation, or you won't progress, and it's quite annoying in places. So
Right, so now we've got some clues.
yes,
These are cleaned.
they are cleaned. Yeah. So as you can see, they're pretty much boiled clean, as it were. Like
Yeah.
very little on it.
Some scratch marks.
Yeah.
That won't feel different with gloves either. That
But no, I wanted you to pick it up, Halligan. That's kind of the whole point, is to collect the fucking evidence.
won't feel different with gloves either.
God's sake.
So like,
There's no important
again,
evidence,
like,
sure about
here's the
that.
thing, right? Like, again, I question the logic of the designers here. Surely the first, like, you're here to pick up some of the evidence, right? You're picking something up for yourself.
That is no
You're basically
important
your
evidence, sure about that.
your example for of the others. The first thing you would pick is the skull.
To secure it.
Like, just goes without saying, or you pick the bottom jaw and try and get dental records. You know, instead, if I'm right in saying, I think we pick up the femur, I think. Because I kind of, and like I said, you have to try and pick out which one you need. So I'm just here literally clicking on each bone
Yeah.
to see which one I want.
There's hardly any flesh on the bone. Unbelievable. Shouldn't the bone with me?
There we go. There. So now we know that's the one we need. So if you hadn't if you
You
went
pick it up using
a plastic bag,
a plastic bag. Right?
yeah. So we bag it, yeah.
Grass next to the bone. Strange.
So well, that is inferring that the bones burnt the grass.
Yeah.
Is what the takeaway there. Again, we need other evidence to support
That is
that.
no important evidence, I'm sure about that. That is no important evidence,
Yeah,
I'm sure about
yeah,
that.
exactly, yeah.
The burnt grass where the bones have been lying on, not important evidence. You pick.
Oh well, it gets better. It gets better because
Grass
Why
next to
did
the
you
bone.
choose violence today?
I don't know. It was funny.
That is no
Hey,
important
I
evidence.
played it.
That is
It would have been
no
worse if we were
important
playing
evidence,
it.
I'm sure. A roll of plastic bag
You know?
to secure evidence.
So hilarious enough, that tuft of grass that our cursor's on now, that's what we're picking up, not the actual burnt grass. Like seriously, like that like it's not an intuitive game at all.
Where the bones were found. In a bag for evidence.
So there you go. And this is all we need at the crime scene apparently, just those two little tidbits. Yeah. Oh, we haven't even started. That's the best part. It gets so much worse in here. Oh dear. But so yeah, that is the story as things stand.
Officer,
What is it, sir?
God, imagine going through everything once more.
Yeah.
you just said you know the other cases.
That's right, sir. Well, I read about them in the newspaper.
Well, I mean, clearly that's accurate then.
What do you think the murderer does with the
Sick foreign pedo has eaten bones in park, says Daily Express.
Lunatics' heads when they do things like that. Maybe he freezes them. That's happened before.
Okay, officer, that was it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You could ask this officer about like what the actual like allegations were, and like the rumor was that the butcher that Larry arrested had sold the flesh in his shop and all this stuff.
Right.
All bollocks.
Yeah,
Larry's in
just
serious trouble.
tabloid shit, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be the British tabloids to sensationalize someone else's death, you know?
No.
I mean, they're 4 years removed from Princess Diana's death, after all. They're still reeling from it. Now we have a reason to talk to the Boffin, who was a detective himself, apparently.
I've just come back from the place where they found the bones in Epping Forest.
And? Trailblazing new findings?
I've got something here I'd like you to have a look at.
Show me.
And yes, we actually just have to give it to
Here you
him.
go, Chris. Have a look at this.
A bone. Very likely the right thigh bone.
Okay.
Why are you bringing it here? I had a look at the bones with the forensics squad this morning.
I know, but I've still got a couple of questions about them.
Well, go ahead then.
Did somebody maybe scorch the flesh off the bone?
No, definitely not. That would look different. I suspect that it was rather cut off, or maybe taken off with acid.
Which might explain whether the grass is burnt,
What
yeah.
sex was the victim?
Judging by the structure of the bones, I think it was male. I'll write that down in my report as well. But I'll tell you right now that you won't get it before the end of the week, Halligan.
I don't know why he said it so aggressively.
Tell
It's
me
like,
more than that about
just stop asking,
Chris,
okay?
that doesn't help me.
There's really no more to say about the bones, Halligan. Just wait for my report. You'll have it all nicely written down then. Or, hang on a moment. If you're really interested, go and see Professor Turner. He was the supervisor of a friend's PhD thesis. That's how I met him. He works in the Anthropological Museum in Oxford. If anybody can say anything about the bones, he can.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks for the advice.
Don't mention it, Brent.
So that was actually successful. So we needed to find that. We needed to get some help to with the bone.
Yeah.
So that
Chris,
was
I've got something
Correct
else for
Avenue.
you. Could you have a quick look at that too?
The weed. Also from the place where the bones were found, I suppose.
Exactly.
Okay, Brent. And what do you want to know about it?
Have you seen something like this before?
You mean, have I seen grass before? Trying to pull my leg.
Just smell it.
Smells slightly burnt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could the burning traces be caused by an open fire?
I don't really think so, Halligan. This looks scorched, as if something very hot had been lying there.
The bones were lying on this grass.
Oh, maybe somebody made a fire on the grass before the bones were lying there. That's not very unusual in parks.
It's forbidden to light fires in Epping Forest.
And of course, everyone does
Yeah.
obey the
Well,
law
it
in
can be
London.
realistic. Who cares about that? If people want to light a fire, they'll do it.
That was no fireplace, Chris. The grass was burnt under the bones and just there.
Well then, maybe the bones got hot.
The bones got hot.
That's hot in the sun.
This is a scientist saying maybe the bones got
Right
hot.
now, I can't say much more about that either.
Jesus Christ. Is it global warming?
Chris,
Could it have been witches? I think it was the science cops that did this.
Right, let's go talk to this professor.
Yes, that is our, I believe, next protocol. But yeah, it's just so again with that kind of the thing. If you weren't successful the first time around showing him the bone to get the conversation going, you'd have to do it again until you get,
Yeah.
you know. So, like I said, you weren't to know, you're not to know sometimes from one piece of conversation whether you got it right or not. It's like I said, it is quite poorly explained, unfortunately. But here we go. We are here at Oxford. As you can see, it looks totally different to London. You know, nice and dreary, nice and drab.
More leaves.
A lot of leaves.
Right.
Yeah, well, it is autumn. To be fair, they did say that. Some ducks there having a lovely peck there in the left hand side because they're not pigeons.
Yeah.
They're way too clean to be pigeons.
Doesn't
Oh.
look busy at all in there. I'd like to
There's,
sit on this bench here all day.
Work going on.
Yep, looks like construction.
Busy at all in there. I'd like to sit on this bench. I'd like to sit on this bench here all day.
Look in there.
Closed for
Closed.
renovation.
Yep.
Renovation works. Great. And now, I don't know what to put in there.
That's an unusual height.
The Oxford Anthropological Museum has been closed for renovations because people keep putting their dicks in our letterboxes. So we're now going to move the letterbox to a more
We're
adequate
now
height.
adding teeth to her.
It's a one-way shoot now. It's
Busy at all in there.
Oh.
Oh hey.
Hey, it's that Guinness?
It is a Guinness, yes. It's to get over the point that we're talking to a vagabond, a down and out, scruff.
Here, are you crazy? That's mine. Hands off, okay?
So what happened, one piece of dialogue we didn't tap into there in the park,
The beggar's farm.
was that it appears that we've lost our wallet.
Right,
So
okay.
we've no
I
money.
can make better use of them. These are the beggar's bags. These are the beggar's bags. Hello, my friend.
Huh?
Can I help you somehow?
Help? Help? Nobody can help me.
Hey, don't despair. Everybody has a hard time now and then. Maybe I can do something for you.
Just leave it. I've lost everything. Everything. Now
The
money.
voice actor's really selling me on it, you know?
Yeah.
The despair of the
I have lost
homeless.
everything. Everything, I tells you.
Oh my god, it's just
I'm
awful.
finished. Simply finished.
I just can't go anywhere without my Woolworth bag.
Trouble. Are you from the benefit office or something like that? Bagger off, you.
Oh, I didn't want to be impolite. I'm just interested.
Bagger off, pal. You think I'm on holiday here, right?
No, of course not. I just meant...
Go on, save your breath. Bagger off.
And
Okay.
that's it. There's only one option then. You basically... It treats the dialogue trees as if it's a puzzle in its own right, and if you fail, you just have to start again.
Oh my god.
So, which is quite frustrating. I don't know of any other video like adventure games that have done it this way, bar maybe some of the later Sierra games where you might say the wrong thing in dialogue and you die.
Yeah.
There's actually one in Broken Sword, actually the second game, and you have to try and basically sneak into some place.
Telephone charges of British Telecom.
Yeah, see, actual BT.
Actual BT, yeah.
Yeah. So, you can make a phone call. Problem is, he's got no money.
Right.
I can't
That
hear
is his
any
issue.
dialing tone.
So yeah, there was a thing in the second Broken Sword game. You have to try and get into this warehouse, and there's a guy obviously protecting it.
Phone box.
And when he
I need
answers
a
it,
phone card.
you basically have a choice of like a couple of different options. Some of them he just won't respond to, but then if you say, "Oh, I'm the pizza guy," you know, and then basically you have to just keep knocking on the door a couple of times to say,
Yeah.
"Hey, do you want this pizza? I'm not leaving until you get the pizza." And he goes, "Okay, I'm coming out." You know.
Yeah.
So you have two choices here. One, you get the fuck out of Dodge, and that's a correct answer. Two, if you stay there, you get shot.
Oh.
So it's one of those things where like the more you keep asking, the more you end up.
Yeah, you're gonna end up dead.
Exactly. Yeah. Like I would, to be fair, I would do that if I'm like designing an adventure game because I know how gamers work. The intrusive thought is always going to win.
Yeah.
So if you have an option where you are clearly going to die if you say this,
Yeah.
I will leave that in.
Because they can save it.
Yeah.
Say it anyway.
Say it
and
anyway.
Then just redo it.
Exactly, you know. And if they forgot to save it, I'll be honest, that's kind of their fault. You know, don't be stupid, like. So,
Are we gonna give the vagrants
Some sort of
ethanol?
chemical.
yes.
Full of dust and fingerprints.
So, the first puzzle of the game, right, is that we need to. Well, first of all, we need to clean the bottles because they're filthy. Now we can actually see the labels, even though we can see them anyway.
Oh.
Too dangerous to
I know,
carry
it's
the
stupid.
bottle around with me.
So
What kind of stuff that
we
is?
need to make a phone call
Dangerous to carry the
from that
bottle
telephone
around.
box. We need to try and call the museum itself. The problem is we've no money. So what are we going to do?
We're gonna steal the money from the beggar by getting him drunk.
Yes. And how do we get him drunk?
We're gonna steal alcohol from the slab.
Yes.
Can't do
And mix it in with
I can't
His
even pronounce the name.
apple drink.
his apple juice, yeah. Now, Burpbot, you and I are science.
We have science.
We are science. Can you tell me centrally what the issue there is with mixing 90% ethanol and apple juice?
It is not very good.
Museum is
No.
It is
being
going
refurbished.
to kill him.
Yes, exactly.
Oh.
My wallet has disappeared. Have you seen it?
Your wallet? No, no, it isn't.
This is like just constantly reminding me. My purse is currently missing.
No.
My ID in it.
This is perhaps
And
a
this-
bad time to
Yeah,
do
this
this.
is just like this game is shaming me. You're as bad as Halligan.
To be fair, at least you haven't had to poison any homeless people to find your purse.
Could he help you?
Sure. No, I
I
haven't.
haven't seen him yet.
Have you poisoned anyone to find your purse?
I do
I
feel like
couldn't
a
get
dog.
hold of
today.
anybody.
Hey, we're not going to poison the dog, obviously. No, that would be stupid.
No, she can have it.
She's a good boy. She means it. Oh, I personally believe that all dogs should have purses.
Yeah.
The problem
It
is,
would suit her. It matches her.
but the problem is, no pockets. It's the same as everything else, like, you know.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I believe in giving dogs pockets. Like little kangaroos, you know.
See you later on.
So this is now my conundrum here because I haven't tried one thing in particular. Therefore, the flag is not set,
Yeah.
right? So now I'm looking at. I know what to do. I know what the solution is, but I haven't told the game that I know,
Yeah.
and that's the problem now with these conversation flags. So it was at this point when I realized that the actual dialogue trees are basically have to be fully exhausted
Yeah.
to set as many flags as possible. So yeah, this is the fate that I have now for this game.
Take it with me.
But yes, so
Chris surely wouldn't do that.
we'll take this opportunity to ask you: has this game hooked you so far, or is it like me and you go like, oh god?
I don't think it's as bad as other games I've played, which is when you see that there's a floating nemesis and the evidence isn't clickable and the dialogue trees are pathetic.
Mm-hmm.
That's saying a lot about the bad games I've played before.
That's fair. And you played some shite.
Literally,
Yeah.
my favourite thing so far about this game is the branding being allowed in it. And
I
the
wouldn't
fact
say
that the
allowed, it just happened,
photocopier
yeah.
looks like a competent photocopier.
Yes.
And I'm very jealous because I don't have one of them.
So your favorite thing so far has been the stationery.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah.
Very on brand for you.
Yeah, I wanted to say, yeah, Jesus.
Can I help you somehow?
Help?
Nobody can help me. I am
Hey, don't
fucked.
despair. Everybody has a hard time now and then. Maybe I can do something for you.
Just leave it. I've lost everything. Everything. No money. No flat. No future. I'm finished. So finished.
So, to get us in the mood fully, let's just get depressed by this tramp.
I need a drink.
Aha!
Might you have a couple of pounds for me?
There's money in your
Drop.
hand there.
Yeah.
Isn't that enough for a bottle of gut rot?
No. Those pennies wouldn't feed a pocket meter.
It would feed a phone, though.
Have you seen anybody going into the museum?
Yeah. Just this morning, a woman.
So we know there's someone actually working there as well. So that's why we had to talk to this beggar properly. So the first one we did, we just failed the conversation.
Every day. Now and again, she gives me a few pennies. I think she works in the museum.
Oh, a woman then.
It's like this would be realistic for someone who has social anxiety. But like if you fuck up the conversation, you're done, you just leave.
Yeah. Just leave.
It's like, okay, bye.
Don't want to talk to you anymore.
Exactly, yeah.
This is awkward. I'm leaving now. Bye.
I didn't know what
I'm
else
going
to
to think about this
say.
for the rest of my life.
I'm gonna wake up in the middle of the night thinking about this conversation.
Thanks for the memories.
Hey, it's me again.
So what? Haven't you asked enough questions yet? You know more about me than my goddamn mother. Bugger off.
This is so unnecessary.
What are you doing here?
Are you blind? I'm having a drink.
What type of drink?
Can I have a drop?
Get your own bottle, mate. Get me one as well. My bottle's empty.
Where's my lolly?
Okay.
Cash.
I must be off now.
Well then. Okay.
I love as well that like his line was the same as ours, just in green.
Yeah.
That was clearly a fuck up.
Naturally cloudy. Lots of vitamin C.
Apple juice. Are you pulling my leg?
Didn't you say you were thirsty?
Are you dense, mister? I want a bottle of cider. Apple juice is alright in the nursery, but I'm not into that.
Why don't you try?
Get lost. Leave me alone.
Come on, it's nice. I like juice.
Run, 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 run.
The beggar was mean to me. I find his run hilarious,
Yeah.
and it's only because he's got the trench coat, and they've always had to try and get like the flapping right. It just makes him look like he's just terrified. He's running like
Yeah.
Shaggy. or like Raheem,
Ruh-roh.
or like Raheem Sterling or something that his hand like.
How'd you get on at the museum? What did Professor Turner say? Could he help you?
There we go. Now we've got
Hey.
conversation.
Ask you, Chris. What do those flasks contain?
Oh, you mean those on the shelves? They contain all sorts of different chemicals I need for my work. Indicator solutions, alcohol, things like that.
And now, just as because he said alcohol, like Halligan's ears are pricked up.
Why do you need alcohol for your work?
Certainly not in order to drink it, Halligan. We use alcohols as solvents. Most types are poisonous anyway.
Again, I'm saying this to him, going, solvents.
Solving problems.
Solving problems.
Supply the whole department with alcohol. That'll be the day.
And again, that was a fail.
Okay,
So you just have to
Chris.
start
See
again.
you later on.
Like,
Well, Halligan, how'd you get on at the museum? What did Professor Turner say? Could he help you?
so now
Something
let's
I
go
wanted to
again.
Ask you, Chris. What do those flasks contain?
Oh, you mean those on the shelves? They contain all sorts of different chemicals I need for my work. Indicator solutions, alcohol,
Here we go
things
again.
like that.
Yeah. Let's try this one more time.
You've got a great job, Chris. Masses of alcohol and everything legal.
Nonsense, Halligan. Do you think we spend all day getting drunk with medical alcohol? Why don't
Wait.
we just try this stuff?
Now he just said, why don't you just try this stuff?
Sure, no problem.
And he does!
Oh my god.
Like, this is so irresponsible.
What?
And this is a cutscene as well. They pre-rendered this.
I can just hear all of my science teachers screaming.
We have a science teacher. He put it in a plastic cup.
Where did this even come
All right,
from?
here we go.
No drinking in the lab. Oh, dear.
Like, what world is that okay?
None.
To your health, Brent.
An interesting aroma, isn't it? Brent, aren't you feeling very well? Brent.
Please tell me like you're dead or something.
No.
No?
No. What? This is what happens.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
This is part of the plot.
Do you know what the animation reminds me of?
Yeah.
Magical Lenzo.
Oh yes, it is very much like that guy, isn't it?
I'm cold with this kind of stuff.
The hand
Chris.
is like.
Yeah.
Chris?
But that was like that. That's like him deliberately making the shit. They didn't intend for this.
What is on the board?
I have no idea. They're like book references or something. But like a lab tech just fed him ethanol. Neat. And that was our way of realizing, oh wow, you can knock someone out with that stuff. No, Brent, you could kill someone with that. There's a difference. So now that we've had, and because like we are objectively an idiot, we cleaned the bottles earlier on because they're all dusty. Then we get him to use that. We put the fingerprint powder on the bottle, realize which one he's used, and take it with us.
Right.
Could have just left them dusty and you'd have seen.
I know, but that wasn't the puzzle. The puzzle was to use a fingerprint powder. Not for
Oh.
any actual fucking forensics, but to see.
That's a waste of our powder now.
I think the powder's gone, yeah. I
Oh,
think.
for God's
Chris
sake.
will be back.
But that was when you used
That's
items.
such expensive stuff.
I know. Never mind the fucking fingerprint powder. Using up that fucking 90% ethanol is expensive stuff.
Yes.
Like here, if you're gonna poison them, use acetonitrile. Have some fucking standards. Like, fuck that shit.
Bored. Just like at school, isn't it?
Like, how is this man not comatose at this stage? Like, I actually choose to believe he is actually comatose, and that the rest of this is like in his fever dream.
Yeah, he died in the scene.
Yeah, from a psychotic lab tech.
Maybe he didn't even exist.
I'm annoyed with too many questions.
Yeah. Again, I wouldn't actually blame the lab, like, Chris for that one, but holy shit, like. I love how he swivels on his foot there as he's running. And here we go.
I've got something for you. Apple schnapps from Detective Halligan's home distillery. My own brand. Would you like to have a taste?
Even he sounds unconvinced.
I'm as dry as the bottom of a parrot's cage.
Why
Well, this is
don't
gonna
you
make you
try it?
drier.
I don't mind. And It's a cracker, I can tell you.
Cheers, mister.
Cheers.
Yep, drink the whole thing. All in one go, please. And yeah, he just passes out.
That's it.
Yeah. And now we pick up
And now
his
we steal
change.
his money.
We just stole from a tramp to make a phone call. And the gas thing is, now I cut out a little bit of this. If you could have gone into your own office and you can't find your phone, it's buried under your rubbish.
Right.
And then when you do, if oh sorry, no, I'll clarify. You can try and go and make a phone call off your desk, but you say you can't because you've used up your phone budget for the month already.
Right.
So you can't make a phone call to the museum from your office. You can ask fucking
Chris for money?
You can ask the other guy, Larry. You can ask him to use his phone, but he won't let you because he's a dickhead. And there's no other options. You have to use the telephone box.
Jesus Christ.
Like, this is genuinely the first puzzle of the game to try and get into the museum. It's fucking ludicrous. So we have to...
And do we know what number to ring?
we don't, which is why we need the phone book. Good old yellow pages.
Let's see if the phone number of the museum is listed in here.
Industrial
Museum,
transfer.
okay. Museum of African Studies, Museum of Ancient History. Here, Anthropological Museum, and the extension of Professor Turner. It's here. I've got it.
Was that just lucky that you picked the right one?
No, that is the only one that
Right.
opens up, yeah.
Hello?
Hello, who's that?
Who am I speaking to?
Choose wisely.
This is Detective Halligan from Scotland Yard.
Scotland Yard? What can I do for you?
I need to speak to Professor Turner. Doesn't he work at the museum?
Yes, but he's away on business.
I suppose that's it then. That's it. Game over.
Look, miss. What was your name?
Goodbye, Mr. Halligan.
She's hung up.
No.
Oh. Do we have enough money to make another call?
We do, thankfully. It's not. The tramp said he has about £2, so you have enough anyway, thankfully. But because I was worried myself there that you might be stuck, but it's like in a sense like this is not where you'll get fucked over, but there will be other points in the game where you get fucked over. So.
Let's see if the phone number of the museum.
Because of course this is a game with a school of thought where you can die.
Yeah.
And you can get fucked over, so you have to be careful.
Museum of African Studies, Museum of Ancient History. Here, Anthropological Museum, and the extension of Professor Turner. It's here. I've got it.
Because you never know, we could have got the number.
Hello?
Hello, it's me again, Detective Halligan.
I told you, Professor Turner isn't here.
Yes, but...
Detective, I'm very busy. Please call again in 8 weeks.
But I...
Yeah. I'll call again in 8 fucking weeks. No, I don't think I will, actually. Unless you want to keep a police investigation going for 2 extra months when more people could be killed, you know. And he runs away crying to his mother.
I can't find my purse.
I just killed a homeless man for change. Like, he is a police detective. Like, I just... Wait, like, if this is any other fucking arsehole in the world, I would be a bit more lenient. But this is an actual police officer.
He's on an expedition. I just talked to some woman who works there.
With his extension number?
Yes, exactly.
Well, Halligan, that was probably his daughter Melanie. She works in the museum as well.
Of course, we had to go back and talk to Chris about this, otherwise we wouldn't have found out.
So, Professor Turner has a daughter. Thanks, Chris. I think that'll help me.
How are you getting on?
Yeah, everything's fine. Thanks.
Are you alright, Halligan? How are you getting on?
Yeah, everything's fine. Thanks.
That wasn't me clicking twice, by the way. The game did that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
I love as well, like after him poisoning us, we're just kind of cool about it. You know, it's like neither of us want to talk about it because if I say anything, like he's obviously gonna lose his job. But if Chris says anything, we'll also lose our
Yeah.
job as well. It's kind of
So
understand.
how does knowing, I suppose knowing her name might help,
Yeah, pretty much. That's the solution.
not the fact that she has a father.
So, hello, madam. Am I right in saying that you were birthed? It's like, yes. How does that help?
Hello, Melanie. You're a nepo baby.
Hello, this is Please don't hang up, Miss Turner.
I know a Turner as well. I grew up with
Rebecca
one.
told me that Professor Turner's your father.
Yes, that's true.
What do you do at the museum?
I'm an anthropologist.
The same as your father.
Yes,
Miss Turner, do you think you could help me?
that depends. What's the trouble?
I found a bone that I've had examined at the lab.
A bone? A human bone?
Yes.
It's almost like a bone to pick
belongs
with
to
you,
a murder
perhaps.
victim.
Murder? How awful.
The bone is from the body of one of the victims of the skeleton murders. I take it you've read about them?
Oh, good heavens, yes. What can I do for you?
Couldn't we discuss that inside?
Certainly. Come on over. I'll let you in.
Hooray! First puzzle complete!
What's that yellow thing on the table?
I think it's meant to be a chewing gum wrapper.
Right.
Juicy fruit.
Yeah, it's either a crumpled up Winnie the Pooh.
No.
Because it's the same colours.
No.
Like a small little.
No.
No. Not even like a origami.
Maybe.
Okay. And hey, look! There she is, magically waiting for us. The tension is, of course, ratcheted up here now, you know. So
Yeah.
this is essentially level 1 complete.
So slow. So slow.
I know.
Mr. Halligan?
Yes, that's
The,
right.
the music.
Hello, Mr.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. Thank
Like
you for
in
taking
industrial,
No
like
problem.
house music.
Closed.
Yeah. the sort of stuff that you would listen to if you were on ketamine.
I was
Really gets into the mood,
Yeah.
you know.
You mean because of the phone call? I'm really sorry. I do sometimes tend to be rather short on the phone.
You don't fucking
I
say.
get unpleasant calls sometimes, and that's why I'm a bit suspicious.
People ask me, do they want to see their bone?
finally
You
got in
know,
touch
that
with
sort of thing.
Would you like to
If
come
I come
in?
down to check the post and they're there.
In the letterbox, winking at me.
Would you like a cup of coffee or anything else?
No thanks.
Mr. Halligan,
See, they'd be
how may I
calling
help
right
you?
out
As I
somebody
said,
wrote
I'm working on the
it,
skeleton
responding
murders.
to
We found another
unsolicited
victim in the
Oh,
forest.
I haven't
Message.
seen
The
this.
evidence points
Yeah,
to the same
um,
culprit as
it's
in the other
TikTok,
case. The
what's
corpse
it?
was completely skeletonized. Professional.
Is skeletonized even a word?
But
Yes.
how can I help you?
Because it doesn't sound like a real
The
word.
forensic lab has already had a look at the bones.
Starting
I
to
thought
doubt
that your
anything
father
this guy
prepared
says.
this
Even,
Fair.
even it's not is right.
Yes,
It's
he
there.
could.
Oh,
As I
look
said,
at
my
4+5
father
again.
isn't here.
I know, but it is very urgent. Perhaps you could have a look.
You say you've got some of the bones with you?
He's wearing
Yes,
what
just
I like
one.
to call Monaghan shoes.
That is they are. I know exactly what you're talking about. They are an All Ireland final shoe.
Yeah.
That is what you wear when you're going to Coppers afterwards.
Yeah.
All he's missing is the blue jeans.
Yeah, the blue jeans.
The blue jeans and brown shoes.
About your work, just out of interest.
Is that what got you and James together? Was your
God no.
oh, it was the lack of brown shoes.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah.
Have to be catalogued.
Is that like one of your house rules? It's like he must never wear them. He must never fall into the Monaghan trap.
He does have brown shoes though.
Yes.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
They're not Monaghan brown shoes.
Not brown. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, like Jesus. Like,
Your father's current research.
geez, if he had them now, I think we'd all have to have a talk with him, wouldn't we?
Initiation rituals.
Initiate what?
The rituals carried out when the childhoods of boys and girls end, and they're admitted to the circle of adults.
Right.
The circle of adults makes it sound so dodgy.
Yeah.
My father helped me to get the job here at the museum.
They are right. It was a nepo baby, all right.
I was the most qualified applicant, but it's not easy to gain.
Because I had a dad.
employees of the museum's board when you're a woman.
The other ones were all orphans.
Twice as good as the best of course I was. It's been decided that I'll be the head of the museum as soon as my father retires.
When will that be?
5 years?
Then you will
So,
have achieved.
oh, I can't wait that long. Come on.
I'd say 29.
Exactly.
Fair play for Halligan for spotting an age like that. He has one skill.
Sacrificial rites. That's an unusual research field for a young woman.
Do you think so? I don't think you should divide preferred science fields for men or women, Mr. Halligan.
Oof.
I didn't mean it like that. I just think that you must have to do with
The
death
music
and
is so off button.
Isn't it? And it's so loud compared to the rest of the game. Like they're all equal
All
volume.
around the world.
You're telling me. If you take it like that, we are almost like colleagues.
Maybe. But it's not my job to put people in jail. I document the sacrificial rites of different cultures in order to help create a better mutual understanding.
What is there to be understood about murder?
I'm not saying that I approve of everything I research, Mr. Halligan, but in foreign cultures, not all
Yes, heaven
sacrificial
forbid
rites
that
are
a new
murder.
idea
Most
comes
cultures
across Mr.
sacrifice
Halligan's head
animals or
here.
plants,
He's like,
and they do
what?
so for
What are you talking
religious
about?
reasons.
Other
Human
cultures?
sacrifices don't
Nonsense.
exist anywhere in the world at present. They're a thing of the past.
Well, now.
Thank you, Miss Turner.
Not at all. I like talking about it. I'm often alone here with my work. It feels good to be able to chat. But now I'll have a look at that bone you brought.
And now, exciting times. We get to play as the woman.
Oh my god!
It's a victory for feminism.
Woo! We're
And-
almost like equals now.
And she has jeans with pockets. Yes.
Oh, jealous.
You could have like brought some pockets with you. Like
Father hates it when I use up all his chemicals.
I'm not even that. I know like that's been an in joke on the channel for years, guys. But like Burpla literally has come in with no pockets.
Yes.
She stuffed actually her house keys in her socks. We just thought she like just like ripped her ankle again.
It's amazing how many goddesses. This image is from Australia.
Yeah, we're learning.
We are learning.
Forbidden archaeologies. My favorite.
Forbidden
Excellent research.
archaeologies.
Very mysterious.
Impact.
Forbidden archaeologies. Forbidden archaeologies.
Oh.
Yes.
Weapons.
From England. It could be a Celtic artifact, but we haven't been able to date it yet.
Were
Antique
sickles
muzzle-loaded
Celtic?
pistols.
For harvesting?
Yeah. Would have been. Like it was a universal tool, but as I said, like it would have been.
There are more like obvious areas that it
Yeah.
would be
Yeah.
associated with.
There's methanol in there. It's sometimes used to clean up relics.
Oh hey look, someone who actually knows their fucking
These are very old
chemicals.
statues. It's not easy to put them together.
An actual scientist. I wonder will Halligan ever tell her the hilarious story of how the lab tech at Scotland Yard poisoned him with ethanol.
Aw, this isn't branded.
It's one of those off-market lathes. Fuck.
Do you know what it is? When you Google things,
Mm,
the branded ones come up first.
Yeah.
good point.
It's probably
That's
the
what it is.
first image
Yeah.
on Google, and they've probably gone based on movies that you wouldn't have to ask permission for it. It's fine.
Yeah, that's very true.
Vase
See the
was given
movies
to us
all
by a
the
time.
local resident.
Well, when we played the Getaway on the channel a while ago, like they literally just like took pictures of all of London and just put every
Yeah.
shop front there, and like half of these places don't even exist anymore. There's Woolworths and fucking
Yeah.
HMVs and stuff. It's like
They
they must.
Only human sacrifices were
Yeah, it's very small amount, but there was a time where HMV were gone. So like, so even the even like shops now, they're like I'm trying to think. What got bought out by Asda? It was like not saying it was a similar chain. They're all merged into one now, but like all these different shop fronts, and like these are all gone. And like somebody must have called your office to say you can't do this anymore.
Well, did you get anywhere, Miss Turner?
Not really. Not yet, anyway. It'll take a while.
Okay.
Look at that pointing. It's a powerful woman, Melanie Turner, pointing at the man to stay seated.
Oh.
Yep. So we got a nice little sample of our bone.
That looked like she gift wrapped it.
She could have, to be fair. I sell all these bones on Etsy.
Hey, microscope!
Yes. And look, we get to use it too.
Into focus.
I can't see it properly.
It is only just a one, hilarious, funny enough.
Oh.
Oh, hello.
Oh.
I can't see it properly. There's some metal residue here. It's gold. It's gold.
Gold residue.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Forbidden archaeology. Forbidden archaeologies.
Forbidden archaeologies.
This dagger needs restoring.
So we know that there's gold on the bone,
Yeah.
which is one thing. That's quite unusual in its own
Made
ways.
any progress?
Yes, a little, but I can't quite make it out. Have you got a moment? I just want to check on something.
Sure, no problem.
Again, it's not as if he's going anywhere. Like he is, he has sworn to stay here until its progress.
Just imagine, like, it's like the scene from Ghost, but she's just guiding him on how to turn focus now on the microscope.
My love. Unchanged melody playing in the background as they both filing the bone together. He helps her pour the methanol into the condenser and not drink it.
Sacrificial rites in Britain? Let's see. Yes, here it is. An article about the Druids and their sacrificial rites. The latest findings indicate that in ancient England it was high ceremonies the Celts it all fits in with this bone. I'm sure the detective will be very interested.
Well, let's tell him. So he found, there was the 3 findings. It looks like it was done with a sickle. There's gold residue on the bone, and apparently it's a Celtic druid ritual.
I believe I found something interesting about your bone.
Go ahead.
In my opinion, this bone was worked on.
It's like, na-na!
With a sickle made of gold. There's notches
So
matching the
funny.
cutting point of the sickle to
Like again, this is a detective and an anthropologist just like tossing a rotten bone between them. Hey, Halligan, catch!
Did no one think to take the bone? Like these skeleton murders.
They actually
Are they recent bones, or are these ancient bones that have just been placed there?
No, they're recent. Like
Okay.
that's what they're talking about. The fact that like they are like
They're using ancient rituals, but
on new people.
Right.
Yeah.
He assumes that consecrated golden sickles were used for those rites.
And how does he know about these things?
He learned about it from old inscriptions he's translating.
So yes, so it's a sickle, but they're like again because they're gold, they're malleable. So that's why they're transferring, I suppose.
Quite some
Because
time
yeah,
since then, hasn't it?
gold is nice and pretty and all that, but it's a really shit metal.
Match the findings on your bone, Mr. Halligan.
That's why I always have to laugh when like video games, like in like fantasy settings, go for golden armor because that is like you might as well be wrapping yourself in tinfoil.
Yeah.
What do you think? Could this Blake be right?
Why do you think
Maybe he just wants to make money with horror stories about ancient Britain.
Exactly.
The bone you've shown me would match his theory quite well.
Have you ever seen anything similar in your career?
Oh, Mr. Halligan, you don't know the Aztec scar walls. If you'd seen those, you'd consider your bone harmless.
I misheard that and thought she said Skull Wars, and I just imagined the graphic just pulling up. In a galaxy far, far away.
This murder could be a ritual murder.
Yes, it would be possible. There are several occult sects and Satanists. They like checking their history books and adopting archaic rituals.
You just imagine goes on. Oh, that's nice.
Oh, I like this. We
golden-
haven't tried this one.
Have we tried golden sickles yet? Tell Timmy to come in for tomorrow and we'll cut them
Is that
apart.
too much? Is the gold sickles too much?
I think it could be a little bit. In this economy now. I think it would be. I like that we are very like Irish mammy about the whole satanic rituals because obviously there's a there's an Irish mammy satanic cult. Yeah, exactly.
Would you take me with you?
I was like, oh, I don't know about that. Are you sure? Are you sure you wouldn't go for silver?
Oh, maybe a bit of bronze.
Red-
You don't want to be showing off.
Look, I'm just saying the cult down the road. They're using red gold. Well, I don't give a fuck. Mary, I don't give a fuck what Next Door are doing with their cult. All right.
Perhaps there will be more examinations to be done. Okay, Miss Turner, let's do it like this. I'll keep you informed on the case. If I hear anything new or if I need your help, I'll contact you. What do you think?
All right. I'll see you later then.
Yeah, see you later.
So Halligan's basically fobbed Turner off in terms of like her actually joining the case.
Yeah.
So she is still the experts here. But our next protocol now is to talk to this Blake fellow who wrote that article on the golden sickles.
Right.
And thankfully he lives in Northampton. Right up the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have no idea if these are accurate on a map.
No, they're not. Northampton is like in the Midlands.
Yeah, I'd imagine it's.
So confused.
Yeah.
Blake's vehicle really is a vintage car, that's for certain.
And like it's a house in the middle of fucking nowhere as well. Like I know Northampton is a rural area in its own way, but like you know.
Oh, you just walked through a wall. Cool.
That's it. Yeah.
Maybe he's a ghost.
Could be. At least we're in the right house anyway.
Mr. Blake?
Yes.
My name's Brent Halligan. I'm a detective from Scotland Yard. I have a few questions.
Now, if he was floating in his wheelchair, that would be fun.
What's this about? Is something wrong?
I'd rather we discuss this in private. Do you mind if I come in?
I'm not sure. What's happened? Is there a problem with one of my publications?
No, sir. I'm investigating a murder.
Hands.
Yeah.
It really won't take very long.
Murder? Awful. But what's it got to do with me?
Mr. Blake, I'd really prefer it if
What is his hand doing?
Yes, sir.
Oh no, the police are here interviewing me. What do I normally do with my hands?
He's a really old Stan.
Oh my god.
He's an old wheelchair-bound Stan. I just blown Burkbot's minds. Headcanon confirmed.
Yay!
Hey, it's Blake. Yeah, it works.
Map of the world, considering how old it is.
It's a globe, not a map, you dipshit. Fucking hell. Can you tell the difference between a square object and a round object? Apparently no, Halligan.
An old pendulum clock, Roman face.
Whoa.
Actually, we have flinched.
What? Why is the Snoopy dance come on?
I couldn't take the music anymore. I had to stop. Like, I know that this is a wall of exposition coming up, and we don't want the Pink Panther to walk in halfway through. Like,
You're the author of a book on druids, am I right?
Yes, quite correct. In fact, I'm just working on a revised version.
just watch his hand and enjoy.
Oh,
Enjoy the
God.
master and work here.
I'm currently investigating a series of murders in London. I've made some interesting.
Again, what annoys me the most is that the main character is the one guy you're going to be seeing in every cutscene,
The skeleton murders.
and it didn't animate his
I've
mouth.
read about them in the papers.
Like, that would have been the first thing you do.
Of course, a terrible business.
Mr. Blake, I
But the
believe there
hand,
may be
you got to
some
show that.
sort of
Oh man, the hand action here. Here we are.
What you think that?
Dr.
Oh, look at this! Look at him go!
Zoological Museum in Oxford examined one of the last victims.
Milking 2 cows at
He
once.
found residual traces of gold on it.
That was a noise.
You say?
Yes. Does that mean anything to you? Doesn't your book on druids mention ritual killings, for which a golden sickle was used?
True. Are you
Point.
saying these murders?
Dude, the music is still loud.
Yeah.
That's what I've come to ask you.
That's
Hands.
It can't be
I love his hands are so one-dimensional. It's gas.
God. It would be unthinkable. It would confirm all my translations. I've been
At least the music queued up there properly.
Druids for 30 years now. But I've never yet found proof of my
Still
greatest
done.
fears.
No! I saw you lower it and it's still so loud.
Loud, yeah.
Final confirmation of the druid's power.
Hilarious enough, right? So obviously they're playing. This could be another carryover from when they ripped it off the CD.
Yeah.
But like, the audio track and the game are on the same disc essentially. Or I think it's actually this is one that came on 2 CDs, I think.
Right, okay.
So like, the music loops for like 2 minutes and then it just stops.
Experts now believe
And it just doesn't play then for the rest of the room. So if you're in that area for like 10 minutes,
Yeah,
you've no music until you leave and you go back again. It's so fucking funny.
Goes back to 500 BC.
That's a long time ago.
Quite.
He actually kind of sounds a bit like Stan.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit.
It's now in my head can. That's Stan.
That's Stan, yeah.
Britain and Gaul being conquered by the Romans. The Druids.
And he's also an American professor as well in this like very British game so far. Like,
And Christianity took over. And by around 1000 AD, Druidism seems to have vanished.
machines.
What did the druids and their followers believe in?
Well, that's not so very easy to explain. Like the Romans and the Greeks, the Celts had a number
And yeah,
of
here we go.
gods to whom
Double action.
various functions were ascribed. They paid homage to these gods with rituals and sacrifices. Many of their cult rituals were performed for the stars and the 4 elements.
So this is
Water,
kind of the actual wall of exposition, but some of
Yeah.
this will be used later on as for puzzles,
Right.
usually in a
especially when you're dealing with
So I should be
actual.
taking notes.
Absolutely don't take notes at all. Because like again, they've like buried us under a wall of bullshit. So like it's kind of one of the things where like they've given you a lot of background information and they've kept one puzzle like solution in here.
Right,
You know.
okay.
to the realm of the divine.
That doesn't sound so terrible.
No. But they also sacrificed animals, mostly rams or pigs. Roman writers even mention cruel human sacrifices, crucifixions, decapitations, and regular slaughters on the altar.
What? Oh, that's horrific.
Not
Oh,
all
that's
of the
terrible.
stories are based on definite facts.
So why couldn't they just leave it to rams and pigs? You know?
I'd like to know more about the four elements.
This is probably the actual puzzle, like,
The
answer.
material of which the world is made. They invoked the elements and used them for their rituals. There were only three proper elements: air, water, and earth. Fire, the fourth element, existed solely for the purpose of transferring one of the three basic elements.
I mean, that's very close to the Greek and Roman
Yeah.
things as well, so it's all kind of the same.
Is this legit?
Yes, it is.
With the help of fire.
Like, it is not too far away from what is actually tend to be correct. Now, there's a few things that are kind of dramatized for the crack, but like the Aristotelian elements are air, water, earth, and fire.
Yeah.
You know. Now, the difference is that like the Greeks just treat fire as an element unto itself, whereas the Druids seemingly consider fire to be like an actual like a device to transfer as
a method.
as a method to transfer earth to water and all that shit. You know.
This is the text I wrote down during my travels through England and France. You know, when you travel through the country, you can...
Now, of course, like we did, like what is genuine as well is that like whatever Celtic Druids influence there was stretched up as far as Normandy.
Yeah.
So, spoiler, our next location is going to be in Normandy. But road trip. We'll get there in the end. But
there's nothing left of it now. Whatever. I managed to translate the text, at least in part.
Okay, Mr. Blake, please come to the point. What does it say?
because you haven't been all this time, you
The
know.
last of the Druids saw the fall of their priesthood coming in the year 1000 AD. In the confusion surrounding the final destruction of the Order, a demonic superior Druid seized power, using his knowledge of Druid magic, not for the good of his
And
people
the black ship.
and to honor the
Go.
gods, but to submit all of mankind.
I mean, if this is actually Stan, he has got a control of his arms. Because, like, when we met him last, he was just all over the place.
He organized a final ritual, transferring the knowledge and power of the last of the Druids to 5 infants. These infants have always been referred to as the inheritors.
The inheritors.
The inscription says that the ritual...
As you can tell from my interpretive dance.
I've not yet been able to discover why.
Head
But
flap.
from what I've
Yeah.
learned, the inheritors
But
are strong.
as I said, like that's what we saw in the cutscene.
Yeah.
The Druids supposedly sacrificing themselves to make the inheritors.
Fair enough.
Now that's all bullshit.
Yeah.
1000 AD.
Well, that's a good question, Mr. Halligan. Scientists are still arguing on that point. Some suspect that many Druids simply became priests in the Christian church.
Which is genuine.
After all,
Yeah.
Christian priests took over the position in society.
Woohoo.
Formally
Christian
in
priest.
reserve
Oh,
No.
not in my Christian household.
jobs.
And secretly continued their own religion?
That's not unlikely. They certainly influenced the Christian church. That we do know. Some experts believe that the Druids' order never ceased to exist. That's where the myth surrounding the final ritual comes in. It supposedly took place 1,000 years ago.
Look, these are our dance moves now for our next Madness Night Out.
Exactly. Yeah.
Scoop,
That's just it.
Double
wave, wave,
double pump.
double.
The inscriptions explain that the Druids inherited
Scoop,
the
wave.
life force of other people.
It's
to
a-
complete
it's
the
a-
ritual.
And how do they do that?
According to legend, the flesh has to be cut off the bones of living
My
humans.
girlfriend is so disappointed looking at me doing that.
Scoop, scoop, wave.
it's
Victims of these skeleton murders were practically eaten alive by...
Alright, at the football match that we're going to.
yeah.
Whenever there's a goal scored, we have to do the scoop, scoop, shuffle, wave.
It's
If such skeletons have been found in London,
Oh god.
I just hope it's a 0-all.
No, no. I have to do it
Everyone.
now.
I know.
I can't end it at all.
No.
It's a final.
Shit, yeah. It goes to penalties.
Yeah.
It's a.
Persuade you.
Yeah, exactly. With every goal, it's gonna be more intense. More intense double pumping.
To know that more goes on
It's.
I quite
You know I timed that for the drink, didn't you?
Guys, I'm missing vital information.
Oh, will you stop?
Who the fucking fuck is this?
I'm certain what we're looking at right now is just the beginning. Before we're
Slap.
through,
I'm still having fun
more
with this.
people will die. The inheritors will soon be strong enough.
Oh no, those infants have grown up.
Time is running out, Mr. Halligan. You must find
Scoop,
the
scoop,
inheritors
push.
and put them out of action.
That's an easy thing to say. But how can I?
There may be a way. During my
There's
latest
so
research,
much information.
Yeah,
out there.
it buries
Like,
you
this
on the
is-
exposition.
like,
I've heard is true.
we've had
Then there's a
games where we've got like exposition
Mm.
dumps here, like
Well, 1,000
a
years
little bit of
ago.
Monkey Island, but
Yeah.
there's entertainment value to it. This is just waffle.
Again, compare that to Broken Sword, where you meet Andre for the first time, he tells you everything you know about tempers, but it's relevant to the bit of the game you're doing right now.
Yeah.
Like, there's a bit about Syria, there's a bit about Lochmarn, there's a bit
Yeah.
about Spain. Not all of this in one slap. And the only best thing is, this is one of 3 exposition dumps in the game.
Oh fuck.
Actually, no, I'm wrong. There's actually more exposition dumps more like from other characters. So there's actually probably 4 or 5.
And I'd imagine then if you go through the conversation tree wrong, that's even longer.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, there's avenues that we haven't gone down with this character. So if I start a conversation again, there's gonna be more. You know.
No.
No more talking.
Let me see.
What a nice drawing. Did you do that?
Why is it Jon Snow?
Well, he doesn't look.
Ah!
Whoa! She's huge! Oh my god!
And that's the thumbnail. The professor is now the abdomen. I have been birthed from the womb of knowledge.
Like a Kang? Is it Kang?
Clang, yeah.
Clang.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Blake.
Take care of yourself, Mr.
Oh my god, that is. Right, just play cool. And she's gone.
Okay. Woo!
Oh. Whew. And I think we're gonna leave it there for now.
Yeah, I think that's enough for my brain.
We scared.
On that shit show.
Yeah, we've scared Burkbot. We're gonna end it. Good night, everybody. There will be no encore. And welcome back to Mystery of the Druids. Here on Click the Thing. No longer in the room because we got scared of the glitch that we saw a couple of minutes ago, where Professor and Melanie Turner merged into a super being. So we decided to just watch this in the safety of our own homes from here on.
I couldn't bear to be away from my dog while watching that horror.
Yeah, no, you're dead right. And also, Dan, you're not allowed in my house now since doing all those weird hand actions.
Well, I had to match the professor.
Yes, but you got me into a lot of trouble, Burkbot, so let's not go there. So anyway, welcome to France. We're here. We got a boat out of Portsmouth.
It's blue skies.
Yes.
Hello, Captain.
And everyone looks sad.
Yeah, like, you know, you're in France when you have a crusty old fucking ship captain who doesn't want to speak to you. It's like, oh, fuck off. And smoking. Everyone has to smoke in France.
You know the castle of Carmore? I say, I might.
He is smoking hot, to be fair.
Well, do you know the castle or don't you?
Is crusty old sea captains your kind of thing, Burkbot, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
Oh
cool.
no, my secret shame.
Oh, well.
New kink unlocked. What is it about the briny sea air that gets you going, Burkbot, huh?
How are you?
All
right.
It's the Fisherman's Friends, the unlimited amount of Fisherman's Friends.
Oh, to be fair, like, those are great, aren't they? Like, that's a cold breaker there, isn't it? Like, just whenever if you ever have a fucking head cold or sinus infection, just scull back a whole fucking packet of them.
And do you know what? Like, when you have a packet of them, none of your friends want one. So, like, you have the whole packet to yourself.
That's true, actually. Yeah, it has such a weird, like,
Oh, is that a
bad
sweet? Oh,
reputation.
Fisherman's Friend. Get the fuck away from me. You're lost.
Do you think people just think, like, Fisherman's Friends are like cod liver oil tablets or something, and they just get the completely wrong idea?
I'm not willing to change their minds. If it
No.
means sharing my passion.
It just means more for me. That's the way I look at it.
Yes, that's it.
What do you want to go there?
Right, okay. So, no, there's nothing to see there. Okay.
Take a look around.
Yeah.
That's
You like that
suspicious.
reflective, the very viscous looking sea that they have in France here.
Mm.
Keep going for about 3 kilometers.
Perhaps they have a high salt content, maybe.
Have you ever heard of the Lord of the Castle of Carmore?
Yes, of course. My parents used to tell me.
It's very French music being played here as well.
Yeah.
You know, when they rock out the synth.
I'm liking the old school car.
Yeah.
Not quite a Citroen.
I believe Halligan does actually confirm that it's a déjà vu. So.
Oh.
Sleep now. The Lord will come and get you.
One of my favorite stories about French cars is that whenever they were Toyota were launching the MR2 car in France, they had to rename it to the Roadster because if you say MR2 in French, it sounds like shit.
Oh yeah.
MR2, yeah. So that one there.
That is a great story. I wonder if my dad knows that one. If not,
Yeah.
I'm going to have to ring him after this and tell it to him.
That's not much of a bedtime story to tell a small boy.
True, but it worked. We kept away from the castle after dark.
Yeah, I think I just checked it there. Yeah, they just called it the MR. They didn't add the 2 onto it.
Oh yes.
ML.
So I've heard.
So.
They say he murdered.
And it's a silent, you hand up, like, you know, put your 2 fingers up to represent 2.
Exactly, yeah.
But I don't remember many
I
details.
thought they said MRV, I suppose, but no, I don't know. Maybe that would have been a different pronunciation. MRV.
Yes, that's right. I think it happened in some war or other during the Inquisition.
So yes, I wasn't joking when I said there was another wall of exposition coming here about the local. Yeah. Again, I think I mentioned in the last time that the biggest problem that this game has are the dialogue trees. And I mean, not to say that I'm an expert or have ever programmed a video game before, but for a point-and-click game, you kind of want to get your dialogue trees right. That's kind of like one of your most basic things to get right, you know?
It is literally step 1 on how to make a point-and-click kind of game. Is get dialogue tree. Like, my intro to computers, it is one of the things I do with my students, and they are thick as shit.
Thank you.
But at least they know how to program a video game, right? I mean, you train them well. Like this, if anything, this has been educating you on bad game design, so you can tell your kids not to do this.
Yeah, exactly. Let's watch these videos, kids.
Incidentally, you'll notice there that the locations are in German because for some reason they forgot to translate it to English.
That is actually just so bad.
Yeah,
like,
isn't it? Like,
I keep forgetting how bad this game is. And yeah, these little things just annoy me so much.
Yeah. See, here's the thing. You see, I do wonder. Like sometimes if you ever go back and play like a studio's first video game, you'll see like basic mistakes like that. Anyway, like there's something that makes sense to them. And you know, if it kind of like, you know, goes through like all the like internally it makes sense to them, and then when you like, you know, go out to the wider world, you know, you find out like what actual gamers are like and their patterns and their habits, and they realize, oh, this actually doesn't work at all. You know, like I mean, the first Pokemon game was riddled with mishaps and bugs and, you know, game breaking stuff as well. Like Missing No, and if you have an Alakazam, you basically win everything, you know, stuff like that kind of makes sense, you know. But I'm even trying to think, like, it's not the best comparison in the world, but like Broken Sword Studio, their first game was called Lure the Temptress, and their whole premise was that basically you're trying to solve this kind of like, you know, you're basically trying to stop this demon being summoned or a monster being summoned, I think, in a certain amount of time, and you have to talk to people within the town. The difference is they're all wandering around town, if you know what I mean. They're not at set places. You have to try and find them, and that sounds brilliant for the time because, like, oh, it actually feels like a living, breathing town in like a medieval town. But if you're trying to find people on a time frame, that's a bit tough. You know, you're basically expecting what kind of randomness there. Yeah.
You expect me to believe that?
Of course, it's the truth. I swear it. I even had some photos of one of those fish. But I'm
Sure you
afraid I
did,
lost-
buddy. You
they
had
fell into
photos
the
of your
water.
fish.
Yes.
And now there's not a shred of evidence to support your story. That is a
Here's Detective Halligan getting to the crux of the matter. How big is your fish, Pierre?
I often show him the fish that I catch.
Capitaine Deneuve? Who's that?
Oh, you don't know him? He captains the ferry that brought you here. He's over there, on board.
The dialogue is so low in comparison to the background music. Is that your settings issue or the game?
Well, here's the thing, you see, I did lower the volume when we were in with Blake, and it doesn't even make much of a difference.
Yeah.
It's mad, like, even when I was playing it, it didn't sound that bad because I was on a speaker and it sounded quite equal. But I think because again, like, it's using literal Dolby surround sound, so I'm just wondering, did they kind of when you are capturing it, does it all come out equal? Because
Yeah,
like you're basically turning like surround sound into stereo and back again, you know. Another thing we can just add to the list of inconveniences this game has.
Are you trying to frighten the fish off? Oh, I'm sorry.
I was going to say like that could just be the recording issue. So like I'm not
Yeah,
going to
maybe.
badmouth it too much.
I mean, there was a lot of minor inconveniences with the recording of this game, so we can chalk that up to one of them as well. Again, not that you're missing much with the voice acting, like it is literally like they've done what every kind of like, you know, cost-cutting game studio does and just like basically ask 3 or 4 people to voice act 30 characters.
Mm-hmm.
I think I mentioned before, like I think the Guinness World Book of Records for that, for the most voices done in a video game by one person, is actually A Dog's Life, where I think one person does 70 characters.
I wouldn't know.
That's true, you actually expunged that from your memory, didn't you?
Yeah.
I like your fishing rod. It's a beauty.
Yes, nice, isn't it?
Trauma inducing.
A game that we genuinely could not get past the first level because it was so boring.
Couldn't do it.
What are you planning
Wouldn't
to
do
catch?
it.
Yeah.
You may not believe me, but I've caught all kinds of things here. You know, I've caught
Maybe if there were drugs involved.
with eyes like
I mean, it's told you before.
That's why I bought
You know, like,
the last one was pulled clean out of my hands by one of those beasts.
let's see. Oh yes, here we go. Yeah, I just checked it there. Harry Shale provided individual voices for 32 named characters in Dog's Life, and that is the record for the most named characters voiced in a video game by a single
Now
actor.
there's not a shred of evidence to support your story. That is a pity.
That's
It's impressive, but like I would like throw that record away and have my name removed from that game if I was him.
Capitaine Deneuve.
Yeah, I mean, I can't deny that now. In fairness, like, it's like I don't want to know. I'd rather not have my name involved in this. You know.
He knows a lot of stories.
It's like I'm even gonna just check his name here to see has he get anywhere else. It's like
I never really listen properly when he starts spinning his yarns. He's bound to tell you a story or two.
in fairness, this guy has ended up in The Sandman on Netflix. And the Patrick Melrose series. Yeah, this guy has a fucking actual genuine honest to God career.
What do you mean?
Not so loud.
Yeah.
Please.
Because of the fish?
Like fair fucks. He actually survived the dog's life.
I'll tell you something.
So there you go. How about that?
With dignity intact, fair
With his
play.
dignity intact, yeah. He has a world record to his name, like, you know. How the circumstances of that kind of come around, you know. I suppose it's worse like world records to have, I guess.
Yeah, fair.
You know, it's like, yeah, this is my mate Barry. He's got a Guinness World Record. Oh, what for? Oh, he took the most number of pickles up his arse without coughing. Like, okay, I mean, good for him, I guess. Not really. It is technically an achievement, but is it really?
Monsieur le Capitaine Charles Deneuve. That's his full title.
Jesus, this lad talks a lot.
Thanks for the hint.
Yeah, now, so this is what I was talking about when it came to the dialogue trees, right? So, in order to get the captain to talk to us, we needed to find out his full name, right?
Yeah.
But the only way to do that is to talk to your man about his fishing rods. So you've actually no reason to go down that path until you name drop Captain Deneuve. Which, again, you've just been on a boat with this man. I'm surely you'd like to know what his fucking name was, you know?
Yeah.
Fisherman over there at the jetty.
Pierre? Ah, yes. old Pierre. I expect he has been telling you about.
And yeah,
his
like
power.
we didn't quite
Well,
make
it
the
was
edit here,
5
but like
meters long.
if you didn't know his name, you basically try and like milk him for any stories, and he'll just tell you nothing. He will just like be what do you care? You know, just again treats you like you're being disrespectful.
Pierre
But if you
says
give him his
you're
full
from
title,
Carmore,
he's all yours. You know,
Is
go
that
nuts.
true?
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. I grew up here. As a youngster,
Very
I
unlike
wanted
a
to be
Frenchman to have an
fisherman.
ego like
Used
that,
to
you know.
work on my father's trawler. Later, I went to naval college to become a captain of the Merchant Navy of France. I have a small house at the end of the road, just behind Francois' Bistro.
Tell me more about Pierre.
I meet him almost every day.
So again, it's the same thing that's happening here. Like you're basically trying to fish for some information from between these two characters. But the actual point of the conversation you actually don't know until
Yeah,
halfway
I'm
through.
trying to kind of. I was like, I know there's a castle being mentioned, and I presume that's where we want to go to.
Yes.
And that there's some information about said castle, that sort of thing. But I was like, this is a lot of drivel to talk about fishing for so long. As someone who does not enjoy fishing,
Since he's had that fish
you know,
he sometimes sits
very
there
little
longer.
keep me entertained here.
If I have time, we go
No,
over to Francois'
I can't claim that I've ever tried fishing, but I think my ADHD would prevent me from sitting there for 5 minutes. You know, kind of ways. It's like this is too still. There's nothing happening. I have to go and be productive. You know, kind of way. Like I'm bored now. I need stimulus at like every fucking minute of the day. So you know.
I went fishing once with my dad, and he was there for 2.5 hours while I kicked the football against the wall, and he gave out to me for scaring the fish away.
Thank you, Monsieur le Capitaine. You've
And
been a great
then
help.
You're welcome, my boy.
when
Monsieur le
he
Capitaine,
did, he left to go, I think, go get himself a coffee from one of the coffee trucks
got a few more
nearby.
questions
And
concerning our last
I took over and I reeled in a
Alright.
fish, and
Ask me
he
anything
then
you
claimed
like,
it
my
as his
boy.
own, and I have never been allowed to claim it
Pierre says you're
for
from
the as the
Carmore.
actual
Is that true?
winner of the
that's right.
fish.
I grew up here. As a youngster,
I hope this has
wanted
been
to be
a point
fisherman.
of contention in
Used
the
to work on
family
my
since.
father's
Like this is
trawler.
like
I have
Later,
meant
I went to
he
naval college to become a
denies
captain
this
of
to
the
the day,
Merchant
and I
Navy
was
of
the,
France.
like, there's no
I have a
witnesses,
small house
so
at
it's
the
my
end of the
word
road,
versus his.
just behind Francois' Bistro.
But yeah,
You used to work for the
it's like
Merchant
I wouldn't have
Navy.
gone out and get him a coffee.
Yes.
So how did the
I
coffee
have
cup
been to
get there?
practically
He had to
every
have
single
left his
port
post.
all over the world, from New
the
York
hour
to
the fish just
Zanzibar,
reel
from
itself in.
Rotterdam to
You know,
Cape
maybe
Town. I have
maybe
sailed
maybe had a
all
death wish. You
known
know.
and unknown oceans, rivers, backwaters, lakes, and canals. I have seen things no other
Okay,
man
so
on
you've
earth
seen
has
things no other man on
seen.
earth has ever
Sounds
seen,
exciting.
like
But
druids.
all that was a long time ago.
Well, you like
In a
it,
few
maybe.
years' time, I
You
shall
know.
retire and begin working on my memoirs.
Your memoirs? That sounds interesting.
Oh yes, my boy. I've seen a lot.
Again, same thing. It's just like you don't know
Disasters,
what you're
storm
looking
tides,
for in
elements,
dialogue until you actually get
mysteries.
there,
Really?
and that's the most frustrating
Won't you
thing.
tell
It's
me
just like
I have
like
seen
normally
ships disappear
from a
under
design point of
Bermuda
view, this is
Triangle.
where you'd have a character
I
with
saw
an
the
inner
Prince of
monologue or
Egypt
something.
sink.
You know, it's
Yeah.
like you'd say like, oh, I need to find something out of him. Let me butter him up and see what happens. You know, that's what like a lot of point and click games do well. Is like it's not trying to hide the information from you. It wants you to find it. Whereas this game is trying to do both. Like the actual, it's trying to introduce a fake difficulty by giving you nothing to work with. And yeah, that's just not good design. That's just like it's like what Sierra used to do when they kind of pad out the content for longer. You know.
Yeah. I know it'll keep the kids hooked.
That's quite incredible.
Fish talk.
Constant failure. That's what'll keep them coming
How
for
about
more.
The Castle of Carmore.
The castle. The castle is shrouded in greater mystery
Oh,
than the
okay, we're getting
darkest
onto the
secrets
castle.
I have ever
Yes.
experienced or heard of.
That's saying something.
Precisely, my boy. After all, I have seen and heard more than most mortals could ever dream of. But none of it is as mysterious as the story of
Ooh.
the castle of Carmore
Ooh,
and its
Nelly.
evil owner.
How
Tell me
spooky.
more about the castle.
The castle of Carmore was once the home of a good and righteous lord.
Hey, ding 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 ding, drink.
We got there in
Instant
the end.
You've heard of the Druids,
Oh,
I take it?
I should have. I did
Quite a
say
lot,
this
in
to you
fact.
last time, probably off
on.
air.
Where did these Druids come
But
from?
we
They
should
were the
drink
last of the
a
Druids
can of
from
druids,
Britain.
and every time
Really?
Yes.
They mentioned the word druids. Take a sip.
Next year in the house, we'll do that, and
Yeah.
we'll see how long that lasts. Considering druid is literal cat urine.
What was it?
Like,
Exactly.
like you don't ask a cider drinker like me to drink druids, because like that's like saying, hey, you like beer, don't you? Great, I'm gonna piss out in a bottle here. Let's see if you enjoy this. You know?
That's called Budweiser.
Yeah, exactly. What do you think it's called? Bud. It's Bud's Wiser.
He was a tyrant and a murderer. He enjoyed killing and held satanic ceremonies at the castle.
So handy that this fisherman and ferry captain knows all about the druid castle that you wanted to find out about.
Well, like
Like, there's no need to go find another Frenchman who is like maybe a local historian or anything.
I have you. I think you find Burke, but only 2 people live here anymore. Like, like it is literally just the captain and Pierre, and that's about it. Like, I don't think we don't see any other French people in this area. And again, I find it's amusing to me in a sense where like you did have space for more people in this game. Why didn't you just give us more people to talk to? You know, like you could have, if you're gonna make a dialogue puzzle, let's make it more complicated. Give us an actual reason to be. You know. Like, you'd have some games that throw the characters at you just to give you variety, you know?
Something out at the ruin. A necklace, a family heirloom.
Aha! Now, this is the family of the transformation we've been hearing about.
Spent days searching the ruins.
5?
Yes.
And
there were 5 of them.
as you can see, the inheritors have been here.
5 in smart suits. One even had a uniform on.
Did they find the necklace?
No, I don't think so. They left after a couple of days.
Interesting.
Indeed.
Do you know his name?
No, I've forgotten. It was quite a while ago.
They are now. So the bad boys have been here before,
Welcome, my boy.
looking for the same thing we have.
Monsieur le Capitaine,
What can I
Okay.
do for you?
Yeah.
I've got a few more questions concerning our last conversation.
So again, this is where the frustrating thing is, where like that was one successful path. Okay, this is where we've said like, okay, we found this one bit of information. We're not talking about the druids, all this sort of stuff.
As a youngster,
Now we have to find another successful path, you know, and the problem with that is you literally have to start off. That's why I said we do have a few more questions regarding our conversation, and you go back from the start of the chain and you go again. It's like, no, you should go back from the last split and then go from there. Like that's, you know, that's the most frustrating thing. It's like it is literally. I don't think they did it maliciously. It's just like I don't think they just know how to program a dialogue tree. Like it's a there's just a few rookie mistakes in this game, and I think it like, oh lads, come on. And the weird thing is the programming and stuff like that gets better as the game goes on. So it's like they programmed the game literally from the start and worked their way up, and they kind of like got
better as they went.
Yeah. And again, like this is the studio's first game that they've actually made, but this is where you have like, you know, like stuff on the cutting room floor. Like if you knew you were like the overall quality was getting better, you could have just nixed the first half and did that again, you know. But this is where we're at. Like,
water between the islands and the continent, and somebody has to steer those ferries. But I don't suppose a landlubber like you would understand.
Landlubber.
I didn't mean to offend you, Captain.
That's Monsieur le Capitaine.
Oh no, you've pissed him off now.
yeah. So that was a failure.
Get a bit dry behind the ears before you start talking to seasoned sailors.
And I think if you're wondering why like the thing is just so like sun beached in a sense, where everything is just also white, that's how it looks like in the game. Like everything is really, really bright for some reason, and then again we'll get to certain points of the game where it's really dark. Like again, that could be just a graphical thing from like trying to optimize it over last few years, but that's where we're at with it.
Pierre says you're from Carmore, like he is. Is that true?
Yes, that's right. I grew up here. As a youngster, I wanted to be a fisherman and used to work on my father's trawler. Later, I went to naval college to become a captain.
Yep, we're doing this again.
I have a small house at the end of the road, just behind Francois.
It's nuts, isn't it? Like it's they have to repeat the same conversation multiple times to get to different paths. It's like it's ridiculous.
Every single port all over the world, from New York to Zanzibar.
And it was also mad as well. I thought for the longest time the dialogue was unskippable. So I'm there like literally like doing correspondence while I'm waiting for this fucking spiel to end, because every traditional button that I think like clicks, space bars, enters, all them, they don't work. thankfully, I find out at some stage during this section that the escape button skips dialogue, which I'm very relieved by.
That sounds interesting.
Oh, you'd think escape button would mean, get out of the game.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like it's like a I don't know. It's like it's not my first like choice in a sense, as daft as it sounds, But again, they took it very literally. It's to escape the conversation. It's like so we're now activating introvert mode on Brent Halligan. That would be a hell of a game to play, though, wouldn't it? This is like you have to be you're trying to do a detective game, but you're socially awkward introverts. So every conversation is literally the most difficult gameplay possible.
That would actually be hilarious,
wouldn't it? Like I actually think that'd be really funny because like you don't have to do like a quick time event to keep the conversation going, or like to not make a bad joke or a pun, Or like if it was like a girl like protagonist, like you go up against a boy that you're finding really attractive, and you have to like not make an ass of yourself while also getting the information you need.
Exactly.
Same with it.
And the longer you take to make a decision, the more you and when you're in a conversation, they get annoyed at you.
Yeah, that would be good actually. That would be really good.
Thank you, Monsieur le Capitaine. You've been a great help.
Oh, fucking hell.
Whoever's listening to this who makes games and develops games, there you go. There's an idea. There's a concept. It's trademarked. We get the royalties, but you do all the work. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yes, later I have a...
There we go. Finally, I found the skip button. And now he's talking like he's in the House of Commons.
That's saying
precise,
or he's in the jury and they attorney.
Oh yeah.
Item remained in the farm, but then the castle.
Was that what he was called?
That's what villagers would They say he was.
What do you mean they say? Was he or wasn't he?
No, I know the true story. The castle was destroyed before the Inquisition ever began.
But how?
The truth was told in a very old Breton legend.
Oh.
And one day,
there we go.
A salt seller by the name of Gergen came to the castle of Carmor and asked the evil lord for a drink of water. But the lord set his dogs on the man.
Go on.
Out of revenge for the lord's cruelty, Gergen hurled a handful of salt at the castle, which tumbled down immediately, burying the lord beneath it.
Mm-hmm.
It was an ancient druid curse.
So there you go. That's the second bit of information we need for a puzzle coming up. Salt.
Salt is a destructive.
Okay.
It corrodes. It decomposes. It
again, if you're just like if you've no idea what the puzzle that's coming up, how are you to know that you're But thankfully you've got a job in driving this machine, so.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I kind of like saved ourselves the trouble there because, in the end, if you went to the castle, there's literally nothing to do. Like, you can see there's buildings there, and there's a few of them that look a bit flaky, but there's no way in, there's no way out, there's nothing to do essentially. So you do have to literally like find out as much as you can from these two people, exercise all possible pathways until you get something. And again, I just like this section in particular, I just can't accept from a design point of view. Like this section, if it was done properly, is 10 minutes, whereas the way it is now is at least half an hour. And I cut stuff out, like this is the abridged part of the conversation. You know what I mean?
Necklace, a family heirloom.
Yeah.
It seems to have been very important.
Like this is the shit a visual novel would do, but that's because like it's not programmed that way to do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They rented rooms above the bistro. 5 big
So
wigs
I don't know.
in smart suits.
Overall, just a very
Uniform on.
and it's a pity, because like I think like I mentioned before that this game has been as for me trying really really hard to be Broken Sword. Like that's kind of what they're trying to do, and they kind of fall flat on a lot of it. Like they try and like go up on similar tropes that that game had. They try and go on location a couple of times. They introduce some interesting sort of lore, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like again, it's like someone like playing the Broken Sword game, but not quite understanding how it was made. You know?
Yeah.
Remember the case of like, oh, I can do something like that.
Yes?
No,
Now what?
no, you can't. You need to do it. You need to be a bit smarter about it. You know.
Have you spoken to him?
Yes, I have.
So,
and you were right.
So in
He's a
essence,
very strange
well, the
man.
more of the story there was from the conversation we had in the middle is that the salt in Carmore is special.
Everything he says.
There's something different about the salt in this part of the world, and as we noticed from the bottom of his boat there, it is covered in salt.
Yeah.
So
you're
yeah,
right when you
that's
said it was a very salty, like, patch of water.
yeah. I mean, like it's not that fucking creamy color for a reason, you know. It's like it's partly the Dead Sea in certain respects.
Make up your own mind which of his stories to believe.
Is he a friend of yours?
Friend? Well, I've seen him almost every day for a number of years. He captains the ferry, I do my fishing.
So yeah, so our next part of the puzzle here now is trying to collect some salt.
Yes.
So we
That's
should
all
go to
right.
that bistro.
I suppose we are friends.
They've mentioned it a few
Get
times.
on well with each other?
Yeah, no, they name drop the bistro all the time, and again, maybe at one point in the design, maybe there would have been one, but if we like the bistro is in the background there, we can't go to it. Like that's just background, you know. Obviously, if Carmore is this in the castle, and that's it, which is a real shame.
Yeah.
Yes. He lets her out here.
Right, this is going to be this is going to show my geographical ignorance here, but is Carmore a real place?
I don't think so. I think it's meant to be an analog for like there is a Carmore, as in it's I think it's more so in the thick part of France. Although actually, let me see now. Bear with.
Why does he only captain a small ferry nowadays?
Let me check. I do believe it is. Yes, it's in Brittany.
Oh, so right, and that makes sense because that's kind of Breton area.
That could have happened to anyone.
No, I don't think it's necessarily on the coast or in an inlet like the game is kind of saying here. It's actually more. It's Carmore is actually is a forested area, so it's not. It's inland. It's not on the. It's not on a port or anything like that. So they've kind of done what like a lot of games do, and they kind of like take a name similar to a town, like you know how again with Broken Sword use Lochmarn because that sounds very Irish, you know, the kind of way.
Yeah.
I understand.
Even though there's actually not necessarily any place in Ireland that sounds like that, you know.
Thank you for your assistance.
No problem. You're welcome.
I think there's another one where, again, in the same series, there's one town in the second game called Quaramonte, and that's very much an analog for something like Colombia or Venezuela or something like that, you know. So it's a name of a town in Brittany, you know. So
fair enough.
Here's a fun part, right? So we're trying to get rid of so the crux of the puzzle here is now we need to try and get the fishing rod off Pierre. He won't give it to us. He also has a bucket. So in order to, and he's after complaining about the captain's cat basically stealing all of his chum and whenever stuff he gets for his supper in the evening. So we're gonna try and get the cat basically.
Okie doke.
Yep. And there's enough now. I took a pause here. And what I didn't realize that when you take a pause in this game, the game is still moving in real time. So like certain animations stop and so forth, but the characters still move.
Oh.
And basically the reason I'm standing here in particular is because basically when I'm behind these drums and stuff, the cat comes out basically because we're not in that space, you know.
Right.
So I am literally standing here hiding so a cat will appear so I can take it.
Come towards it.
Yeah. And there's enough, like, I missed my chance the first time because I saved the game, I went to make myself a cup of tea, and it didn't get there in time to realize, oh, fuck, the cats just walked away. So, that was a lesson learned.
Is this like on a random time loop, or is there, like, a sequence to it?
I think it's a random time loop. I think it's, I'd say if you're just idle for enough time, the cat does appear.
Okay.
But it is entirely random, I think. It's not necessarily a set, like, stay still for 30 seconds, you know?
There he is.
Now. There's the kitty. And unfortunately, you have to be quick about this. Kitty. And straight in the inventory. Smuggled into the fucking coat pocket.
Captain Deneuve's cat, a rather stubborn beast, and on top of that, it has fleas as well.
Yes, and now you do too. So now, seeing that Pierre let it slip that the cat can be a bit of a mayhem. Boom.
There! Did you see that? Did you see that? It's that damn cat again. She's knocked all my bait in the water. That's the third time this week.
Calm down. You can always get some new baits.
What about my fishing tackle? What about my telescope ultralight 47 for 800 francs? I can't leave it here unguarded. It could be stolen. I'll have to take everything with me, just because of that damned cat.
Don't worry, Pierre. I'll keep an eye on your things.
Would you?
Of course. No problem.
Thank you.
Oh no, I have a feeling we're going to break the fishing rod now. Poor Pierre.
Well, we don't break it as such, but we do certainly take it. Like, there's absolutely no doubt about that. Because again, that was the puzzle. You know, for a police detective, he really is an asshole. Like, he does not protect, he does not serve, he takes everything from people. Like, it's
now the bucket's hanging from the
not gonna lie, it's actually kind of impressive to be that much of an expense, or to be that thirsty on resources. So there we go.
And I feel like there are definitely easier ways of collecting salt than robbing an old man of his expensive fishing rod, and then like doing a well system to collect salt.
These are huge lumps of salt.
Like, for instance, you could have just, like, you know, scraped it off the whole. Yeah. You could have just scraped off the hole yourself. You know what I mean? And here's his proof there, by the way. I can't give the fishing rod and bucket back. I keep it.
Pierre will never trust another person.
No, yeah, no, yeah. Like we keep that item for no, and again, there's absolutely no reason for that. It's so unnecessary. Like.
Looks like this used to be.
So even the map there now, where Carmore is in real life, it's actually fairly accurate there. But again, it's kind of like tweaked where exactly it is in the world, you know, because that inland where Normandy is a bit narrower than it should be. So there's yeah, a bit of an estimate at best, I would say. Meanwhile, this is me trying to find something in around the castle.
This castle must have been a real fortress before it collapsed.
So if you went center or right, you basically see more of the castle, whereas what you need is on the left-hand side.
Okay, away from the castle.
Pretty much, yeah.
Go against all instincts in a point-and-click puzzle game.
Yes, it does.
It's locked.
Now, again, I think it was. But that's also gamer instinct as well. You know, you don't go down the obvious path first. You go down the least obvious path to see there's something down there. And this is something that doesn't work. Using a cardboard report file to jimmy a lock.
Yep, sure.
Sure, why
not? Yep.
No objections here, Your Honor. This was now in the graveyard of the castle. Ooh. Did you see that, Burpa?
I thought it was just a glitch.
No, there's someone else here.
I just saw the path also moving, so that's what caught my eye.
Yeah. Interesting.
And is this you, like, did you know where you had to go for this, or is this you just having a look?
Bit of both. Like, I kind of knew where to go in a sense, but I was also kind of see, like, is there anything of interest around? Because, you know, like a graveyard is like the
gravestone, pretty weather beaten.
Is like the optimal thing to find Easter eggs in, but there are none, which is a shame.
Looks like that won't work. Now the buckets. These are no way.
So the reason this gravestone is of interest is because there's a big indent at the top of it.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is we're going to crush up the salt with a bone.
Just the way it should be. That's salt.
Fantastic.
Almost as fine grained
We have
as
literally
dust.
used police evidence as a mortar and pestle.
Like, oh, okay, sure. I'm just gonna go along with this and
It's
pretend
better
it makes
off if
sense
you.
in my brain. Yeah.
Considering what happens next, Burpball, it's probably best if you do.
Okay.
Yeah, just let it wash over you, man. You know, just you crack on the kind of druids. Just let it happen, you know. Again, you basically just have to wander around this graveyard until
Oh,
this
fancy
weird
castle.
place.
Oh, mausoleum.
Yeah, does look a bit strange to you, Burpball.
It looks inflatable.
Yeah, doesn't it? It looks very frail.
It's made out of salt.
Let's throw some salt at it.
You can't see my face, people of the internet watching this video, but when I tell you it's Macaulay Culkin after he realizes he's been left home alone.
Yeah.
This must be the amulet.
I'll never look at table salt the same ever again. Like, I know that they were using some druidic lore to hand wave why the salt is explosive, but it's salt. It's not fucking gunpowder, you know?
There's the bloke.
Oh. There's another bloke again. So yeah, so we basically destroyed a priceless 16th century mausoleum, and inside was the transformation.
In a relatively modern looking safe.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was locked away for 500 years, Burpball. Like, no one could touch it. The place was indestructible. The only thing that could destroy it is a small handful of salt. And this is what happens when you have actual scientists playing this game as well, because we know what salt is. It doesn't have like the explosive quality needed to destroy concrete. So now I'm asking myself, okay, if it's not sodium chloride, then what the fuck is this salt? What horrible minerals is around this area to create what is essentially like flammable salt?
What can I do for you? When are you leaving for Portsmouth?
I can't even think.
Like lithium? Potassium, maybe? When it comes to the contact with water?
Like, if it rained and it was a bit damp, maybe I could understand.
Yeah.
Oh, are you just heading back now? That's it?
That's it. We're done. Yep. We found the amulet transformation. And now this little bespoke part of the game appears now when you're on the boat.
My spare suit, just in case. That's my hold all. It's too early to pack. We won't be arriving yet.
So what we're doing here is we are getting seasick here. This is genuine. We're getting seasick. And we want to go out for a bit of fresh air, but we don't want to leave the amulet transformation handy, so that it would be stolen. So to try and hide it somewhere that nobody will ever get to.
This must be the ventilation shaft.
Bring it with you.
Yeah, that was my thought too. Just keep it on your person.
Hold on.
It's a video game.
I think I'd better leave the amulet in the cabin. I might lose it otherwise, or it might be stolen. But where can I put it?
I think I would unscrew the S-bend in the sink. Place it in there.
Ooh, that's a good shout. Certainly better than what Halligan ends up doing.
Any bit of rocking that's going to go slooshing down the vent.
Well, that, and it's like you'll hear it rattling as well. So if someone does sneak into your cabin, you can hear this fucking massive gold necklace rattling in the ventilation shaft. Anyway, 5 minutes later.
What's been going on here? Someone's broken into my cabin and
dun dun dun.
Oh my god,
did
who
this
could have
made a
seen this
thorough job of
coming?
it.
Literally fucking anyone.
But look, the sink looks
Where's the amulet?
intact.
It's been stolen. I don't believe it.
There's the one place they didn't check was the sink.
Whoever did this made a thorough job of it.
They stole our shoes. A bunch of assholes. Now he's doing the sad Halligan shuffle because he realized he's done fucked up.
Blast it. The thief must still be on board. But we're pulling into the harbour. I'll never catch him now.
Well, not with that fucking attitude, Halligan.
He just gives up.
That's it, done. That's it. Never mind. Oh well, I'm in a stolen Celavi. Like, absolute fucking nonsense. It really, really, truly is. Like,
oh dear God.
Like, as you said, the safest thing to do was to keep it in his fucking pocket, in his coat pocket, and don't take the coat off. Like, again, I'm not an expert on, like, you know, like boats to between Portsmouth and fucking Normandy. I don't think it's that long. You know, you could sit down for 4 hours and not do anything.
Well, go on then. I can't wait to hear.
So now we have to admit to Blake that we done fucked up.
It was walled up in the Lord's mausoleum.
Really? It really does exist then. And you've got it. Show me.
Oh, he's at the hands again.
Well,
It was stolen.
those are the apology shiny hands.
How did that happen?
No idea. I hid it in my cabin during the crossing. Someone broke in and rummaged through all my luggage.
Was anything else missing?
There is literally nothing I could have done about that, Professor Blake. Literally nothing.
Who could have known I'd been looking for an amulet in that godforsaken dump?
Certain
Do you know what actually would have been safer? If he had posted it to Scotland Yard.
Yeah.
If he like took a day in Normandy to post it and then trust the British Post Office to send it back, that would have been safer.
Even with
I haven't
customs.
met anyone who looked like
Yeah,
a druid
exactly.
so far.
If anything, the customs make sure that it gets there safe and sound.
The inheritors by their cloaks and sickles.
I mean, if he is being like watched like a hawk by this kind of mysterious guy in the graveyard, like he must have been delighted that Halligan is such a tool and kept it in his cabin.
What can I do then? I can't possibly check up on the entire upper class of British society looking for a couple of druids.
No, but it may be worth your while to keep an eye on groups of neo-druids. If anyone tries to justify their claims to the druid's inheritance.
He said, not only do we have new druids, they're neo-druids.
Neo-druids? What are they?
They're like techno chanting.
Claiming to be
Yes.
the druid's rightful successors.
They play Prodigy
Organized in
backwards.
orders, like
And
Templars or Freemasons.
Tell me more about these neo-druids.
Like I said, the neo-druids try to live their lives according to ancient druid ideals. Some of them do a lot of charitable work.
Double
as
pump.
well,
Here we
but
go.
There are some
Lovely.
really dubious associations going around, combining the druids' customs with occult rites. Rumors
Absolutely
say that
ridiculous.
there's such a sect at large somewhere in London.
Like I'm trying to like wrap my head around if I've ever had a game that has had a more pathetic like protagonist in it. Like it's very rare you play a game where the protagonist is a bumbling idiot, you know. And in a weird way, it's a refreshing change of pace, but it's also very frustrating because you know there's more sensible options to everything he's doing.
I get the impression this business could get pretty dangerous from now on.
Like,
very likely, Mr. Halligan.
I'm sure there have been games where you're not meant to like the protagonist. Like, you know, potentially the GTA kind of, you know, like you can't really, you know, most people playing the game would, you know, find the actions of the protagonist like reprehensible. But like, when they're actually just so incompetently terrible, that's like I don't know if it's ever been written to be absolutely just as bad.
Yeah, like I like the one that comes to mind is Shadow of Memories, which you played in the channel as well. It's a similar vein where like it's just such a like the guy just makes very, very bad decisions and you don't really have a say in it. But then again, it's a type of game where you are basically just playing through it. It's an interactive movie, you know? So the stuff that he does isn't the smartest thing to do or the most logical. He's just a fool, you know, kind of way. But to give that game credit, like the game works on the basis that he's a
Oh, I
fool.
don't know.
As in,
Perhaps it
there's
was just a
like
case of
forces bigger
ordering
than
petty
him that
theft.
are
I
taking
very much
advantage
doubt
of his
it, Mr.
stupidity,
Halligan.
essentially,
Nobody else knew
and
of our
doing
conversation.
away with
We
him.
were followed.
Whereas in this one, I
And
think the
now
game
the
was actually trying to
amulet has
present
fallen
that this
into the
guy is actually
wrong hands.
capable.
Now
But
nothing can stop the perfection
no,
of
he's
the
not.
ritual.
Like he's like again, like they're
haven't met
priming him as
anyone
like,
who
oh,
looked
he's a
like a
detective in
druid so
Scotland
far.
Yard.
He's
and
a
he's just
maverick
this.
cop.
You
He's a
won't
maverick cop.
recognize
The same maverick cop
Imperials
that
by their
accidentally
cloaks and
drank fucking
sigils. They're
methanol
people,
not 2 hours
just
ago.
like you and me.
Yeah,
They could
you
be
know what?
powerful
No, I
statesmen,
don't think
high-ranking
so.
politicians, or influential military men,
Not for me,
or in
Clive.
key positions of society.
What can I do then? I can't possibly check up on the entire upper class of British society looking for a couple of druids.
No, but it may be
Unbelievable,
worth
like.
your while to keep an eye on groups of neo-druids. If any
And
I
again,
just
same again,
hope,
John.
I hope
their
Blake
links
just
to
hits
the
him with
Druids'
I'm not
inheritance,
angry, I'm just
they will.
disappointed with you.
Neo-druids?
He
They're
has
number of
like
groups
slower
that are
hand
claiming
pumps
to
for when
be
he's annoyed. Just like,
organized in
literally going through the motions here, Halligan.
Do you know the names of any of these groups?
Well, certainly. My book describes many of them, but I don't believe any of these
And now he
groups
does what
go as
everyone would
far
do in the
as
situation and
ritual
plug his
murders.
shit.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. That's all for now.
Is there any
Very well, Mr. Halligan.
any stuff you want to plug here, Burpo, while you're here? You know, if Blake is gonna do it, you might as well do it too.
Actually, don't. No, nothing in the pipeline.
Right,
Just playing
that's cool.
more of this terrible. Plug the channel.
Yeah, just subscribe to
Like
Money
and
Madness.
follow.
Yeah, do the thing. Click the thing and keep an eye on us. Like the YouTube bell is probably the best thing for us right now because I'm shit at social media. So do that.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Probably the best advice I can give you, to be honest. We have very inconsistent upload times. Some of that is deliberate, and some of it is because I'm lazy.
Come on in. I suppose
No,
we
you
should
just
be
say you're
glad that you
deliberately
drop in
a
now and
maverick.
then.
What's the matter, Chief?
Oh, I'm a maverick. So you're right. Yes,
I was just asking
yes. I
myself,
accidentally lose something every day just to prove my maverick skills.
do you know what I've been doing? I've been dismissing loads of press people, worried citizens, and politicians from my office. The phone
You
hasn't
played
stopped ringing
Black
since
Mesa
this morning.
3
The
times
mayor's
just
been
for
to
the
my
fun of
office,
it.
and I haven't seen much of you. When do you expect to come up with results?
I mean, that's not maverick. That's just incompetency. Let's be fair.
Fine line.
Yeah.
Takes time? Will I ever get to hear
Look,
anything
he
else
has
from a
3
detective?
phones in his
Where the
office.
heck have you been,
Yeah, that's
Halligan?
taking the piss, isn't it?
Yeah.
You'll get a report at the end of the week.
They were just trying to fill his desk with something.
Literally, that's all it is. Like they couldn't like.
The results on my desk
Like, you
tomorrow.
clearly
More
doesn't have a
files.
family. You should have done the Chris Morris from IT show thing where like you think this frame is a picture of my family? Wrong. It's 18.
As your chief, I'm entitled to ask you about the results of investigations and your proceedings whenever I like.
Yes, Chief. Of course.
I gotta think this guy's a West Ham fan. Mainly because there's a big ass Union Jack at the back of him, and you know for a fact
Yeah.
he wears that at home games.
Very well then.
Under that shirt is all like Bulldog and Union Jack
That's
tattoos.
it,
Lost
yeah.
your marbles. You're not supposed to be indulging in your hobbies. You're supposed to be solving the skeleton murders.
Well, what if it is my hobby, Chief?
Is that all, Chief?
No, that is not all. One of the phone calls
The 4th district in Oxford. Oxford definitely doesn't have that many districts.
I don't know. It's a pretty posh place in part of the world. They probably insisted on 4 districts.
put him to sleep and then robbed him. And do you know who that person was? No, a man who calls himself Detective Halligan.
Dun dun dun!
Central personal database, and guess what? They found a man by the name
Uh-oh.
of Detective Halligan.
Oh no.
And he works for my department. What do you say to that?
Chief, the beggar must be mistaken. It's a mix-up.
Wow.
Mixer.
Not only have we stolen from the beggar, we're now gaslighting him. Brilliant. I love it.
Okay, Chief. I read you.
Indeed? Excellent, Detective. Then get out and do your job. And Halligan, if I should hear that you are conducting your investigations in any...
He should absolutely already be taken off the case.
I'll take you off
Yeah, oh
the
god,
case
yeah. Like, geez, like,
An
oh,
investigation into this whole beggar incident.
like, here's the thing, you see, like the guy only has 2 fucking detectives in his department. Again, Scotland Yard only has 2 detectives.
about the
like the
skeleton
other guy
bones.
is on holiday.
But Janet says she
So
needs a
like this guy
signed
Miller is kind of stuck
1923.
because he obviously hates Larry for imprisoning the wrong person, and Halligan is just as bad. He just hasn't been given a chance to imprison somebody yet. So he's really kind of stuck with the two idiots he has, you know?
How do you expect me to conduct investigations if you won't allow me to use the database, Chief?
You'll have to get up off your backside and do your own work, Halligan. I feel much more comfortable knowing that you and Lowry can't get up to any more nonsense with the
This is also stupid, by the way.
stored in our database.
Like, you're saying solve the case. Okay, give me access to solve the case. You're getting nothing. Oh, fuck off then, Chief. Like, just pick a side, man. Like, again, I think the designers of this game like watched J. Jonah Jameson once and just said, "Yeah, that'll do as a character. Doesn't matter. Fuck it."
Couldn't you think again about the security regulations?
Are you deaf? I said no. Get out.
So, have we exhausted all of the conversation tree there?
We have, yeah. So we want to try and do a database access to find neo druids in the area, but we can't because the chief hates us. So when we come back, we're gonna have to try and trick him to see if we can get using the tools that we were entitled to in the first place.
My vote is that he comes back with a mustache and a hat, glasses, and it's like, hey, yeah, sure.
That would be pretty on brand, to be fair. Like, it's like, Brent Halligan? No, I am Hent Mulligan.
Halligan.
Yeah, I'm Guy Incognito. But yes, on the next edition of Click That Thing, we're going to click some things and maybe find some druids. Maybe. Depends. Bye.
Yes. Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Mystery of the Druids here on Click the Thing. Yes, it may have been a while for all of you, but it's just been a hot minute for us because we've just been scolded by Chief Miller, and well, we've been licking our wounds ever since. I don't think we'll ever recover from this, Burkbot, to be honest.
No, we'll never be able to enter a database, and we've just been crying and sobbing about it since.
That's it. In fact, we're not even allowed to Google anything.
Too heavy. Using the loudspeaker is
Brent?
Oh,
Hello?
we've got a phone.
We have an answering machine with 6 messages on it.
It's your mother. You know,
Is that actually branded SSE?
Talking machine.
Yes, it is.
Oh,
I
haven't
heard
they allow their branding to get in there.
now, Brent.
You see, this is in the era where some games thought they could get away with doing that, and then it all got tightened up like a year or two later. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's also the time where, like, you know, some places, some brands were happy to have their stuff on video games, and then they realized, oh no, some games can be violent. Pull the marketing, pull the advertising quickly.
Some games are just terrible.
I think I said this before when we were doing the bad movie nights, but I noticed like one or two of the movies we were watching had Pepsi in it. And to myself, was that maybe, you know, Coca-Cola doing a backwards kind of like brand endorsement to try and besmirch Pepsi?
That is a very interesting thought.
That's my conspiracy theory. That's what I reckon.
That's the conspiracy theory. You're gonna, you know.
That's me. Yeah, I think
You're
whenever you see
gonna die on that
Pepsi, if you see Pepsi in a shit movie, it's Coca-Cola paying off the movie to do contra marketing on them.
Wow, that's my personal record.
Yeah, Brent, I wouldn't be happy. I wouldn't be like, you know, buzzing about that.
Melanie
You know,
Turner speaking. I was wondering why I hadn't heard from you, but Mr. Blake just called.
I mean, Jesus, if Rascals called me and said like I've got 300 left on my account, I think I was dead.
You may have difficulty trying to get me on the phone, but if you need me, just leave a message. See you later.
Okay, so Melanie wants to talk to us.
Let me give you some good advice,
Oh.
Detective Halligan.
We definitely need advice.
With our affairs,
Oh.
it wouldn't be very
Ooh.
healthy.
Oh, this sounds threatening.
That was very threatening.
Halligan, this is Miller. Damn it, where are you?
I'm in the other room.
Do I have to speak to
Yeah.
this damned answering machine if I want to get hold of
Well, bear in mind we have like up sticks to France back and forth,
Yeah.
so we did go missing for a day
I
or
want to
two.
see you in my office.
I'd better
What?
leave that here.
Miller speaking. I've had enough. You better come to my office as soon as possible. Did you get that?
The chief. I'm glad I've got that behind me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, so there you go.
I never use the receiver. That thing is just too heavy. Using the loudspeaker is much more comfortable.
Much more comfortable. Because we don't have the graphics to lift it up.
That's like I just
That thing is just too heavy.
I just find that hilarious. It's like, oh, the phone's too heavy. I can't. It's like, my God. It's like, can you make this character any more of a wimp? Maybe we're a fucking idiot. Like I'm fascinated. I would love to talk to one of the writers and say, what was the? Show me your work. What were you trying to achieve here? Now we have the levitating Larry again.
Hey, I've had enough. Get your
Oh,
claws
he's
off my
still
scissors, will you?
like that's some core.
I like to
What
think
is it
people
this
are
time, Halligan?
I don't think
Have you
people
ever
are
heard of an
tried this
organization
particular
called the
exercise,
Circle?
you know?
The
Like you
circle?
basically like
Is that some
lock your
link
heels
to the crop
together,
circles?
put on a
Okay,
table, and then
forget
try and
it,
like
Larry.
keep your body weight through like calves, knees, and
Where
hamstrings
can I
alone.
find Detective Stryker?
Striker? On holiday? Why?
I heard he was suspended.
Well, not exactly suspended. Actually, the chief did advise him to take his annual holiday.
As a reward for his outstanding achievements in the
Mhm.
skeleton murders, I suppose.
Listen, Halligan, your jokes are starting to get on my nerves. I suggest you leave now.
Okay. I'll talk to you later, Lowry.
Why do you make it sound like a threat, Halligan? Like, I'll talk to you
What is
later,
it this
listen,
time,
Larry.
Halligan?
I'd really like to know
He's just
how a
heard the threatening
braggart like you
answering
managed to get a
machine
date
message,
with
and he's like,
Janet.
I could talk
Well,
like
you
that
know
too.
what, Halligan? Women do like a winner,
I can be
don't they?
really angry when I
Janet
want
is
to.
no exception.
Like right
We went to the
now.
palace yesterday.
Grrr.
The new Schwarzenegger film.
You know how to handle women, don't you?
Of course.
That works, by the way.
Janet said she
If
found
you
it
want to, like,
disgusting, but I
get a
know
hot day
for
with a
fact
woman,
that she was
just bring
very
Arnie into
keen
the
on it.
conversation.
Women are like that. Do you understand?
Like nothing really makes a date perfect without watching Kindergarten
What
Cop, you know?
amazes me is why a woman like her should find your boring stories about cars, sports, and action films
This man has
so
definitely
entertaining.
talked to a real life
Halligan,
woman.
I'm sure you didn't come to tell me that. What do you really want?
It's like, yes, I know
How to
women.
operate the copy
One of them
machine.
isn't, and I know two of them actually. Technically, one of them is my mother,
But you're
and
not
the other is my
gonna tell
sister.
me,
But I know
are you?
women.
You
I've
really
met
are a
women
clever
before.
boy,
I think,
Halligan.
maybe, possibly.
You're a really nice person, Lowry.
I do my best.
Okay. I'll talk to you later, Lowry.
Like you don't have to, Brent. You know, kind of like you have a choice in the matter. But yes, now the problem here is that we're trying to get the scissors off Larry. He won't give it to us because he's an arsehole. And we're an arsehole.
Mhm.
So basically no one in Scotland Yard likes this guy, is the moral of the story. Like,
Understandable.
yeah, I do too, to be honest. Like, there's not much to like about this character, really. Like, I choose to believe that the bust of Conan Doyle outside his office is by all means ironic. It's like, oh, look, here's our best detective here. Here's fucking Sherlock Holmes on the case.
Hello, Janet.
Here's another important core exercise for you.
Actually, I did watch
See that?
a documentary about Sir Arthur Conan Doyle
Forgotten something.
and his love of the occult. He would actually be all up in this druid shit.
Well,
Yes, I believe
actually,
he
no.
thought fairies were
I
real,
just
didn't he?
thought I'd drop in.
Just do me a favour, Brent, and don't keep me from doing my work all the time.
End conversation. Like, just as a PS to this playthrough, we need to like all try some of the like the postures from this game because like the Larry one is obviously impossible. The Janet one just looks uncomfortable.
You don't hear anything,
Like
and nothing happens.
like her back is still like arched as she's turning. So it's like you're basically like squeezing your diaphragm to do that.
It would make some calendar.
I never
Wouldn't
use
it?
the
Yeah.
receiver. That thing is just too heavy. Using the loudspeaker is much more comfortable. I never use the receiver. That thing is just too heavy. Using the loudspeaker is much more comfortable.
So there's a bit of a puzzle going on here, and I'm sure you can tell.
911 emergency. How can I help you? I
No, what we're
can't
doing
get
is
into the database.
So this is another one of those like very old school copy protection puzzles. I think in the game manual, when you get your case file, you know what everyone's phone extensions are in Scotland Yard.
Oh, okay.
Miller speaking. I've had enough. You better come to my office as soon as possible.
So without the manual, how are you to know their extensions?
Oh, of course.
You don't.
Sir. I'm coming.
So
On
it
my
is
way.
essentially it's proof that you've actually bought the game. But again, the copy protection puzzle like this is normally at the start or in the first hour of the game, not halfway fucking through it. It's like, oh my god, you can't even do your own fucking anti-piracy rights. Like, it's ridiculous.
Jesus Christ.
And incidentally, that's a puzzle, by the way, that is done to death. The whole the phone to
Lowry is in there.
like having two phones talk to each other. I think some movies do it as well. It's completely bollocks. Like that physically can't happen. I believe Mythbusters did that to prove their points, so I'm not mistaken.
That's a form for information procurement. That's a clipboard.
Yeah, so I nicked a lot of this stuff already at the start of the game. So there's
My case file.
basically a few
roll
different
of
forms you
plastic
need to
bags
fill out
to
if you want
secure
anything in
evidence.
this
There's no
in
that's
this
a form for
game.
information procurement.
So
Oh
now
my
we've
god,
done.
procurement forms.
Now there is a form for
Mhm.
information procurement on the clipboard.
Sweet, delicious admin.
Ah, my least favorite part of any job ever.
In fairness, this is actually quite realistic, isn't it? It's like,
Yeah.
this is where it really hurts. So you can see Larry is back now at his desk,
Oh, yeah.
so that's all good there.
And as a terrible detective, has not noticed his sister's gone.
Yep. His run is hilarious as well. It's just so like it's so fucking Velma out of Scooby Doo for me. It's like
yes.
It's always handy having one of these tucked away. We ran out not so long ago, and there was a big commotion on this floor.
Future
Well,
plan
like-
for London North.
Yeah, I was about to say that the local newspaper is just called The Job. It was like, can you be more specific? Like,
No, it does the job.
yeah, that's it. Oh, look at this. They programmed the photocopier, Bert Bob. We can actually.
That's a form for stationery procurement. Now there is a form for information.
Anyone in my line of work knows the
Mhm.
stress and strain
My case file.
of dealing with a
Yeah.
photocopier.
Absolutely. It's the hardest working thing. And here's the prick that tried to poison us.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you know what? If you told me that Halligan did die on the floor of this laboratory,
And this
from
is all a
methadone
fever
poisoning,
dream, or this is
Yeah.
all like his, yeah.
because it does get ridiculous from this point on.
Hey,
Oh, you
Halligan.
mean the destroying
How'd
the
you get on with
mausoleum
Miss
with
Turner?
salt is not ridiculous
You gonna
enough?
see her again?
Yeah, it almost seems like it was like a weird
could say that.
dream that he
What?
had.
Really?
That is kind of the dream
Congratulations,
logic
mate.
of,
Yeah.
oh, I need to find the salt so that I can explode a
I'm on a new
ancient
trail.
building to get a amulet
Hmm.
that transforms people.
It is, Chris. It is.
It's
I'll
so
tell you when I
fucking
find
dumb,
out
isn't it?
more.
When you
All right,
when you work it out like that,
Good
it's
luck anyway.
ridiculous.
Thanks.
So yeah. So we have to play a little bit of a trick on the chief to gain access to the database. And of course, Janet is such a admin box ticker that like she'll go yay or nay based on what we do. So
Okay.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hello, Janet. What about my database inquiry now?
I don't like to repeat myself, Brent. Have you not been listening?
Yes, of course I have.
Well, then you know it all, don't you?
Sure.
In that case, see you later, Brent.
You know, you don't have to be like, like fixing your neck every
See you
5
later,
minutes,
then.
Janet, if you
Take your
just sat
time,
properly.
Brent.
Like, at least, like, that's what I mean. Like she does that angle because they didn't program her swiveling in her chair.
Some tufts of grass from the place where the bones
It's
were
like,
found. In
like
a
making
bag, that's a
life
form
hard for yourself for no
stationery.
reason.
Now there is a form for information procurement on the clipboard.
So there's a bit of a trickery here now. So what we've done is we've put some black paper on it, so that's going to trace over the information form.
Now I've got a clipboard with the form for information procurement, the carbon paper, and the form for stationery procurement. But the carbon paper juts out a bit.
Well, will it now? Aha!
Now I've got a clipboard with the form for information procurement and the form for stationery procurement. Phew.
So I think we know where we're going with this one, Burkbud, yeah?
Yep. Gotta
Pretty,
slowly get there.
Oh yeah, well I mean he's out of breath now after all those
Oh, that running.
that clipboarding, yeah. There he is now, the big man.
Chief?
What is it now, Halligan?
So yeah, we can't do a dialogue. You have to give the form to.
Chief, I've got an 88M9 order form for stationery here.
For stationery? You need new stationery.
Well, always,
again?
in
Halligan,
fairness,
you'll lead this
this
department
is
to
probably
financial
what
ruin
my boss
someday.
would
Do
be
you know
saying
that?
to me.
Yes, sir.
This is possibly the most
extravagant.
empathetic we can be with this character. It's like, yeah, we'll always need more. We need more pens.
Better
Come
care
on.
of your things, Halligan. Scotland Yard can't print its own money. Every month, the accounts department gives me a hard time because of the deficit. Our budget for office costs is limited.
I know, Chief, but I'm not able to work without a minimum of stationery. Here, I've prepared this for you. You just need to sign it.
Okay then. Okay, give it to me.
It makes you wonder what Halligan is doing with all those pencils.
But that's the last time, you understand? You'll have to buy the next sharpener from your own money.
All right, Chief.
Anything else?
They are
Detective?
30 cents.
Yeah.
No, that was it.
That's good. You know the way out, don't you, Detective?
But again, that's how daft. That's how daft some of the red tape is, though. That like if you are literally wanting.
Oh, I am
30%,
well aware.
Yeah, it's nonsense. It's just shite. Literally, just better at buying yourself.
Yep.
That's a form for information procurement. Not a good idea.
So yes, so now that we have what we need, we can hand it all to Janet, the office praying mantis.
Janet.
The origami admin.
It's me again, Janet.
Hello, Brent. How's your case going? Have you got any further yet?
Janet, I need a database inquiry. Have you got time?
Of course, Brent.
Now she changes her tune completely now. Like she's two complete different characters now that we have her form.
Yeah. What way is she lifting up her arm to take it?
Good fucking question. I don't know. Does she have arthritis? Like, does she have like some sort of like fused bone syndrome that makes her turn this way?
Yes, we've got something in the database about them.
You don't have to turn each time, Janet. You can just talk while looking at the screen.
Nope, no.
Order of Neo-Druids. Their head office is in London.
Lord Sinclair.
Lord Sinclair. Oh, fucking Tories again.
Do we know about
I just have immediately got the picture of Giles Brandwit in my mind. So, yeah, that's what I'm expecting to find when we go find this Lord Sinclair.
It does sound like something you say in his voice. Is that Lord Sinclair?
Is that all?
I met him on an expedition to Morocco back in the 1970s.
Some months ago, a gardener was killed on Sinclair's estate.
Murder was never found.
Mystery abounds.
Lord Sinclair and his
was he also killed with a scythe?
Could have been, maybe, we don't know.
Ah, that's interesting. Anything else?
Well, Sinclair was fined once for hunting without a license.
Another strange one.
Man.
That's enough for now. Could you please give me the address?
There's 234 Winchester Street. That's in the outskirts of the town, a posh area.
Good. Thanks a lot, Janet.
Shit.
I have to go.
Okay, Brent. See you later.
Lord Sinclair, king of the council estate.
Hello, Janet. How's it going?
Halligan, what's up?
And now here's me checking where's Winchester Street in London.
Yeah, of course. No problem.
Good. Thanks a lot.
It's in Pimlico in London.
Okay, Brent.
Fun fact.
See you later.
Oh.
It's a real place.
Is that posh?
Let's see. That's somewhere. Let's have a look. Not that I say I'm an expert in London, but it's in smack bang in the middle of fucking like the city. Like it's not too far away from Westminster Cathedral.
Okay, so it sounds posh.
Considering where it is, you just I do is yeah, like where they say it is not where it is in real life.
Okay.
Same shit again. Like they pick a name, they pick a spot basically, and they go from there. You know, it's weird. So what we're doing here is, because from this point on, Burkbot, death waits at every corner.
Dun, dun, dun!
So what we're doing here is, what we're trying to do here is, we are basically going to give Melanie all of the information that we have, and basically give it to her, just in case anything went wrong. She basically because we said at the part of the game, remember we kind of fobbed her off.
Yeah.
Saying like, if I need you for any more information or any assistance, I'll ask you. Blah, blah, blah. So we're now at the stage now where, like, you know, where Halligan is basically going to try and confront the Neo-Druids by himself because he's a fucking idiot, and basically go from there.
I should think about it.
Right.
Think about it again. Now the bucket's hanging from the fishing. That won't help. That's the printout of
So
the database.
what we're doing here is we're trying to basically give everything to Melanie, but we're missing one crucial component. And when you see what the crucial component is, Burkbot, you will not agree. But it's still fun either way.
Oh, great. Thanks for the preparation.
Yeah. So, of course, we have our we have a lot of our original documentation, but we need something else to give to Melanie Turner to make sure she knows it's us.
Envelope.
No.
What the absolute fuck? What?
This is genuine.
Oh my good god.
This is genuine.
How many copies are we going to get of this?
No, just the one.
Dear God.
That's the printout of the database information.
So yeah, we have a printout of her face, and the copy of the.
That's the printout of.
So we have two of them, and then they basically one can go into the
Lord Sinclair's address is
into the museum basically. Because heaven forbid, like if we couldn't just give her the original, you know, like because obviously we'd forget where to fucking go, you know. As we frantically sprint up to the front door. I appreciate the game logic though. Like I need to send these stuff over to this person that's been helping with the case. How would I tell? How can she tell it's me? I know. I'll irradiate my face.
Blinding myself in the process.
Yeah. That's just incredible. So now we are, so now we're about to meet Lord Sinclair, or Jaws Branders, as we may possibly rechristen him, depending on how he looks. It's all a very fun part of the game coming up now. So yeah, if you look up Winchester Street in London, it's all like apartments, nice apartments, but like think of like Merrion Square as our equivalent. They're not grand manors in the middle of the forest.
Yes? Who's there?
Is that Lord Sinclair?
No, sir. I'm sorry. I am his
Lordship Butler.
Butler, yeah. Right here.
I'd like to talk to Lord Sinclair.
On what matter, may I ask?
You can't, actually. I told you.
The matter is murder.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Murder. I'm investigating in a murder case. Please open the door. I would like to ask Lord Sinclair a few questions.
I'm sorry, sir, but his lordship is not here.
When is he due back?
Sir, I will not...
Personally, I'm shocked that the Lord's Butler is not helping with our information queries.
Where is he, then?
I would
Shock her.
Yeah, so what is it about them that just seem to be so secretive?
Prohibits me from answering that question.
If that's the way you want it, all right then. I'll be back. You can be sure of that.
Of course, sir.
No.
Thank you for your visit. Have a nice day.
So you notice there that there seem to be 2 bodyguards dressed in black.
Yeah.
In the manor. Yeah.
Is really
looking
And
quite
a gardener
strange.
who may or may not be killed soon.
I didn't realize gardeners were red shirts in this universe, but I'm okay with it. It's like, why is that why is wrong with the shrubbery in that lower field? Oh, the gardener died. He got vaporized. Oh, very well. Send me 2 more.
Hello. Nice day today, isn't it?
Yeah, the weather's great. Just right for a walk.
Yes, that's what I thought. I didn't want to sit in the office any longer on such a wonderful autumn day.
Yes, I know what you mean. What kind of job do you do, then?
Me? Oh, I work with the agricultural office. Administration of
I like
public
his
areas,
I'm lying through my
that kind of
teeth
thing.
pose of like, you know, little up on the toes and arms behind the back. Oh yes, no, yes,
Yes,
absolutely.
No,
Absolutely,
everything's
yes.
fine. I'm here on a private visit. I just wanted to get some fresh air. You work for Lord Sinclair?
Yes, I'm his gardener. It's a big estate he has here, you know. Huge. He needs somebody to look after things on a regular basis.
Can I help you? I like gardening.
That's nice of you, but I have to do my work here myself. Lord Sinclair
I don't want to be a
controls
detective
his
anymore.
employees
I want to
very
clip some hedges.
I don't want to get into trouble.
I mean, even as not a detective, like he's working in an agricultural office. Why would he ever want to touch a fucking shrub like?
What kind of accident?
Lord Sinclair's last gardener was
Not done
murdered.
What exactly happened?
Nobody knows. He was found on the estate, directly under the window of Lord Sinclair's study. His lordship found him.
Oh yes, this real mystery of what happened to the last to the last gardener. Funny that works.
Madman must have crept onto the estate.
Does his lordship have any enemies?
Well, rich people are always envied, aren't they? His lordship leads a secluded life and
Which
avoids
again
any
is
kind of trouble.
not
But I
suspicious
guess
at
there
all.
must be some people who can.
Nothing about that sounds weird.
People tell the most horrible stories about him here in the neighborhood, and somebody even sent the police to his house.
Really? And why?
Because of the screams.
Screams? What kind of screams?
Oh yeah,
His
they
lordship
always have a vendetta against him. They're always complaining about all of our screaming.
They do screaming exercises. You know how rich people always go into the forest and scream at the trees?
Know what the aristocracy can be like.
Although that being said, like if you told me that like capitalists scream at trees because they're there and not in an apartment, I believe that.
I think, but not because of the screams, because of the animal trophies in his drawing room.
It was because he hadn't got a shooting license, wasn't it?
Yes, I think that's right. How did you know?
Oh, I just guessed.
Total guess.
How big is this piece of
Don't stop looking at me.
10,000 square meters, I would say. There's a big forest behind the house. Lord Sinclair had it laid out himself.
Did he do that?
Yeah, the more I hear about this Lord Sinclair, I get the feeling he's the bad guy.
Trees in the forest look as if
Just
they were 100.
there's something about him just doesn't sound right, you know?
Not possible.
Why is that not possible?
Screaming,
Lord Sinclair told me
murders,
Yeah.
illegal hunting.
Goons, hired goons.
How old is Lord Sinclair?
I don't know exactly.
1,000.
But from his outer appearance, I'd say he's about 60.
Would you show me the grounds?
Oh, I would like to do that. But Lord Sinclair has strictly forbidden all employees to take strangers onto the estate.
I'm not a stranger. I'm your friend, buddy.
I'm not a stranger. I'm from the Office of Agricultural Affairs.
Luckily, I don't have to look after the
I'm here
whole
to talk
farm.
about his
Only the hedges and the park in
fountain.
front of the house.
Yes.
Lord Sinclair himself takes care of the garden behind the
Fountains.
house.
Why does he do that?
I don't know. The forest is his favorite place in the garden. He spends hours and hours there, and nobody is allowed in there, apart from himself and his closest friends.
Is it? Yeah, no, you can't go in. You can't go in the manor. There's something about being too working class, whatever that means.
Just like his friends in the club. They make excursions to the countryside as well, to Epping Forest or to Stonehenge, to the Megalith
Hmm.
Circle.
Stonehenge, you say?
Tell me more about the grounds.
Oh, Lord Sinclair's taste is exquisite. The whole park around the house was laid out according to his plans.
Interesting.
For the fir tree plantation behind the house, he had young trees flown in from China.
Why was that?
Well, he likes Chinese firs better, and to him money is no object. If he likes something,
He's
he'll
basically
buy it.
grown his own little forest in his back garden.
I have to go. Duty calls. Don't work too hard.
Again, just by total coincidence
day.
that druids are big fans of forests and nature like that, you know?
Are you thinking of setting fire to the shrubs?
I am
You
exactly.
are!
That's exactly what I'm doing. How does it draw attention from the gardener who turns like a fucking milk van, by the way, and off he goes. I like to think that the two guards can see over the hedges there, and he's just seeing like,
is that smoke?
That's smoke to me. No, my eyesight's gone weird, but I'm pretty sure that guy from the agricultural office set fire to a shrub.
And like he clearly there's no one else who would have set fire. Like you, how is he getting out of this?
How is he going to escape? Someone will have to rescue him from this calamity he's put himself into, or he can just run away from it. Like he does all of his problems. Oh god! Like if you told me this was a comedy, I'd believe you. You know, kind of way. Like if you told me, like if this was like fucking, like being played by Rowan Atkinson or something, like this actually game would be so much more believable.
Yeah,
you know?
actually, that's a very good point. Frank
But it's not a
Drebin.
Yeah, this is a very Frank Drebin detective. But the problem is, this game is being serious. Like this is supposed to be a genuine, proper fucking like adventure about druids and shit. It's like, no, lads, you're not. You're not that serious. Right then. And we broke the shears.
Damn, the shears are broken.
So we set fire to the shrub for nothing.
Yep. No. We just had to finish a job with the scissors.
Now the scissors are broken as well. But the
Yeah, the scissors are broken as well.
Mm-hmm.
Right, now we're going to have to put in another order for stationery.
I made sure if we did another one of them, we'd be fired. Like that would be it. Like,
wait a minute, the fence is electrified. No, better not.
So this is a problem I started running into, and so just for full disclosure, I was playing this on the PC first, and the screen was a little bit. It seemed to be like a little bit stretched to what it's normally used to, because I was mentioning before that like the reason I didn't play this live was because the game bar that we use for recording is taking up half the screen. Like it's very hard to focus with that thing just like flashing around you. So I kind of went and played it myself. But so basically the screen is like really the actual game screen is tiny, you know. So so in essence I'm trying to work out like, okay, like I'm clicking on something, but it's clicking something slightly above, you know, or it's registering something slightly above. So I ran into trouble quite a bit, especially on this level, which we'll find out momentarily.
Stop.
Especially as well, like things are not quite clear on like what do you want us to do, you know. So I'm going to break in apart that hole there with the gloves. So do I need to go again? Do you need me to put down something insulating so I don't shock myself? What's the Jimmy here? You know, the kind of way.
Fingerprint powder. No.
So I'm getting quite confused now about what the game actually wants me to do.
That's futile as well.
Because my understanding was you broke the gate, but here's the thing: I had to do it twice.
It won't work.
Because the hole was too small for poor old Halligan to fit through. So now it's fine.
Oh, okay.
Now
That's
I
so
can put
annoying.
the scarf and the bag in the hole. So yeah, quite ludicrous to be honest.
Yep, yep, that's very annoying.
Yeah. But now in we go.
Well, hey!
Oh look,
To be caught
pre-render
straight away by
cutscene.
guards.
Yep, exactly.
How do you do, Mr. Halligan? How nice of you to visit us.
You know my name?
And that could very well be
Certainly.
one of the
Lord
guys we
Sinclair has
saw
been
in the
expecting
graveyard.
Yep.
He has?
And in fact,
Is that
I'd say I
possibly
think it's
some
implied
kind
that
of
it was actually
psychic
him.
or what?
Why don't you ask him that yourself? Let's go.
That
And
was a very
a
sexual
lovely,
pat down.
yeah, it was a little bit of a grope there, wasn't it? And you know what's even funnier? If you just squint there, you can see that in this cutscene, the guard is bald. Like, I'm sorry, but how do you keep making these fucking mistakes? Like, he's got a shiny fucking head, and he's got like a full head of hair in the previous cutscene, and now his hair is back.
Maybe it's
There's
just
so
the sun is
many,
shining and making it look
yeah,
blonde.
Mr.
I'm
Halligan,
gonna give it the benefit
maybe.
of the
it is a
doubt.
great pleasure to meet you in person at
Oh,
long
this
last.
guy looks dead.
The pleasure's mine.
Well, this is
Would
Lord
you mind
Sinclair,
telling your
Burkbot,
charming
of sound mind
gorilla
and,
here to
well, not
point his
body,
damn
but
pistol somewhere else?
Please forgive us this precautionary measure, Mr. Halligan. I happen to be a distrustful man.
really, you don't look it at all.
Jack,
Lord Sinclair, now that we've met, there are a few questions I'd really like to ask you.
certainly, certainly. After dinner, I will answer any questions you deign to ask me. Until then, please be my guest.
That is an
Please be good
incredible
enough to
widow's
show
peak
our
he
guest
has.
to his chamber.
You do not seem to be quite aware of the situation you are in, Lord Sinclair. I'm a detective from Scotland Yard. I
Yeah,
don't want to
he's
have dinner with
quite
you. I'm here because of a series of
he's a
murders
stereotypical
in which
evil
you are a
man.
prime suspect.
Yeah, he's Mr. Burns.
Yeah,
He's
Mister.
straight
There
Mr.
we
Burns.
go.
Yeah.
There we go.
I didn't even remotely try and hide that design.
If anyone here is unaware of the situation they are in, you are. I have asked you to be my guest at dinner. Please don't disappoint me by refusing. Otherwise, I will have to ask Jack here to persuade you to stay in his own way.
I understand. I'm to stay here voluntarily. Because if I don't, you'll force me. Is that it?
I'm glad we've settled that.
Ah, yes,
Now,
violent
eyebrows are
coercion.
follow my friend Jack. He
Yeah.
will show you to your room. We will discuss everything else in detail later, over dinner.
Let's go.
So I think I know where he fucked up with the guy's hair, because it's the whatever texture they've used, it blurs out after a while. It's like they got the opacity wrong on it. They were supposed to kind of like they're trying to get like fluffy hair, but you can see there when he's away at a distance, it fades, and then when it's closer, it's fine. So they just totally fucked up that texture.
Absolutely.
It's like on Microsoft Paint when you use the spray can feature.
That's exactly what I was thinking. That's exactly what I was thinking.
The handles are locked.
So there we go. Now we're trapped in this room.
Firmly
So
locked.
this is where we could potentially game over. So what we're trying to do here is trying to escape from the room. And it's a nice, pleasant picture. We have a time skip here because we've been stuck in this room for quite some time.
Okay, so you just got a
Night
couple of
has
seconds
arrived.
looking
That's
around,
all I needed.
and then nighttime.
Yeah, well, essentially, once you start looking at this picture, there's a time change. And this is where you try and plan your escape.
That's a nail.
It's a nail!
It's a nail. Unbelievable. So yeah, you have a picture of a druid holding up a leg, and you use the frame of the painting to lift out the nail.
Cause logic.
And then you thread the nail through the frame to lift out the canvas from the picture.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sure.
Right,
This is some
following so far.
MacGyver level shit.
Oh, believe me, you haven't fucking seen the start of it. So, seems to be something unusual about the floor here. Yes, it was substandard grouting. That was the problem. Now we're clearing the
That in a
grout.
big house like that, you'd expect the grouting to be good.
You would, wouldn't you? But there you go. So now we can now moving tiles.
If they're outside the door, they're going to notice this.
What was that? God, somebody's screaming out
Someone's
there.
having their nightly screaming exercise. So, you remember the most cliche puzzle in video games?
Can't do anything without the key.
The most cliche one: get out of a locked room using a pick in the lock.
Pick in the lock and collect it with a newspaper. That's literally what this puzzle is.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And again, yeah, this game is guilty of it.
We are. The key.
Oh, this is so bad.
And I wouldn't mind, but like that is genuinely like it was a competent puzzle they made, but like the reason it's competent is because literally every fucking adventure game has done this.
Yeah.
They've literally just had to copy it and add their own
to
little twist
get
to
the
it.
means to do the competent puzzle is so incompetent.
But that's what I mean. Like I genuinely believe that like they didn't do it for the meme. Like this is like in 2001 maybe. So they think that this is genuinely this is a genius puzzle to escape. So now we are in the manor itself.
And we know the people are out screaming, so we should be able to walk around freely.
We've proven that now. Yeah. That there be dragons in them hills. And yeah, graphical fuck up as Halligan merges into the wall. Door. Yeah.
You're in an old house full of ghosts, you also become a ghost.
Well, like I said, I think that's just from how the game was like digitized, just like small things like that have happened. So I do not believe that's how the game was intended on CD. I think just when it got ported, small things like that happen. And there'll be more later on, which are hilarious. Which will...
I have to find the back door to get.
I mean, Halligan, if you just take one step further, you're technically out the front door.
It's locked.
It's kind of disappointing that there's a lack of things to investigate around the house.
Yeah. Now, I don't mind that in a sense because it is funneling you into one area in particular. So it does serve a purpose. But yeah, it seems like a lot of wasted energy.
The dinner table is laid for a dinner
for six, you say. Also, look at the decanters on the table. They are absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, actually, very true. They're like vases.
They're like conical flasks. Never even like it's you're not going to pour anything out of that.
Earth and a shovel. An old castle by the sea.
Some very different art.
Yeah, so a castle, there's a picture of an old castle and then depictions of air, earth, and water, which you know are the three of the druidic elements. And now cutscene time. And what's happening here, I hear you ask?
Pagan shit.
Oh, mad pagan shit. As Halligan hides behind the most obvious bush possible.
Got a leg?
Yep. He's carving the bone, the meat off the leg as the guy is still alive. And Halligan can't deal with it. Just collapses in panic.
I mean, fair enough.
Yeah.
That is disturbing.
Very disturbing.
Also, that your man is just lying there, letting his muscles being taken off while, like, you know. Oh God, they're eating it.
Yes, they are.
Well, Mr. Halligan, I don't believe I have introduced you to the gentlemen of my club yet. This is General
Looks strangely
Myers
like
of the
Miller.
British Army. Next to him is Bishop
Stevenson.
Steve Buscemi.
The Earl of Sutcliffe, one of the Queen's closest advisors. And the gentleman sitting beside you is Mr. Smothers of the Worldwide.
You can tell from his 4 fucking chins.
I'm sure you're curious to learn what our club is all about. But I would suggest you have a bite to eat first.
Our club is about 2 main things. Eating human flesh and drinking from weirdly shaped glasses. Any questions, Mr. Halligan?
You see, Mr. Halligan, you must know we have been following your investigation.
Splendid. Eat away.
Come on, num. Tuck in, boy.
For some time. I expect your experience in the park will have convinced you that we are, to a certain degree, responsible for these incidents.
Like he's just going, yeah, keep talking. Lovely. More, please.
Has a rather
Oh dear.
unique flavor.
Like,
It is human flesh, Mr. Halligan.
like we learn later he's under a spell, basically. We
This
learn that he's
flesh
like he's
is the
kind of
source
under a
of life
trance.
force.
Or like hypnosis or
Grants
something.
strength.
But at this moment in time, it actually just looks at him just going, oh my god, this is
Will soon
amazing.
discover
Oh,
the
keep going. Keep
incomparable
talking, man.
feeling of power for yourself. It will be grander than any feeling you have ever felt. Very soon now, and the day of the ritual's completion has
He's
come,
actually eating it.
our
He's actually
power
doing
will
it.
be perfect.
Yeah, he's had a
Then it
whole
will
slice
be
to
time
himself
for the
already.
curse that will put an end to the wretched hustle and bustle of this world and make room for something grand and new.
It must be like falling off the boat, like literally so tender for him not to even need a knife.
Just saying, it's probably like pulled pork or something, you know? Just collapses the moment you see it, you even look at it.
But you are a very lucky man. You will witness the great day yourself, and you will be there on the right side. For by eating this flesh, you have become one of us. Welcome to the
That glass of
circle,
wine is as
Mr.
big as his
Halligan.
head, and for one, that's what I respect him for.
I can appreciate a man who drinks his head's weight in wine. Meanwhile, let's switch to the real protagonists. Okay, so Halligan's now a cultist, so now because we left that message now for Melissa Turner, she'll now take over the investigation. And here she is.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yep. And no doubt, like I said, we left literally all the information possible to her. So,
Wonder if the whole offense is still there.
well, that's the thing. If we were to assume that this is the next morning, then maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Depends if they notice or not.
Sorry, I am Lord Sinclair's butler.
I'd like to talk to Lord Sinclair.
On what matter, miss?
I'm looking for a detective from Scotland Yard.
You are looking for a detective? Miss, in that case, I would recommend
The-
you contact Scotland
We literally
Yard.
said we're looking for someone from Scotland Yard, implying he's not fucking there, Butler.
I thought the detective might be here.
No, I am sorry. A Detective Halligan has not been here.
Could I talk to Lord Sinclair, please?
I am sorry, miss, but his lordship is not here.
I see.
Have a good day.
And here was me thinking that we could use our womanly wits to try and out-trick this Butler, but no, he ain't buying it. Ooh, where's the gardener gone?
Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun. Was he? Was he on a day off, or is he the main course? Dun 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 dun.
So she can't actually interact with the burnt bush to be like, hey, this looks recently scorched.
Yeah, it's literally just like, this seems like Brent Halligan's work. He must have been here. So, Burpa. This is the stealth section. Which is at which point I thought to myself, boy, I'm glad that we didn't play this live. Because this
Oh
part of the
god.
game is broken. It's very,
Oh
very
god.
badly made. So,
Okay. We've
I'll explain
sneaked
to you.
through. Oh yeah, go on.
Yes.
Ow! There are
Right.
some stones
So you have a couple
here.
of stones, and essentially.
Stop
Oh,
right there.
you got caught.
Yeah. I did. I got the death screen first and see what happens. Because again,
Okay.
I've
Leave me alone,
escaped
you
death
bastards!
for the most part so far.
Well, there's no need to be that upset.
And
What are
especially
you
with all
doing
the
here,
with all these
sweetheart?
type of games,
you
there should be
looking
some
for
fun,
something?
kind of goofy
I,
deaths to do.
She got through the
But
hole in the fence.
you'll see what happens.
Little lady,
Uh-oh.
you shouldn't have done that. Now Lord Sinclair will have a surprise guest for his dinner tonight.
What? What are you going to do to me?
You'll find out soon enough, sweetheart.
And here she is, just standing, waiting for death.
Doesn't even have a photograph or some tiles to move.
Nothing.
Mr. Halligan. Oh god, I'm so glad to see you. What are you doing here?
I'm preparing dinner.
You're having dinner with Lord Sinclair? That bastard got me locked in here. I really don't want to have dinner with someone like that.
You're not being asked.
Oh.
What? Mr. Halligan? Is everything all right with you?
Come with me, Miss Turner.
Where?
Into the garden. I have to prepare dinner.
In the garden? Mr. Halligan? What are you talking about? What's wrong with you?
Come with me, Miss Turner. Dinner will be ready soon. And you will be our guest of honor.
And that's it. That's the death screen.
Wow.
Yeah. 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 Literally, that's it. That's the death screen.
Wow.
Didn't even remotely try. And then it just boots you back to the title screen.
Wow.
Yeah. So that wasn't worthwhile. So I'll explain why this part of the game is shite. So the puzzle is there's an open window there where the second guard is. Obviously, the first guard stays stationary. He's facing the manor doors, and the second guy is patrolling up and down. Right. What you want to do is you want to throw stones into that bush over where the first guy is. However, the position of the bush is very specific because if you throw the stones when this guy is facing you, you get caught.
Yeah.
If you throw the stones when he's close to you, you get caught. And if you throw the stones basically too close to the guard, it hits him and you get caught.
It hits him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stop
Now,
right there.
this is all. Yeah, so that was just bad luck on my part, but that's the first part of the puzzle. Now, to explain to you how wrong this game went on me,
What is that?
Leave me alone,
the
you
bush looks like it's a
bastards!
wide open spot. You think again, going by programming, it's a box you can aim for. However, the actual active box you need is smaller than that. So it's the middle of the bush and it's slightly off left to where the guard is. So when you're clicking at it, and again, the icon you have is just a bunch of stones. So what's the center of that graphic, if you know what I mean? That's why when you have stuff like this, sometimes they have little crosshairs so you can point to where you want to go. So not only did I think that we had a programming glitch here and things were gone wrong, so I stopped playing on the PC because I thought the screen was getting stretched and the game was jammed. So I switched to the laptop where the screen was a little bit smaller and hopefully a little bit more accurate. And lo and behold, I got there in the end. Now, whether I needed to do that in the first place, I don't know. But we got there in the end. But remarkably enough, that's only half this fucking puzzle, right? So when you throw the stones into the bush, that's one thing. That distracts the two guards there. So you then need to run to the second bush, take a pause there, and then walk the rest of the way because the running
it's too loud.
Will be too loud. Even though you're on what sounds like wet grass and substantially lighter than a man in an overcoat.
Let's have a look.
Obviously you have to wait until the second guy turns the corner before you can move. And then walk the rest of the way. So So what I've done just there now is perfect, but that genuinely took me like 15 to 20 attempts.
Oh my good God, I would have given up.
Yeah. So that's why I'm very, very grateful that we did a pre-record on this, because that would have sucked his life out of
That would
us.
have broken. Yeah, that would have broken me.
Yeah. Because I would have thought at the time that the game was fucked. And that's why I switched to like to a different fucking computer to play it like.
That looks like blood.
So this is actually Lord Sinclair's study, where there's a few puzzles to be done.
Okay. You got
So
earth, wind, water, and fire.
yeah, they're the icons for the four. So again, even looking at the icons, you can kind of give a guess of what they're meant to be, you know. And basically there's loads of other stuff in here as well.
Bones.
These are definitely human bones.
And as that sounds, we don't have a time limit here. We can take our time and explore everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Are these skulls real? Looks like it.
Now I thought at the time that we did, so that's why I was kind of rushing through everything, but no. We were all good.
Interesting.
And in fairness, there's also a bit of a, shall we say, a harbinger for a puzzle to come up later on.
Okay.
Yeah.
A pentagram. A druid's foot would suit Lord Sinclair better.
So the puzzle here is you can see that everyone is kind of doing those kind of like, as it were, the Egyptian like walking stance, except for one guy who has his arms out in the T pose. So what you want to do is you want to basically invert the pentagram so he's pointing down to that, and you'll hear a click. So that's the first thing. So now I'm trying to figure out where the click came from as well, which is another task. Yeah. So then you look at this, see the picture there as well. So there you have it. So there's a safe behind it. So basically, by doing the first puzzle, you unlocked basically the picture from the frame, and now you can do the safe. So you don't necessarily get a hint for this as such, but the actual hint is the painting. So the painting has like 3 objects, basically. It has a star, the moon, and the skull. And if you basically if you kind of compare that to like a clock, you'd see that there's one at 10 o'clock, 2, and 6.
Right.
So you basically go from there. Now, that's not obviously adequately explained. I think it's actually, sorry, I was wrong. It was 10, 1, and 2. Now, the trouble is that you need to do them consecutively. So if you do 10 and then do the one incorrectly, it resets. So you could be going around the dial thinking you got it wrong, but you actually have to do, like, you have to get the 3 coordinates correct and then open see it. Like, it's a bit of trial and error, but it's not the worst in the world, to be fair. So this is me, like, systematically going through the buttons here until I get the right one, which eventually I do. So in the end, like, you know, I'll eventually get to here where it's, the right answer was 6 o'clock, because obviously that's where the 3 objects are in the painting. And there we go. Voila.
Voila. Open.
So what we have here is a scroll and the amulet. So Melanie found the amulet in the end. The story is happy end.
It seems to be really
So
for Lord
that tells you now that for definite that it was Mr. Blacktop in the graveyard with the amulet.
The creatively nicknamed Jack was the guy who chased us over. And look, it's Halligan.
God, what a relief. What was that for?
Oh!
What's wrong, Brent? Why
Yeah.
are you hitting me?
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Again!
Stop it! What's the matter with you?
Yeah.
Don't you recognize me? Brent, stop it!
Go, drama.
Dun, dun,
Come on, Melanie, use those rubber arms. Stretch, bunk.
Brent, you bloody idiot!
Now
Yeah.
kill him.
No, she just stops.
Oh. What?
I love the transition from the two game
Do you recognize me?
Like,
Of course I
and
recognize
decompress.
you. Bloody hell, what's going on? Oh my god, I'm feeling sick. Everything's spinning.
So who knew that the way to break a druid's trance is a concussion?
Wait, I just have to get it together for a moment.
Could
Oh,
have
Melanie,
been just that
you
easy.
can't imagine what I've gone through here. What happened?
You threatened me. You tried to kill me.
I did what?
You tried to kill me, Brent. You hit me. Don't ever do that again. Do you understand?
Don't ever try and kill me again, Brent. Oh, I swear. Oh, I'll be so angry.
I can't even remember hitting you.
Oh, God, Brent. What's this Sinclair done to you?
How did you get here anyway? Have you been here long?
I got your message. Can't you remember? I thought you might need help out here.
Oh, right.
Now, as far as I know, I think if you
Around the room, Brent.
you can go through this entire game and not send a copy to Melanie. If you do, then you end up basically just like locked in that room, and you end up being
So Sinclair.
mincemeat
I'm
essentially.
sure Mr. Blake will be interested.
That's my understanding of it. So again,
tell me
in
what
terms of death
happened
screen,
here,
you literally don't miss much. It is just like white text and black background, and that's it. Like,
Melanie, I saw how this Lord Sinclair killed somebody.
What? When did you see that? And where?
Last night, here on the estate. Sinclair caught me immediately after my arrival and had me locked up. I could hear screams when I was in that room. Horrible screams. I escaped and ran outside to the forest behind the estate. And there I saw it.
What did you see?
Sinclair and
all the
some other
druids having a little
they wore
fun.
habits, and they were just about to cut a living human being into pieces.
Well, they weren't about to. They were literally cutting him to pieces.
True.
I saw it with my
There's no
own
if
You
and
saw
if and
the
about
muscle
it.
being scraped off.
Oh,
Like,
God.
Like, yeah.
What happened to you?
My guy was being sauteed
You
alive, for fuck's
recognize
sake.
me.
It must have had something to do with the food.
What food?
Sinclair and his
that
friends
delicious,
invited me
delicious
to
food.
their dinner.
Mm.
The food did something to me. Anyway, Sinclair had no compunction in telling me all about the circle and about their future plans over
It's,
dinner.
yeah, I just love the daftness of it. It's like, they made me eat that food. And not according to the cutscene, Mr. Halligan.
That's nonsense.
There wasn't much coercion with that main course, you know what I mean?
And they are serious. I'm sure about that now.
What's going on in there? Open the door! Open it!
I don't
at
know
once!
if it was my audio
Brent, you're
dropped
at the
or
door.
whether
We
it's
have to
the
leave.
current
Open the
weather
door!
conditions.
Jack!
But there was
Yeah,
a
Melanie,
period
I
of
think you're
just
right.
like
We really should
silence
get out of here.
on the
And we should do it
there.
now. We made it.
I think. Well, I think I heard sound on my side, so I think the local storm I think might have
I'm a bit out of
might be
I
telling you
could
to.
see, I could still see the captions, but that's why I was kind of pressing buttons
Yeah.
here on my computer just to make sure I hadn't done busted.
Mr. Blake.
No, that's fair.
Anybody
That's
can tell
fair.
us something about the incidents in
In
this
case
house,
you
he
thought there was a
can.
bit of a lull there, it was me
Mr.
seriously
Blake,
trying to
I'm
figure
glad
out what
you're
was going
here.
on.
There's a
That's
lot
okay.
we need to tell you.
And we
We've
immediately just
experienced
run to
something simply incredible.
Professor
straight
Blake.
away.
Down, Mr. Halligan.
Yeah.
No way of
discuss it all
sneaking
in
out. You
peace
didn't
and
have to do another
quiet.
stealth
Perhaps
exercise
you'd
to
like
get
to
out.
introduce me to the young
I
lady.
choose to
Oh,
believe
of
that
course.
they
I almost
basically
forgot in all
couldn't
this
program it in.
excitement. Mr. Blake, this is Dr. Melanie Turner from the Anthropological Museum in Oxford.
Oh yes, of course. We spoke on the telephone.
Again,
That's right.
I wanted
Please
to
tell
just
me
imagine
about
like
your long
like Professor Blake is looking at the like Halligan with like a big fucking lump on the side of his head, and Melanie with like clearly like slaps on her face as well, going like, okay, I'm not even gonna ask. I'm just gonna keep poking my book. Have you read my book, by the way? It's
It's about the Druids. Have you heard about the Druids?
I'm gonna do the same pumping noise because it seems like you all like that.
Where was it?
In a hidden safe. In the office of the leader of this ominous circle. There was a parchment with it. With
What's the
completely
chances that
legible
Blake
signs
turns
on
out to be a bad guy too,
Here,
that you
take
really
a
just
look.
wanted
Can you
like the
not-
amulet
can-
to do?
Well, he seemed to trying to psychically absorb that piece of paper. So
Very
Oh.
unusual runes. I'll have to take a look
Pump,
at this in
pump,
peace. Go on
pump.
with your story.
Here we go.
You were saying you know who's leading the circle? Who is it?
Can we just accept him? Just don't call him a Chris Pratt. Just call him a Tory. We all know who he is. Like you don't get it by you don't get a lordship by merit. Quite literally. Like,
Yeah.
The circle is led by an aristocrat called Lord Sinclair.
Lord Sinclair. Never heard of him. How did you find out?
Research. Scotland Yard observed the group for a while. There was an entry in the database, so I drove out to his place. It's a pretty pretentious estate on Winchester Street.
You drove out there all by yourself?
Yes.
That was rather careless of you, Mr.
Oh, wait until you hear the
You
next
can say
bit,
that
Doctor
again. He's
Professor.
obviously been expecting me and had me locked up at once.
What happened next?
I ate a man. I mean, what?
I witnessed a murder taking place.
It was delicious.
On
I want
Satan's
more.
estate?
Please help.
Professor Blake, has anyone ever told you that
I
human
saw
flesh
them
tastes a
cutting
bit
the
like
flesh
pulled
from a
pork?
human body. Alive.
And goes well with a barbecue drizzle. Don't ask me how I know that.
I knew it.
I just
What you
do.
witnessed was a ritual for the transferal of life force.
A transferal of life
Passed
force.
out. When I came to, I was
So
sitting
Halligan
at a
basically
lay
has a
table
second
with
health bar
Sinclair
now,
and four
just in
other
case
men.
anyone's wondering.
Was there food on the table?
Yes, meat.
You didn't eat any, surely.
Yes, I did.
Oh my God.
I know. It was the victim's flesh, wasn't it?
Yes. You have taken part in the ritual. Mr.
You are
Halligan.
now in
How
the
on
inner
earth
circle.
Did you manage to get away?
Miss Turner got me out. If it hadn't been for her, I wouldn't be here now.
You're a
I
brave
choose to
woman,
believe that,
Miss
like,
Turner.
if there was a sequel to this game, like, Halligan would be the main villain now. Like, he is actually fully, like, the druidic powers have now kind of like taken him over, and he's like set up a new set of druids. And like either like Melanie would have to be the protagonist to try and take him down, or you know, maybe give with the people,
And all
give the people
he
what they
doesn't
want.
care about any of like the beliefs or anything. He just want more meat.
He's just hungry all the time.
But
Don't point to Professor Blake. Something he can do about it.
Yes, you're a witness. A simple detective up against 5 highly influential citizens. Who'd believe you? You don't stand a
Finally, the
chance.
most realistic person in this game.
How can we stop these people?
I'm afraid we won't be able
That's a
to.
man who realizes he's
Sinclair and his
he's
friends
it's
are
a man who
determined.
realizes he's living in
Every
England,
one of their rituals
and the
makes
class
them
system
more
still lives
powerful.
on.
Have you found out yet what stopped the completion of the ritual 1,000 years ago?
I've deciphered the text a little further, but some of the signs are just completely unknown to me.
I thought you said the amulet was important to the ritual.
Yes, that's what the inscription says.
Yeah, but then everything's all right now. After all, I've got
Hmm.
it. Let's just melt it down, then this nightmare will be over.
Mr. Halligan, you're forgetting the ritual has already taken place 1,000 years ago.
Yeah, so this is literally the last piece they need is to, you know, kill as many people as they need to get the life force and complete the ritual.
Their ritual.
But if this amulet means so much to Sinclair, surely it must be needed for the perfection.
I'm not so sure about that. Sinclair may be interested in it for some other reason.
What makes you think that?
The title written on the parchment. you
Oh,
gave me.
parchment, yes, sweet delicious parchment.
What does the parchment's title say?
Unless I'm very much mistaken, the text refers to a place known as 12 Bridges.
What kind of place is
I read that as 12 budgies.
Is an abandoned complex.
Yeah.
The bridges are in great
Is it-
danger of
oh my God, how
collapsing.
horrible.
Ancient
They're eating
Celtic
parrots
myths
now. How
refer to the
disgusting.
place as the Gate of the Worlds.
Gate of the Worlds? What's that supposed to be?
You know, Mr. Halligan, the Celts did not regard reality
Ooh,
and time
hello.
as insurmountable facts. On the contrary, they regarded them as illusions.
Things are getting tasty
which
up in
man's
here.
Laziness and ignorance made him incapable of overcoming. Celtic shrines were always special places that allowed them to leave the normality of everyday reality. Celtic myths claim that 12 Bridges has been a consecrated
To be fair,
site
12
for
Bridges does sound like a
millennia.
fantastic power metal
A
band.
place where the body can
Yeah.
step over
Doesn't it? Like,
into
you can imagine them, like, they would be the soundtrack to someone's childhood, you know?
Can you read what the
And then when they
parchment
come back on
says?
their, like, the
The
reunion
signs
tour,
resemble
everyone is
those
buying
on the
tickets for it, you
inscription
know?
I'm working on, but I'm just not getting anywhere with
Like
it. All I've
generations.
been able to make out of the parchment
Yeah.
so far is the title. I need a special book to continue. The Celtic Orthographic System by Scott M. Winfield. Oxford University Library should have it. Mr. Halligan, please get me a copy of that
Only
book.
it's someone in
I believe the
Oxford that could
translation of
get
this
us there.
parchment is the key to Lord Sinclair's intention.
Yes, Melanie.
You mean 12 Bridges is the gate to a journey through time?
According to the legend, yes.
Now, Burkbot, I'm gonna
But nothing's
gonna
ever
give
been
you a wild
reported of
guess
such a
to
journey.
see if
Well,
you
that
know
doesn't
where
make it
Act
impossible,
2
does it?
and 3 of this game is
Place
going.
has not been closely examined so far.
Are we gonna
It's too
end up
dilapidated. Just entering the place is taking a
in
very
Oxford
serious risk. Anyway,
and
nobody
then
really believes in time
at
travel anymore
Glasgow?
these days.
We will be very
Why would
close to
Sinclair keep a
Glasgow,
parchment
yes.
about that place in his safe?
You see, Mr.
Stonehenge.
Halligan, that's
Stonehenge,
what I've
yep,
been
that's on our
wondering.
list too.
If Sinclair knows the place and keeps a parchment about it hidden in his safe, wouldn't it be
Can't believe my
conceivable that
closest.
journeys through time really are
Like
possible
the
from
closest I'll
12
ever get
bridges?
to Glastonbury is
he wants to
this
travel
game.
back in time?
Well, he'd certainly be doing his
Well,
best to
I
make sure
mean,
nobody
when we
else made
eventually
that
play
journey.
Broken Sword
Maybe
3, that's when you
Sinclair
actually get to
wants
see the
prevent
tour in Glastonbury.
anyone from traveling back in time and disturbing the ritual.
In fact, I think
Why would
actually
anyone do that?
Glastonbury is a very big part of
Why
Broken
would
Sword 3, as I
Sinclair be so
remember.
concerned about it?
It's easy.
Uh-huh.
No
True.
ritual, no inheritors. No inheritors.
No Lord Sinclair.
So he just started doing the pumping thing
Of
to
course, these are just
I
speculations.
love it. It's like,
As I said,
come on.
Mr. Halligan,
Pump that information,
I need
Halligan.
the book from the library. I should be able to tell you more when I've translated the parchment.
Why do they call the place 12 Bridges?
It's a very strange arrangement of 12 stone bridges. No one
Well, geez,
knows
that
why
really helped explain things, Drake.
Probably
Thanks.
weren't the first thing that was erected there anyway. The current bridge array dates from the early Middle Ages. If, as I suspect, that place has been a Celtic shrine for centuries, there are bound to have been other structures there at some point.
Okay. That is pretty much all we need to do with Blake at this point.
Thank you,
Okey-doke.
Mr. Blake. I'll see what I can
Mhm.
make of it.
Good. If you have any more questions, don't hesitate to call on me anytime you like.
Yeah, that's it. So when
Right.
we come back then on the on Mystery of the Druids, we're going to go to Oxford.
Give me the book so I
Oxford
can
to
start
get a
translating
book.
immediately.
We're going to get a
Blake, I
book
haven't
for
got the
Professor
book yet.
Blake
I
and
need
promise
to
not
ask
to
you
eat
something
any
first.
humans along the
Anytime,
way.
Mr. Halligan.
No
That's
promises.
probably going to be the
I've
hardest part
changed
of
my
this.
mind.
All right,
That
Mr.
more than
Halligan, I'll
likely,
see you
yes.
soon.
So
And,
until then,
don't
we'll see you
forget
next
to
time on
bring me
Click the
the
Thing.
book.
Good night, everybody.
Click that thing. Goodbye. Hey.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Mystery of the Druids.
Woohoo!
We click so many things now that we have to go to a library. That's our state of play now at the moment. We have to go to Oxford.
More mysterious. I can't believe
Yes.
what Mr.
Sorry,
Blake said.
We have to find out why this amulet is
Sorry,
so
I was
important to
getting
Sinclair.
double
Perhaps Mr.
the
Blake is
sound
right.
coming through
The
there.
amulet is the key to preventing the ritual. I expect
Yeah,
we'll
this game
know
is bad
more
enough.
as
You
soon
don't want
as
to hear
the
it twice.
translation of the parchment
No,
is
I do not
done.
need
I have
to
to
hear
go
it
to
twice.
Oxford, Melanie. I have to get the book for Mr. Blake.
Yes, of course.
Okay,
That's fine
so
by me. I really need to check a few things at
remind
home.
us now, Jonathan, where we left off.
I'll get in touch with you as
So
soon as I
we
have
remember
any
we
news.
were
Okay?
we were in the
I'll
manor
be off
with
then.
Mr. Sinclair.
Okay,
We
Melanie.
ate some
See
flesh.
you later.
We were very
Yes.
silly, and
Yes.
Melanie was going to save us because we actually told her where we're actually going, gave her all the details like a smart detective would, and then we were back out to Blake to tell him what happened and to basically say that there is some druid shit going on. So now to help him basically identify some runes that we found on the in the house and to see
Yes.
what exactly these neo druids are trying to do, we're now going to the Oxford Library to see if we can find one particular piece that will help him translate all the works.
Yep. And he hasn't arrested himself for eating a human or partaking in any sort of murder yet, which I find, he hasn't called in for backup.
That's kind of on par for the English police, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
we've all watched Line of Duty. They're all bent coppers.
Exactly. Our blanket has not been moved or spotted by the guards. That's nice.
Yeah, they're not really great guards, are they? Although I suppose that they're spending most of their days cleaning up, like bits of flesh off the floor, might be a little bit more tricky. But no, I am actually there. I have come back to the scene of the crime for a reason here because, like, shockingly enough, there's actually an item I need here in amongst this rubbish, and I'm genuinely trying to find it because it's this game doesn't necessarily do that kind of thing where say there's an object you can interact with, it makes it obvious. Sometimes it doesn't do that.
Yeah.
Which is quite annoying.
Like when we were trapped in the room the last day, it was not obvious to me that you had to tear a piece off the photo frame. Ridiculousness.
Oh yeah, I mean, you just stack it up with all the other rookie mistakes this game has made. But that's the best way I can describe it. It's just like it's a rookie mistake to make when you're making a video game,
Yeah. This is just a series of rookie mistakes.
Yes. Unfortunately, the writing isn't gonna get any better, so strap yourself in.
Oh God.
Yeah. But yes, what my trouble here is I'm trying to find a piece of wire basically off the fence. But first of all, I had to try and find the wire. This is where I was going wrong because I thought I had to find the wire first in order to interact with it. Whereas no, if you just kind of click some of the dead space, you'll just magically get a wire. Or I think I have to ply off some of it with my tools and implements that I have to hand. But you can see there, like that's the piece of wire there. Like it's
Of course,
like,
you didn't click anything in particular.
no, like like that doesn't even look like a wire. That was like an errant branch, you know? Like it's anyway. So I have I have what I need now, and now we can go off to lovely Oxford Library.
Ooh.
Shockingly enough, Halligan can believe a lot of things, but unicorns is outside of his belief system.
Oxford University
He's just out of human because he was in a trance. Yeah, he's like, no, that's too much.
No, I don't think I like this statue. It has a horn in it. I don't like horns.
Nice car.
Again, I don't think BMW allowed the use of one of their car models to be used in this game. I'm not going to call them though, because I think that would raise more questions than answers.
Imagine they did give the sign off and they just don't want to. Like, no, we did officially, but shut up.
But in fairness, it's a German made game. You know, entirely possible.
It's a magnetic.
I've always had this belief that, like, you know, whenever you see like a brand like Pepsi in like a really bad movie, I always just believe that's Coke. That's signed that off.
Yeah,
counter marketing. So maybe I don't know. Maybe Mercedes paid off the game designers to throw in a BMW into this.
Oh, how nice for you.
Quite. Do you think you could help me?
Help you?
Do you know that trope of really unhelpful librarians? You know that really classic, hilarious trope that's always been there?
As I said, I'm
Yeah.
looking for a book.
Great. Because now you have to make a puzzle around this absolute fucking wagon.
And look.
Oh, great.
That's all very well, but I haven't got a clue where to start looking.
Well, this desk is the wrong place anyway. The reading rooms are that way.
Right, great.
What exactly?
Like, she's a triple whammy, right? She's from Oxford, she's English, and she's in a library. That's
Librarian.
like triple layers of unhelpful.
Landing procedure. From now on, visitors to the library must do their own research. Do you understand?
Of course. I might have known.
Also, how the Halligan is a really, really bad communicator. All he has to go is, I'm looking for a particular book. Is it here? Yes or no? Or better yet, maybe just like start off with, I'm Detective Halligan from Scotland Yard. Open up your fucking library. You know?
I was just thinking aloud. Yes, this is your problem. I'm from Scotland Yard.
Oh,
and you
there
are
you go.
going to help me by order of the police.
Shall I tell you something, young man? I don't give tuppence for your orders. This isn't Scotland Yard.
Again, it doesn't help that he kind of like said it with such unconvincing in like you know, aggression. It was like, I'm a detective.
Oh, hold on, I've learned this off. What did they tell me in police school to say?
You'd better speak to the management.
Like he's trying to remember his line. It's like the actor himself is trying to remember his lines rather than just reading them off.
You again.
That's far away, actually. You are under duress. Oh, blast. No, sorry. I am under arrest. No, Evans.
Repeat yourself, young man.
Like, here's the thing, you see, right? Again, this is what annoys me about this game, is that it's very clearly you have to do the puzzle around this person. And yet, the game now gives you 5 different dialogue options.
Yeah, the dialogue trees over and over.
Don't you have
And none of them work. Like, you don't get anything by talking to her like this way. You have to outsmart her, essentially. It's like, so why program in so much redundant work? I know you're trying to get across the point that she's unhelpful and you need to do this yourself. But you don't need 5 different pathways to do that. You know? You like this is where the game actually is missing a very crucial piece of point-and-click design, and that's the inner monologue.
No.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
thought just occurred to me there, because like, yeah, this game is desperately trying to be broken sword to an almost absurd degree, and yet it's kind of missed out on the crucial crucial bit of the
I thought it was your
game.
job to give people like me
Because
information.
what makes Broken
Don't
Sword
think
a
you can
relatively
tell me what my
straightforward
job is.
experience is that
It was an obvious
George
question.
has an inner
Look,
monologue
young
that
man,
tells you what to do
my job is
next.
to answer
Because he's
questions
telling
the
the story
computer
back to you.
can't
You know,
answer.
it's
Have
a
you asked
framing
the
device.
computer yet?
And same with like even when we
Actually,
were playing
I'm no
Grim Fandango,
expert
man,
on
he talks to
computers.
himself. Like
That, I'm afraid, is not
fucking
my
Guybrush
remit.
talks to himself.
We
Like
have
these are all
special
things that
courses
they
that
do.
teach people how to use
Whereas
the computer.
like, this
When
game
do
kind of
they
like
take place?
completely
At the
forgets that
beginning of
bit,
every
bar
semester.
maybe one or
But I
two like,
can't
no, that's
possibly
wrong.
wait that long.
Can't do
I've
that.
come here all the way from London.
In that case, I suggest you make the most of your stay here and teach yourself how to
Oh
use
my
the
god.
computer.
And like, it's not even like the dialogue is short.
Hmm.
It is
I'll see
long,
what I can do by
winding
myself, then.
sentences and
You do that.
winding dialogue
You
trees and
again.
branches. Like,
Haven't you
oh,
found your book yet?
Yes, it's an
No.
argument.
How could I?
Like,
Look, I'd really
like you're
appreciate
basically
your
just having a
help.
row. Like,
You repeat yourself, young man.
there's no puzzle solving to this. This is just
oh,
being a dick.
yeah,
Why don't
exactly.
you just come along and give me a hand?
Like
You're
that's
not
what I'm saying.
busy
Like,
right now, anyway.
like there's
Not
5 different options
busy?
there, inviting
And
you
how
to
would
try
you
them, and
know?
all of them fail.
Impertinent lout.
Like, it's such a waste of fucking energy when you know
I
they
get
could
the
have
impression you're
tried
just
making the
sitting
game
here
better.
doing nothing.
And I get the impression you want me to have you thrown out. Is that so, young man? You see. So behave
That's
yourself,
a
keep
line,
your voice down, and observe the
delivery.
house rules. And stop wasting my time.
Stop wasting my time. That's what I feel.
Actoring, enunciate. Hamlet.
Hmm. I'll see what I can do by myself, then.
You do that.
I was so pissy about it. It was like, oh, I'm fine, I'll do it myself.
So now this is our chance to try and actually do some puzzling.
Yes, now we're gonna have to try and solve it ourselves. So this is essentially what I describe as a needle in a haystack puzzle.
Computer.
Oh, yeah, another one.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
I hope
You
I'm
literally
not
had a wire and a bush stack.
Okay, that wasn't intentionally a needle in a haystack. That became a needle in a haystack.
Are you going to be long?
But no, this is one where you have to try and like, there's too many places to click on. You need to narrow down the search. You need to know what you're looking for. Basically, that's what the whole point.
Okay.
You seem to be rather lost in thought.
Huh? What's that?
Now we've got to go talk to this owl lad.
Right. It's
Yeah.
important for
Now we come across one of the biggest hazards in life: old people. And what looks to be a very old computer as well.
Hello?
What in heaven's name
There's no way
is
he
it?
can read that
What is
quick.
your research all about?
What are you shouting for, young man? Don't you know you're expected to keep your voice down in a library? I'm studying the principle of chaos in the scriptures. I need
Oh, of
these
course.
results
Yes,
to support
chaos.
my
That's it.
theory.
Couldn't I help you with your research?
No, that's not possible. The subject is
Hey,
simply
that's exactly
far
what
too
you have
complex.
time to
I
do.
don't even quite
Help an
Yes.
old
understand what
man with his
results my
research.
may lead to myself.
Well, obviously Halligan has an ulterior motive here. He needs to try and use a computer.
You're planning a big publication?
The only computer
I am.
in Oxford,
That'll teach
in the
my
entire
readers.
library.
The Hastings principle will go down in history. I'm working on volume 14 at the moment.
Of how many?
32.
Oh, God.
So you're not going to let me use the computer?
No, I'm sorry. I can't. My work is extremely urgent. Why don't you take a look in the card index box?
But I'll never find anything in there.
Whatever. I need this computer, and that is that.
Like,
Oh.
surely
It's
that's
taking far
exactly
too
what he
long.
would find
I'm
on the card index
confiscating this
box,
computer
unless
for
it's
my
just going to reference
investigations.
numbers.
Oh.
I suppose.
Yeah.
But like,
Are you
surely if
threatening
it's
me? Are you
titled,
trying to encroach
then
upon the freedom of science?
No,
there
he
shouldn't be
has
an issue.
title.
My friend,
Yeah, no, he had like Blake gave him the title, so he knows what book to look for. It's just that he's just too fucking lazy to go through
My
it.
name is
Oh
beside
my
the
good
point.
God.
I need that computer.
Ah.
But literally, this is a stubborn off between the librarian and this old fossil. Like,
when you threaten them with higher authorities, they soon knuckle under. So be patient, my friend. I won't be finishing here for some time yet. And I'm certainly not letting the police tell me when I can work or not.
All right, then,
as my
Professor.
grandson
I've got work
Marjorie
to do.
said,
Good.
"Fuck the
Make yourself
police."
useful. Carpe diem, I always say.
Just one more thing.
He's just such a fussy old man.
You know whose
How has he not
car
been
that is
eaten by wild wolves at this
Up in the
stage?
forecourt? That's my car. Why?
Oh.
Oh,
The window on the driver's side isn't shut properly.
Oh well. It's a nice day. It can't hurt to let some air in.
Oh, well, that's all right then. Just one more thing.
So now the plot
Youths are at it. I know that would work
Know
in my
anything about
estate.
runes?
Yeah.
Was that a yes?
There are
Eh?
youths.
Yes, that
Youths.
is... no, of course not.
Oxford,
There
well
are a
known
few
for their
books on it
troubled youths, of
somewhere in
course.
this library. At least, I think so.
You know,
Do you know where
it's a very
they'd be?
dangerous place, Oxford.
No idea. That's what the catalogues are there for, my boy.
You don't say. Then will you please let me use the computer?
I told you it's out of the question. Is there something wrong with your hearing?
Oh
young
dear
man?
God.
Don't you ever eat? Or go to the loo?
No, I usually eat right here.
This
and
isn't
my
like Monkey
digestion
Island where you
is
can,
trained to
ask 3
last out
times and they'll,
all day.
you'll unlock something else.
I'm going.
Yeah, in fairness, like, no, that's what I always appreciate LucasArts, because they take the piss out of little cul-de-sacs like this.
Cataloging computer.
So, okay, so it's quite evident now. We know that the Beamer outside belongs to the old professor. He was able to afford a BMW M5 sports car. On his wage, I have no idea. But now we have to try and basically outsmart him and find a way to get him off the computer.
Free Worders originals in the hall.
Be fair, that'll get me off the computer.
What's the book? The Roman Monetary System and Fiscal Policies. Must be a bestseller.
Oh, yeah, look at that. It must be a bestseller because there's 40 books on the table. That's how it works, Halligan. No, really, everything must go. Please, someone take these books. Okay, so here's what we're going to do, right? Because the professor is so engrossed in his work as well. That's what, like, the whole distracted, like, dialogue we had here as well. We're going to play. We're going to put a. We're going to have it we're going to have him steal a book. There we go.
Just one more thing.
Hmm?
Do you know whose car that is outside?
Out in the forecourt? That's my car. Why?
I think a couple of students have damaged the paintwork.
Are you trying to get me to go out there so that you can perhaps get to the computer? Not bad.
Oh, he's as smart as.
I've been working here for 30 years now, and I'm used to all kinds of youngsters.
You've been on this computer for 30 years?
You'll have to come up with something better than that to fool me.
Oh, well, it's up to you. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Whatever. I'm staying right here.
Like, in fairness, like, it is one thing where, like, I'd say it is because Halligan is being such a twat. Like, these guys have dug in even more. If he was in any way a nicer person, like, he would be able to at least get some headway done. But like, I'm surprised even, like, the doors are refusing to open for him at this stage.
Yeah.
And now he's going to run out of the art library like the crybaby he is. So you notice there the obviously the security fence there. So if we had basically found the book that we needed and went out, we would have obviously got caught. So now that we've put a book in the professor's pocket, you can see what's going to happen next.
Yes.
And why we need to
smash glass in case of an emergency. Oh.
No. I mean, again, we literally warn him, to be fair.
Handy how it has that exact size
Yeah.
hook.
To be fair, I don't think this is the first time Halligan has ever boosted a car.
There.
Oh, look at Professor go! Look at him go!
Professor Hastings, what are you doing?
Who? Me?
Uh-oh.
I must be off
Oh,
to the
no.
car. My alarm just went off.
Professor, what's that book you're carrying?
Book? I don't have a book. Please don't joke now, Mrs. Owen. I have to see to my car.
What's this then?
But how the...
What's this then?
That's impossible. I didn't take this book.
Then how did it get there?
There must be some mistake. A very regrettable mistake, Mrs. Owen. I assure you...
I like your nerve, Professor Hastings.
What
You
book
steal
is
a
it?
book and
50
then
Shades
try
of
to
Grey.
deny the whole
Oh,
thing ever happened.
Professor.
I'm very disappointed in you.
Mrs. Owen,
Aw, top
you've
10
known me
library
for 20
betrayals.
years now. You ought to know that I'd never...
All I know is that I'm going to have to put this on record. Please come along over here to the issuing counter,
Not
Professor.
the
We'll have
record.
to fill in a form.
Fill in a form?
No!
Oh, look, he's just shuffling away. His car is being stolen as we speak, and he has to fill out a fucking form. That's modern day Britain for you, ladies and gentlemen. Political correctness gone mad. In fairness, fuck him. He was being difficult. And we're just gonna sneakily John past him.
Don't mind me. There's gonna be some other nerd on the computer. Oh, thank God.
Now, clearly he's the only person who works in this library.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Look, an animation.
This looks like something I would code for the crack.
Yeah. The funniest thing is as well, like he actually that's not the book that Drake asked him to get. That's actually the wrong title. But that's also because it's like you know, it's a mistranslation. So they probably did this bit first, and then when they translated it back into English again, they made up a different book title.
Right.
So
Well spotted. I would not. Not cop that.
no, I think that's what it was anyway. Like as far as I know, that was the once we actually see the book, it'll be a different title. It won't be called Old Celtic Alphabets. It'll be called something else. You know.
Yeah.
So, but like I said, it's one of those things. Again, it's one of those things where if you just it's the first game. If you're not paying attention to what you're doing, or you're kind of doing things arse ways anyway, I get the feeling just from how there's two different game engines going on. They must have done the cutscenes first, and then they did the game second. You know, it just explains all the continuity fuck ups and all that. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, so basically you have to kind of remember which row you're looking for. So you can see there it goes from A to J, I think it is, and I think there's another hole then that has similar
I
books.
was like, did he just fall over?
The graphics did make it look like he did, to be fair.
Yeah, it looks like splat.
I wouldn't put it past him. He seems like a really tough.
I found what the cataloging computer. The cataloging. I found what I was looking for. The book I need is in position 48.3.
He's using the kind of person that his trench coat had to be shortened because he kept tripping over himself.
Which one? Books, books, books.
And back out again to check.
Yep, just confirming where it needed to go. Again, I wasn't sure if this is one of those games that kind of randomized the position of the book.
Yeah.
But that's a trick that only Sierra does, really. This game is not clever enough to do that.
No. It's it might be evil enough, but it's definitely not clever enough to pull it off.
That is the best way to describe it, actually. Yep, there we go.
That's the book I was supposed to get for Blake. The Celtic Orthographic System by Scott M. Winfield.
So the voice actor had a different name for it. The text had a different name for it, and the computer had a different name. Game is literally
this game is just built to be
inconsistent. Failed. Yeah.
Here, madam. I
and here
found
we go.
The book I was looking for. I'd like to borrow it.
This one?
Yes. Is there something wrong with it?
You bet there is. This is our reference copy.
What's that supposed to mean?
I can't lend it to you. You will have to read it here.
You can't be serious.
Oh,
surely.
God. Right.
Here we go again.
I have to take it
Round 2 with Mrs. Owen.
You heard me.
She's just such a
Do you at least
dickhead.
have a copying machine?
No. Why don't you copy the pages you need by hand?
Madam, I've told you the book's not for me. I wouldn't know which pages are important, and I can hardly copy the whole book by hand.
That's...
Now again, like there's been certain parts of this argument where
I
like
thought
Halligan
as
is
much.
definitely the bad guy,
Wouldn't
whereas
you
like
make an
this is
exception?
clearly a
Don't do
300-page fucking
exceptions.
tome,
Have you any
and
idea
we've
how
said it
many
before.
reference
Oh
cards
yeah,
you've
like
got
I don't know what I
stolen?
need. So why don't you just write the whole thing, 300 pages worth,
forget
by
it.
hand? Meh. Fucking arsehole
And
she
there's
is.
no taking phones, like take pictures of the page that you need.
No. But like, what library doesn't have a fucking copying machine as well? Like my local private library has a fucking 3D printer, for fuck's sake. Like, sorry about you. Like, I've no sympathy for Oxford here. Like, do you expect all their fucking Tory students to copy everything by hand? Although in fairness, that's probably how they got indoctrinated in the first place.
The cover of this history book is a perfect fit for the book I want to borrow.
Okay. So now we've switched sleeves. So now that we know that the Roman currency book is basically selling like hotcakes, this shouldn't be a problem.
Right, I've finished here. I found a different book that interests me. I assume you'll let me borrow this one.
We'll see.
Considering there's
Whatever
fucking
here.
50 of them.
Let me see. Oh, the Roman monetary system and fiscal policies.
I'll just pat it there.
Yes, you may borrow this.
Yeah, just give it a
one.
little boop.
And just think, I've actually read this one. What a coincidence. A brilliant piece of work. Very vivid and never gets boring. You know, I wanted to be a historian, and Roman coins were my special field. But then I met my husband here at the university. He was working on his doctoral
It's like,
thesis.
and now finally, after understanding the librarian, we get our fucking life story. Because that's what we wanted from all this, was to learn about Miss Owen. Why is she the way she is? Why did she vote Conservative in the last election? You know, all these questions and more.
Thank you for the book.
Why does she hate foreigners, Burkbot? You see, that's the central question. Why did she vote Brexit in the first place? You know, that's what we're trying to learn here.
She wants her old good old British Roman coins. That's what it is.
For the moment.
That's it, exactly. Beautiful British Roman coins.
Naturally,
None of them foreign African coins you hear so much about.
See you soon. The key for the door of...
Yes, that joke rather annoyed Kira in the gallery there. Now you see why...
You're being sarcastic.
Yes, that's... Breathe in. Breathe in. It's tongue-in-cheek.
Okay.
And she's fine. Okay. So...
Sorry, I was on American TikTok. They don't get subtleties like that.
Yeah, well, America doesn't...
I forgot to switch back to normality.
Yeah, well, remember, America's idea of subtlety is a shotgun, so, you know. Anyway.
Yeah.
So now we got a book. So now we can run back to Northampton. He actually does have such a... I want... For some reason, I kind of want a trench coat just so I can run around like him. Like, he's like a really shit John Barrowman, like, cosplayer. Like...
That's exactly it.
Isn't it, like? He's just, like, running around the fucking, like, forest of Wales like an idiot. Like, that's what Halligan wants to be. And here we go. That automated door system that Blake has is great, isn't it?
Have you got the book?
No, I just popped in to see how you're doing.
Ah, yes. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Halligan.
No, this isn't. This is the Roman currency book. I mean, I read this as well. It's quite good.
I couldn't handle. Good. I'll get to work at once. Oh, by the way, Mr. Halligan.
That librarian, she's some hot piece of ass.
She's worried about you because you haven't been in touch for such a long time.
I tapped her around when I was in and...
Yes. She said she needs to speak to you urgently.
Do you mind if I use your phone?
No need. I asked her to come out here and join me. She should be arriving any
Wow,
minute now.
that deserved a musical sting. My God, Melanie's coming here.
The book will be a great help. You'd better just wait here for a moment.
I'll just take a look around then, if you don't mind.
Of course not. Be my guest.
Oh, there you are.
Mr. Halligan, there you are. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Point at me.
Well, I had to get Mr. Blake this book.
That took rather a long time. I've been phoning around asking for you.
You should have seen
trying to get hold of
this
me?
guy's
Yes.
computer history.
I also went to Scotland Yard and spoke to your chief. He's a bit cross with you.
Cross with me? Why? What have I done now?
Lord Sinclair's planning to bring charges against you for burglary.
What? I don't believe it.
You stole my flesh,
That
you
old devil
bastard.
Sinclair seems to feel he's pretty safe, doesn't he?
It looks that way. It seems he has very influential friends in the police force. Whatever, your chief asked me to
Well,
tell
to be fair,
you
the police chief was around the
effective
fucking table,
immediately.
so yeah.
Oh, and the next time you come to the office, he expects you to give him a comprehensive report in writing.
What? He can't be serious. Don't tell me he's handing the
So,
case back
wait a
to
minute.
that
So if I never come back to Scotland Yard, I don't have to write a
All he
report.
said was that he expects you to hand the file
Genius.
to him as soon as you get back to the yard.
I certainly will not. This business is just too important to let go. I don't care what the chief says. I'm going to carry this case through on my own.
The jazzy like piano is so off-putting.
Oh, there's a cutscene.
Oh.
Uh-oh. There's an earthquake
What
in
the
Northampton.
fuck?
What's happening?
Uh-oh.
Leave me. Get out of the danger zone. Here, take the parchment and go.
What?
Danger
Come on, Mr. Blake. Let's get out of here.
Mr. Blake, your voice has
Get out of
changed.
here. I'll follow you.
Are you sure?
Get out of here. Quickly, run.
Go! Flee! Fly, you fool!
What?
The
fuck? What?
I'll give you until sunset to give my property back to me.
You don't recognize an ancient druidic fireball when you see it, Burkbot.
Funny enough, no.
No, well there you go. See, you haven't been reading the books clearly. Getting the two.
Can I just say, like, it is now. They're just standing looking at it on fire.
Yeah.
I have to go back and get him
For
out of there.
a good 20 seconds.
Yep. That's because they didn't cut off the cutscene. They basically kept the slack time in the cutscene, and then just like switched back to their old engine.
Otherwise, we'll be next.
Where can we go?
Jesus Christ.
To Scotland Yard?
No,
Yeah,
that's
that's
not a good
it.
idea.
It's fun.
The chief inspector's waiting for me there. We'd only lose time.
Yeah, and I'll be accused of petrol bombing an old man's house.
So what can we do?
You heard what Mr. Blake said.
Wouldn't it be really funny if actually this all was just like one like massive delusion from Halligan and he was just dealing with the IRA the entire time?
Then we're lost.
Like,
No, Melanie.
like I mean,
He's
it's
still passed out in the lab.
What do you mean?
yeah, he's just confused like Irish Republicans for fucking for ancient druids. They're practically the same people, you know.
Power 1,000 years ago.
You believe in that gate of the worlds thing? It's just a myth, a fairy tale.
The question is not whether I believe in
Melanie,
it.
the house blew up
Is whether we have any
from a fireball.
You're right.
It was literally
Come
a
It's still
fireball.
good, it's still good.
It was a fireball, and then an ethereal voice saying, "I'm going to get you, Halligan." Brr. And yeah, here's 12 bridges. This is the place.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, I see the 12. It's not just 6.
exactly. And yes, you'd be shocked to hear there is no such place as called 12 Bridges in England. Or at least there's no actual point of reference here, you know.
It's beautiful.
But also rather ramshackle. Just like Mr. Blake.
The landscape doesn't look very British either, but, you know,
No.
however.
Could I ask you something?
Again, they were kind of taking guesses at this stage.
Personal it is, Brent.
What did you think of me when I first came to your museum?
What did I think? Brent, do I really have to tell you?
So clearly now that we've like escaped the massive cataclysm and there are ancient druids afterwards, now it's time to get the backstory for Melanie Turner.
Oh God, is it that bad?
Well, do you promise?
Like, I don't care.
Okay, I promise.
Yeah,
I thought
like
this
you know what it is?
Really don't care.
No.
That's what you thought.
No, you see, this is the thing. You see, right? The little nugget they threw in at the before Blake got like smashed up the fuck was, oh, Melanie was calling for us. Therefore, she cares about us.
Sure.
Do you see what's going to happen next?
We will find a way of getting over there.
Yeah, yeah. Do you see where we're going with this now?
Melanie?
Brent?
It's about that conversation we had.
What is it, Brent? More questions? You're really curious.
Could I ask you something personal?
That depends on just how personal it is, Brent.
Why did you phone Mr. Blake?
You know why. I wanted to talk to you because of the business with the chief.
But at Mr. Blake's you said
The
that
triumphant music during this backstory really is helping matters.
I hadn't heard from you for a while. And after all we'd gone through together,
Is it? Is it?
No, it is not. Of course not.
Yeah.
Being completely facetious when I say that.
You know, I'm not really used to anybody caring about me apart from myself. And
Like, it's keeping me awake.
Miller, of course. But he's only worried whether I'm doing
Yeah,
I
that's because
suppose it's working.
That's because the volume mixing is bad. That's accidental, if anything.
Strange, but nice.
Okay, so he didn't say nice guy.
Are you married?
You know? Okay, so that's
Was that too private a question?
Yes. No.
Halligan going straight in there now.
You don't have to answer.
It's all right, Brent. I was married. I got married as soon as I was 18. You know. My father dragged one of his younger colleagues round.
And now we'll get to the point where me, as someone who has written characters before, really fucking hates this next bit.
He was called Peter.
Like, despises it.
And you married him?
Yes, my father did everything he could to bring us
God.
together. I was young. I didn't have a clue what I wanted and what was important to me. In time, I just got used to Peter being around, and I thought that feeling must be love. So I married him. Christ, I was really just a stupid child.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how she can make this any clearer, Halligan.
Hint. Fucking hint. Like, it's not even that. It's like I'm there going like, are they gonna go down this way? Are they really going to give her a tragic backstory to make her a sympathetic female character because they're male writers and they don't know how to write women? So what better way to have people sympathize than by making them vulnerable?
Yep.
The answer is yes. That is what they're going to do next.
After our wedding, Peter soon changed. You know, at the beginning, he was
Oh,
sort of
yeah,
charming.
here we go.
Then he became different. Unpredictable. Hot-tempered, violent.
He hit you?
Yes. It started with a box round the ears, and then it happened all the time.
You put up with that?
For some time, I did. I thought, well, that's what it's like to be married.
How long did that go on for?
About 2 years. Then I divorced him when I found out that he'd been unfaithful to me with some girls from the golf club all the time.
So yeah, that's just really distasteful.
And did
I'll be
you
honest.
start studying immediately after
Like,
getting divorced?
Yes.
There is no benefit to knowing this. There is no benefit to this whole scene so far.
Independent
Yeah.
at last, from my father.
and this doesn't even come into play later on. Like, there is no actual like logic behind it. It is literally because they basically didn't know how to give a female character backstory. So let's make her a domestic abuse victim. Like, because clearly, like, it's supposed to be a case of, well, Halligan's really nice, therefore she must want to basically upgrade. It was like, or maybe she just wants to be left alone, like a lot of people.
When I told him
You
that
know?
I wanted to split up,
Like,
his
that's
first concern
like
was
that's
that
the most absurd part, is that, like, they basically positioned. Well, first of all, they've done a critical mistake in that, okay, they've already decided at this stage that Melanie and Brent should be a couple, or they're going to start falling in love, or some other nonsense like that, right? So now they have to position it so that, one thing, the Halligan's really, really nice and really thoughtful, and he's going to be a wonderful, doting fucking husband. And two, Melanie is essentially, like, has a character that would fall for him quick enough. And
yeah.
the two mistakes with that is that, one, she clearly isn't that, because they couldn't decide whether she's fucking Lara Croft or a vulnerable woman. So you had to go for, like, a weird mix between the two. And Halligan very clearly is not nice. He's a prick.
Yeah.
He's been written as a prick since day one. Like, literally the first 5 minutes of the game, he's stealing like pocket change from a homeless person because his phone bill is too expensive. Like,
he called all the time, or he appeared drunk in front of the house and screamed abuse in the middle of
Like,
the night. He even waited
yeah,
for me
this
in
is
front of the
just
museum
so,
and
like,
swore at
and
me.
how long is
I
this
had to call
going
the
on? Like,
police.
this this whole
what
like
a psychopath.
conversation
You know what
that's
he's doing
happening
now?
here.
Yes, now and then I
But this
read
this is
about
the
him in
only
the
time you can
papers.
ask her these questions
He's a
because
director of the
right from this
Anthropological
point on
Society
is
now.
all plot.
One of the big
So
Yeah.
essentially,
He seems to have achieved
they
what he always
realize that
wanted.
in order to
As
justify
far as I know,
this
he's married
actual
now.
the next bit of
I'm
plot,
not really that
they
interested
need
in
to
his
explain the
life.
Melanie character
Nothing's
more.
over for me
I was
now.
just like,
I'm
or
just
maybe
glad
you
to be left
don't.
in peace.
You know, like it's
Thank you
either
for telling me
you
that,
add in
Melanie.
this kind
I
of dead
don't
space
usually
or not
talk
or
that much
don't.
about
You know,
myself,
this
Brent.
kind of kills attention. Now, in
Meanwhile,
fairness,
you've
now
become
we could
almost
just breeze past this
like a
whole thing
friend.
and just like continue to play the game, but
Melanie,
Brent,
it's just like
about that
I just kept
conversation
clicking
we
through the
had.
dialogue,
what is
just
it,
like
Brent?
baffled at
More
what I was
questions?
what I was
You're
reading.
really
Yeah.
curious.
How can we get to the rocky island?
The bridges don't
So
look
now that
very
we've confirmed,
inviting
now
to
that we've
me.
confirmed that you're
Yes, I can see what you mean.
you've been beaten as a
Problem is,
wife,
crap,
let's try and get onto
it's
this
probably too much
bridge.
of a risk. It'll collapse one after the other.
But we
It's
can't
like,
just stay here
how
and
do you
hope for a miracle
change
either.
that so,
Well,
so
We have
suddenly?
to do something.
speaking about getting over your divorce,
Do you
let's
think you
get
can
over this
really
bridge.
time travel from here?
Scientifically, I'd say it's impossible. But like you said, it's our only chance. If this doesn't get us anywhere, we're finished. We should try everything.
Yeah, so let's see. So Melanie thinks so
Did Blake say
clearly
anything
after
else
like
that could help us?
getting
I
bollocked by
don't
the chief
think
of
so.
police,
Not
the
while I was
only
there,
course of
anyway.
action is to travel back in
You were the
time.
one
That's
who
the
told
only
me.
thing that's open to us now.
Yeah,
That's
you
it. That's our
told me
last
that there'd
last
be no
gasp.
place of worship at this location for
Oh
millennia.
god,
doesn't
of
help
course,
us much,
yeah,
does it?
yeah.
What do you think? Why was it built like this?
I don't know. I'm an anthropologist, not an architect.
We will find a way of getting over that.
I hope so, Brent.
So yeah, and also that and like we don't have many items left to us as well, which is
Yeah.
something else.
Potential
So
danger. Thanks for the hint.
no, it says caution, danger. The
Caution! Danger ahead!
So what is it about 12 rickety bridges can be so dangerous? I don't understand. Again, I don't think they programmed any death into this game, so like there are literally no stakes. I think there's like one or two death spots, and then that's it.
Ah, I wanna die!
Must be ancient.
Well, what we would rather like Halligan to die. Unfortunately, we must persist with him
Yeah.
long. You know, fortunately, the game does insist upon him being the main character. Shockingly.
Alright. Well, look, they got the textures of some of the bricks
Melanie,
looking okay.
It's about that
You know,
conversation we had.
gotta
What
look
is
for
it, Brent?
positives here.
More questions?
So
You're
this is the
really
issue here now is
curious.
that basically the best all the 12 bridges are broken essentially, except that this one is in the best condition.
See what's over
And
there, on the
as you can
rocky
see
island.
there,
You
you can
mean
kind
the
of have
tower?
to.
No, I mean the thing in
It's
front of the
it's basically only
tower.
have
No
enough like
idea.
space to
Looks
shimmy
like
across, and even then
scales
looks a
or
bit vulnerable.
scaffolding.
What purpose
So
could that serve?
If
so we do
stay
need to
here, we'll
basically
never know.
find a way to get across this part of
Thank
the.
God this
Get to
isn't
the
a
rocky
Sierra
island.
game. I will say
Bridges
that.
don't look very inviting
Yeah,
to
to be
me.
fair. And again,
Yes, I
I
can
don't
see
have
what
any
you mean.
confidence in these guys
A lot of them have
like
cracks
programming
as well.
in
It's
a
probably
a
too
fall
much of a
here.
risk. They will
Like they
collapse
would
one
just cut
after
the black
other.
and go,
But we
and
can't
Brent
just
died to
stay
his
here
death at
and
the
hope
end.
for a miracle either. We have to do something.
So
We will find a way of getting over that.
I hope so, Brent.
yeah, that's our mission here is to try and get over this little tricky bit with whatever means we have. And unfortunately, a broken pair of scissors is not going to cut it, if you pardon the pun. So
Right.
so there has to be a way around it.
Okay, is there anything we can interact with around here, or do we have to go back to the real world?
No. Everything we need is here. We're practically doing the real world now. Would you believe?
Oh.
Oh yes. Oh, there's a twister coming.
The boards of the danger sign.
Right, we've
Okay.
made some skis.
Yeah, there's something actually quite ironic there by taking the words caution and danger and doing something very risky with them. So I will give brownie points to the game for that one. That's actually some quite ironic game design there. Because what we're going to do next is basically make our own bridge.
Road to Nowhere on Crash Bandicoot-esque.
That's literally what we're doing. So again, this is where the graphics fall down a little bit, because you would assume that this is the part that you want to repair, the actual brickwork, but it's this gap here, the gap between the two parallel bridges, is what we're putting the planks on.
That doesn't work.
And again, the frustrating thing is that Melanie's kind of in the way.
Go back to your divorced husband.
Go back to your prior marriage. Sick burn. High five. If only Larry was here to hear that one. He would have loved that one. He loves women. So this is now a point where it's evident what we're trying to do, but the game is not giving us the option. And again, this is always the frustrating part, whereas like we know what the right answer is, but the game is just not giving us the right space. And this is always the problem with point-and-click games. There is like a correct answer zone, if you like, and it's up to the design of the game to try and give us enough leeway without obviously making it too obvious. So this is me just checking to see that the second bridge was available, and it is definitely not. So this is the only one we can
okay. Yeah. This is the only option.
Danger sign.
Wouldn't be running across this bridge, Halligan, I'll be honest. So now you have to, now where exactly do we put these planks?
Again, I would wear them as ski shoes. You just like one big step, plank, done.
No, there. This little pillar here. That's where to put the plank. Like.
Oh dear God.
Okay, we need to talk about physics there.
Crab
okay?
people.
Like. What about this scenario doesn't make sense?
Oh my God.
Like Halligan is a heavy boy.
Yeah.
Like,
heavens, that was close.
Oh my God.
Although he has incredible core strength to be able to do that.
You've got a nerve,
yeah,
Brent
and balance.
Halligan. How dare
and balance,
you
yeah.
insult me like that? You could have got killed.
Brent Halligan, of course, was famously known as the yoga detective in Scotland Yard.
Don't you ever do that again, do you hear me?
Not yogurt, no.
No. That was a different yeast infection he had.
Oh.
Yeah.
And you just have to keep going.
Yeah.
Leaving Melanie behind.
Oh yeah. I mean, we have our tragic backstory now. We don't need it for anything else, you know.
I'd laugh now. You got to the end, and it's like it snaps in half, and you die anyway because you're meant to get off at a certain other point.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past this game, to be honest.
Think first, Brent.
There's nothing about this scenario that requires thinking. But look, like he's literally hovering over a plank. Like this is completely unrealistic. Like that was just completely daft.
Of the sign. It reads danger.
Nope.
And of course, like Melanie bollocking us for doing something dangerous, and now she's like, look, she really cares about us now. She sees us in mortal danger.
Melanie?
That's the first test of love.
I'm on the other side.
Great, Brent. What's it like over there?
Interesting. There's a rather strange.
You're literally
What's it like?
5 feet apart.
In front of it. No idea what it's used for.
Oh my God.
Come here and see for yourself.
You can see each other. She can see you
Brent.
fucking
You've got
like
both
doing
boards
the
on
hop,
your
skipping, and
side.
jump.
Oh, damn. That's true.
Oh, for
Brent,
God's sake.
How much do you weigh?
What?
How much do you weigh? Your weight.
Oh my God.
This is ridiculous.
Pounds. Why do you want to know?
I'm much lighter than you.
Why do you want to know?
The bridge
Clearly.
won't collapse when I use it. I'm coming over now.
Melanie, don't! Stop at once! The bridge will collapse!
Oh.
Okay, nice. I am.
Can you not read the board? It says danger. Oh, she's fine. I love that Brent like made such a song and dance about like doing the board skipping around, and then like Melanie just goes la la la. Oh, fell.
Well, like no bit of like trepidation or anything, like
I'd say we
walking,
have to get into the
sauntering
tower.
nearly.
Yep, no survival instinct whatsoever.
Got any ideas?
No. What about you?
I wouldn't have to ask if I had.
Again, this is another opportunity for her to ask her something personal. It's like, Melanie, since you've just risked your life to cross a bridge, can I ask you something personal? Were you married? am I a nice guy? Like, just
Okay,
it's
let's
daft,
have a
really.
look around.
Like this is the fact that this is the only place that's programmed to have like some level of backstory written in. Because now clearly it's the turning point of when their friendship turns into something more.
Bridges will do that.
Yeah. Crossing dangerous bridges really bring people together. So now that we're over on this side of this strange.
Go back.
Yeah, let's just jump to our deaths. No, I'm afraid not. I was thinking that we might need that extra plank, but I think the only plank we need in this game now is Halligan.
Really
so
strange, this building. That looks like scales, but what are they used for?
So this is the weird one. So one side of scales is obviously that kind of barrel looking thing, but the other one appears to be the actual building.
Yeah.
So of course we're going to put in a gold amulet that's going to tip the balance. Obviously, very simple, very simple stuff, lads. You know.
Oh my god.
Very simple stuff. And of course, we don't want to lose the amulet, so let's jibby the door with our caution sign.
Like, in fairness, that's okay, but using the amulet is a load of balls.
It is a load of balls. Again, it is that kind of thing where, like, it's because it's druidic magic. Basically everything is a hand wave, and this is going to become a lot in the next like few hours of the game.
Oh no!
Every fucking puzzle from this point on is it's druidic magic. It's supposed to work like this. It's like no, it's not meant to work like this at all. Realistic bolt noises.
Yeah.
This is probably ASMR to somebody.
Oh. Yar.
Yeah.
Now we can have hooks for hands.
A screw.
We have got ourselves a screw and a hook.
It's got a hole for a screw.
We're now going to improvise some sort of screw hook thing to get us to safety.
Of course.
Like a trebuchet?
Yes, we're going to bombard the Normans with our druidic magic. Yes, now let's go inside. Let's see what we've unlocked now with our special fucking thingy. Ooh. Doesn't this look fancy?
Elaborate floor ornaments.
So when I was talking about like the reason why we didn't play this live was because basically the screen was really, really small. So the actual game record bar that I would have basically took up half the screen. So there is like what you'll see me now kind of struggling to click something in a bit, and that's because the item is directly behind the game record and physically couldn't touch it.
Oh god, okay, right.
So
it's possible to defend this building perfectly.
So that was me. So when I saw the window there, I thought it was like a lever, but no. What I have to do is bonk the door closed.
Look at that.
And then this thing opens.
Something. An
hourglass.
And what do you know about hourglasses, Burkbot?
They're used for time and shit.
Time and shit is the correct answer, yes.
Right, so we need some sort of bar to turn this, I'd imagine.
Pretty much, yeah. That's pretty much it, yeah. So, but as you can tell, it's not quite working as intended. But yes, you have the kind of general gist of it anyway. You basically have to try and basically turn back time.
Oh, and this is how we go back in time.
Yes. We use the power of Cyndi Lauper to the transporters back to the...
turn back time. I would become a druid.
Oh, God. Yeah, so this is me just trying to figure out how the contraption works. Because again, they give you the thing from all different angles. It's like, is there a reason for this? What do I do?
Yeah, are you meant to do this at the same time? Get Melanie to actually do something instead of standing there?
No, she's a vulnerable female character. She can't do anything, Burpa. Did you not read the script? She's not even called Melanie Turner from this stage now. She's just called Token Woman.
Token battered woman.
Token battered. I shouldn't laugh. It's just really fucking tragic.
Yeah.
Melanie, do you have any thoughts? No. Thanks.
Thank you for your input.
Thank you for your contribution to our day. So yeah, I know exactly what I'm trying to do here, but it's just the game is not complying. It's like I would like to turn the screw here. I'd like to turn the entire apparatus, but you're not letting me. Why? Explain yourself. So, but of course, you have to unscrew the thing first. So, improvising a blunt scissors at Philip's head.
Yep.
That screw is way too long.
Where did that even go?
Who knows? Oh, here we go now.
Oh.
And things are happening. Can't you tell? We changed to a different engine.
Cutscene.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit.
My God, Brent!
You're gonna fall. You're gonna fall. You're falling.
No.
Oh.
Dramatic music. See, they're fine. See, it was fine. It was just a bad trip, that's all.
We haven't moved even a single inch from where we started.
And somehow they landed with all their limbs intact.
Look,
the bridge
is a hole again.
If you ask me, the bridges are still whole.
Oh, the bridge is intact.
In a time when this whole place
what does that mean?
Completely intact. We've travelled back in time.
You really think so?
Melanie in the script. Oh, look, the bridges are intact. Brent. It seems we've travelled in time to a place where the bridges are intact.
They look like soldiers.
Don't panic. Let's find out what they want.
Those are the two most badly rendered people I've ever seen.
I did not realize they were human people.
But maybe they weren't. Maybe they're just wearing.
Of course they put her in the kitchen.
Yes. I mean, come on, it's the 13th century, Burpbot. Should be thankful she's not in the lake being tried to see if she's a witch.
Nothing. Damn, where am I? Looks like a kitchen.
My God.
So after all that, we've now gone back in time to the time when apparently this druid ritual was happening to begin with.
Right. Right. Okay.
Yeah. So and this is where the vast majority of the game is now set. This is essentially
The
the
fact
disc
that it's
2.
vast majority of the game, it's like, how we're not done yet.
I know, that's the worst part. Essentially, is that this is essentially the middle of Act 2, not even Act 3.
Ugh. Right, we've got some sort of broken scales, got some pots and pans. See, I know kitchen stuff.
Excellent.
Or maybe a herb. It smells of menthol. Dried
Let's see what else we
leaves.
got.
I don't know which plant they come from. This herb smells of cinnamon. Those leaves
So we're gonna make up something infusion-y, apparently.
Yeah.
That smells of aniseed. This weed feels strange, almost like a sponge. These jugs smell good. There must be herbs or spices in them.
We can only take 6 of them though at a time. Our pockets can only get so more pungent. So yeah. So now we have a whole lot of the spices just like ruminating in our back pocket. Nice pot there, seemingly giving us some nice hot water. Some sort of cauldron,
I'd
I presume.
imagine now, this is something I have thought for like ever since I've read like fairy tales back in the day. But I'd imagine soup being made in one of them would be unreal soup.
I'd like to think so, anyway. Or maybe
Like I would like cauldron soup. If anyone out there watching this knows of somewhere that does cauldrons specifically for cauldron soup, which is I know a thing I've just made up, but you know, let me know. Let me know in the comments.
If you happen to be a witch living in a forest hut, give us a call. Burpa wants to visit your house and make some soup in your cauldron.
Just try your soup.
Just try your soup. Nothing else now. If you start to do any weird
no more
stuff,
funny business, you know.
none of your witchery. If you start asking for Eye of Newt now, we're leaving. So you can see there that we got a recipe book, but the recipe is in clearly like, you know, like primitive English.
Yeah.
So the puzzle as well is to try and like see what recipe we need and also to try and make sense of it.
That's a wooden bowl.
The music is so shit. Like it can't help itself because like it's gone for this kind of like, you know, obviously like time, like music at the time, the trumpets and all the stuff, and then it just goes at the end as if it's making like, oh, but you're from the future type of shit. Oh look, you guys are fully rendered in now. That's great. We were worried about you.
Look, John, the Danish hall's woken up.
Oh, we're Danish.
Oh.
Oh.
Who are you?
We are King Ethelred's soldiers. We protect his kingdom from scum like you.
Danish scum, indeed.
What have you done to Brent?
Do you hear that, John? She wants to know what you did to the lad that was with her.
Oh, shocking.
He's worried about him. You must like him a lot. Hey, John, what did you do to the poor man?
I just chopped off his ears. He still don't look bad.
What? You monsters!
Now. John's in a good mood today. He always jokes around when he's in a mood like that.
I mean, considering the time that we're in, these two lads are the most progressive people that ever lived because they're actually talking to a woman.
What day your king's planning to start his invasion, he won't be feeling too good.
And he'll lose a few more body parts than just his ears. Depend on it.
As you can see there, the voice actor's take on Ye Olde English is absolutely spot on. Oh, I think he's going to lose a little bit of an H here and there, because that's how other people talk, you know?
Hey, you! Stop parroting every word I say, you fool.
Don't you call me a fool.
Very well.
Our king?
How am I a fool? My accent is more historically accurate.
They hardly knew what a parrot was, even to use that as a verb.
What
Yep,
invasion,
exactly.
damn it? I know
Ugh.
nothing of an invasion.
Stop,
and neither
stop magpieing me.
Very well what I'm talking about. The next
Yeah.
Danish invasion. But I promise you this. This time, King Ethelred will be
You're a big fan of Horrible Histories, Burpbot. Do you remember that episode when they talk about the Danish invasion of England?
English soil.
No.
Listen to me. I am Dr.
Yeah,
Melanie
because it didn't
Turner
fucking
from-
happen.
Oh, okay,
Would
okay.
probably be too
Well, I'm
complicated
sure
for you, I suppose.
Danish people didn't exist even back then.
Kind of a
They were
word
definitely
did.
not.
No.
No, as in like not as
Danish to me, girl.
you know, it was a whole different country then.
Of course.
Hilarious enough, in the autumn of 1016, the Danish prince Kunt the Great successfully invaded England.
Gave you that idea?
Save your breath, woman. This is
C-N-U-T.
found Danish spies
Yeah.
around here. And
Knut's invasion of
Great.
England. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
They conquered England in 1016.
Yes, I suppose I must look strange to you, but I can explain.
There's no need for that. We know all about you.
And of course, the Danes invaded Ireland before that as well. So
Spies of his vanguard.
in 795.
Sure, your strange friend
Okay.
will soon tell us what
Yeah.
we need to know.
Now, of course, when I say Danish, I actually mean Vikings.
To keep us
Fair
a
enough.
little.
So
That makes more
important to
sense.
note.
Ah, company. And what exactly do you call company?
You'll soon find out. I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
If you dare touch me, I swear I'll scratch your eyes out.
And I swear.
Or, you know, punch him in the face, maybe. You know?
About what you two are doing here, you will die, both of you.
So, I mean, I'm not to say that we're going to outsmart you, but you're not even animated properly. So I fancy your chances.
What's that supposed to be? We found you at 12 Bridges.
Don't you know what kind of a place 12 Bridges is?
We know exactly what kind of a place 12 Bridges is. It's a forbidden place. A heathen place of worship. We Christians must
Aha.
not enter it. It is only for heathens like you.
But you must let us
Okay,
know.
so you got
You've
Christians,
no idea
Danes,
how
and Druids
important
knocking
this
about in
is.
this area.
Important?
It's a real,
War, I suppose.
a real melting pot here we have.
Forget it, hussy.
Maybe you can put them all in a
So
cauldron.
multicultural.
Right.
Yeah, we can make a nice multicultural soup with that, you know?
Stop your grumbling. Get in
Now
the
I really want
kitchen,
soup.
Danish woman. Tidy up and get us something to drink.
If there's anything that we can take away from this recording,
just
is
leave
that
me
we've
alone,
given you a
bastard.
hunger for soup.
Yeah.
What are you staring
Specifically
at me
cauldron
for?
soup.
Never seen a woman before?
What she mean, Thomas?
She means you're a fool, John.
Note to self, buy a cauldron. Yeah, there we go.
Now what is it? Where are drinks?
Yeah, exactly.
I couldn't
And that's
find
the
anyone
conversation we're
or
having. We need
meat
to
in the
get we need to
kitchen.
get a cauldron just for soup.
You numbskull. I thought
I'm going to look into this after this.
Do let us know. Let us know if you
Boy,
find
mate,
anything. If
lost
Woodies have a deal on,
let
let us
her
know. Yeah.
go. The lazy so-and-so.
Do you want her to escape? What a fool you are.
Don't call me a fool.
Then don't be a fool. Then I won't call you.
Ah, the
More
comedy style.
arguments.
Said, don't call me
The comedy
a
styles
fool.
of John
Excuse
and
me?
the other
What do
guy.
you want?
What do you want me to get you?
I don't care. Damn it. Think of something. Bring us
Christian bowl
something
cut
to
number
drink.
2.
Bring us
Yeah.
tea. We'll go and buy
Like
some provisions.
the only,
when we
incidentally, I think,
interrogate it.
and this is only a tweaking movie now, considering the design of the characters. I think
I'm
these
hungry.
two are actually meant to be the other detectives from Scotland Yard. The guy with the brown hair, I think, is actually meant to be Inspector Miller, and the guy with the blonde hair is meant to be Lowry.
Jesus.
And I'm only saying that because I think the voice actors are the same, and just the guy's line delivery there was very, very much like the chief inspector.
Get back to
Yeah.
your kitchen and
And clearly the other guy is hovering over his chair, so that's clearly Larry.
Very true.
You know. So yeah, see, they want us to make them a drink. That's what they want from
Storage
us.
barrels. They're empty.
So let's poison them.
Yes, exactly. You got the right idea. Because clearly these very progressive 11th century men trust women to make their food and drink for them, because
Storage
women
barrels.
could
They're
never
empty.
betray or deceive
Storage
anybody.
barrels. They're empty. I'd say this is water.
She's good, isn't she?
Mm.
Because nothing really quenches the thirst like some hot water.
Storage barrels. They're empty.
Okay, so here we go. That's our. So we have some scales, and this is obviously going to be crucial to making a special brew for our friends in the other room.
Medieval book of recipes. Let's see what it says.
So, strange sleeping drink. Okay, so that's where it's So you can see there that it's not very descriptive of what you want. So essentially, what you need to do is with the 6 herbs that you've been given, right? You need to make a mix of each one and see what color it develops, and then you'll know which one was which, and then you can make the drink and serve them.
Oh, right, okay.
So that's the puzzle, basically. So it actually does require you to check each one of them and identify what color they become, and then you can mix the two together then and make up the recipe as intended. But of course, you have to make it in the right order because then you need the right color to appear and all this sort of nonsense. So.
Well, what can I get you?
In God's name, stop asking stupid questions.
Wine and
Bring
meat.
us some wine and
Yeah.
meat and hurry.
Yes, very well.
Yeah. So you see, even that character there, I think, is clearly written like Miller. Like it's like he's an equivalent, you know.
Bring us some tea, or I'll cut you into tiny pieces.
I could offer you something better than that.
Oh yes, and what might that be?
A love potion by my own recipe.
Oh, well.
Danish love potions. I heard you Vikings ride like mad. That sounds excellent.
Surely they would be wary of this and not want her to come near her with a potion.
No. You see, these are medieval men. Their brains haven't fully developed yet. You see, this is the thing. They're so uneducated and underdeveloped that they'll totally trust a strange concoction made by a Danish invader. You know? Do you know that's probably how they got invaded in the first place? Just all these strange cauldron soups just popped up everywhere. They started having some. They all died.
Coincidence.
No, historically accurate actually. You just don't want to bad talk cauldron soup. That's what's wrong with you.
Yeah.
You're not willing to accept
cauldron soup out of this.
You don't want me to make you start distrusting cauldrons. Is that the idea?
Oh, what have we just taken there? Coins?
We just took a bag of silver because when we came back in and out, they were celebrating the fact that they had got basically got paid for guarding the door. So we nicked one of their.
Do you know who'd love that? Do you know who'd love that? The librarian.
Yeah, well, do you know what? That's her fault. She should have followed us to 12 Bridges. You know?
There's some liquid in it.
I don't see Mrs. Owen fucking. To be fair, if Mrs. Owen did travel with us here, she'd be the first to die because she just would not stop arguing. She just continued to be moaning and no, you can't do that. No, you can't move those herbs. No, that's a reserve herb. You can't take that. Why don't you just hand mix the recipe yourself? Yeah. So the silver is basically it's intended to balance out use as a balance essentially. So if you have like say when you put the scale in and you put the water in, that's the herb is going to balance out essentially. So you see there it's
right. Okay.
There's a little bit of physics going on here, as you can tell. So yeah, so unfortunately, with all the 6 herbs we have, we need to start mixing and matching and experimenting, dabbling, indeed.
Strange. Almost like a sponge.
Because yeah, this is
maybe a herb.
really something that kills the tension in the game, doesn't it?
like Halligan's out there bleeding away from his ears being chopped off, and now we have just time to make a nice brew.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
It's exactly 1 ounce of the herb.
So yeah, so that's what's happened there now. We're actually we're measuring out the herb each time.
Clear.
Right.
The
Okay.
weed turned the water whitish. Looks almost like milk.
So I think that was the minty one that we had. So we know that kind of makes a whitish color. So again, so with a lot of the recipes basically describe colors, and then some of them are like, oh, and the spongy one is you have to try to put the spongy one in here. You know, the kind of way.
Yeah.
So that's basically what you have to do, and then you keep track of like which herb equates to which color. And again, some of it, like I think for one of the two of the recipes, it's a bit guesswork because they don't actually adequately describe what color it is, or say the color is like too close together. And yes, you have to do this 6 times.
Oh Christ.
So you have to, empty out the bowl, fill it back up with water, check the herb again, and keep going until you get to make the secret recipe.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So again, lesson 2 in how to kill the tension of a video game. A puzzle like fucking this.
My
like,
god.
Awful. But when we come back on Mystery of the Druids, we will figure out how many
cooking.
More cooking, yes. Let's cook with Melanie Turner. The answer to Nigella Lawson we never wanted. But until then, good night, everybody.
Good night.
And welcome back, everybody, to Mystery of the Druids on Click the Thing, or as this phase of the game is now called, Euro Wench Simulator 1642. Where we are doing what was intended for women this whole time. We're trying to make men a drink.
Dried leaves.
Because that's the level we're playing with on this game now.
Oh my, yeah, this left me in a foul humor the last day.
Yep. It's not
Oh,
going to get any better.
Yeah, when I thought this game couldn't get worse,
Exactly 1 ounce
here we go.
Yeah. Okay, the latent sexism of having to, force woman to do thing for man is one thing in and of itself. But the absolute tedious gameplay to see what herbs match to what colors is another level in of itself. It's like it's like patronizing a woman on a video game design level. Like it's like you go and do the donkey work for us and come back to us when you have the right answer. It's like, or you could just tell us and let us figure it out from there. But this is their way of trying to make a complicated puzzle by giving us more tedious work.
Like, the idea behind the puzzle, fine. I can match the herbs to the color, make sure you serve them the right color broth. Absolutely fine. This step-by-step tediousness can get in the fucking bin.
That's exactly
Yeah.
1 ounce.
Oh god, yeah. Oh god, yeah. But like, it's not even that. Like, okay, granted, it's a couple of clues in between. Like you say, like with like some of the drinks say like, oh, the one that feels like a sponge. So that's not color based. It's like you hear it in dialogue. It's just like, oh, it feels kind of spongy. That's fine. I don't mind it. It's a way of throwing things around. But it's just you have to do this part 6 times. You have to do this for every herb you have, and it's just so unnecessary. I also find the music as well, based off the animation, that like basically like Melanie here has a bowl of water she's putting in her pocket. Like that's just uncomfortable, isn't it? Like
if pockets could be that big.
Fleshy.
If
Maybe
only.
they come from a herbaceous plant.
that holds an actual bowl of water to the brim in place and doesn't trickle down
that's the dream. That's the dream. This is just like laughing in the face of women.
Right. That's exactly 1 ounce.
It's a slap in the face for incontinent women everywhere.
This weed made the color of the water.
Okay, so
is this the right color?
Okay, so we're now we're over halfway through now. We've done 4 of the 6. You have 2 more colors to unlock. And yes, I am losing the will to live doing this bit of the game.
And all the cut animations are so bad.
I know. Like, okay, granted, like this is on Good Old Games and Steam, but obviously it's ripped from the CD, and we had this before with like the levitating Larry and other like graphical mishaps that are going to happen later on that are objectively hilarious. But I like it's hard to say where the CD rip starts and the animation ends. Kind of like what's responsible for the other. But no, I think it's just badly made. Like, it's so in some aspects it's like first game teething problems, but it's also just not knowing what you're doing and trying to design a video game based off stuff you played already without any kind of point of reference of what's good.
The weed has made the water blue.
Okay, so licorice makes water blue. Shock horror. That must be the funkiest smelling bucket in the Middle Ages right now, because we've thrown in like 5 different herb water broths, in there. Like whoever cleans that, whoever drinks from that slop bucket later on is going to have the biggest trip. Like, maybe that's how they discovered MDMA back in the day. They just like the slop bucket just turned someone loose.
Festered. That's like the King's Cup, the original King's Cup.
Yeah.
This weed feels strange.
It's like just someone retelling the story, and that's how IPA was invented. Okay, we're on tenterhooks here. This is the last of our herbs. The last color to unlock.
This has to be it.
That's exactly 1 ounce of the herb. This made the water
purple.
Purple.
Purple. Some fucking what's the herb? Potassium permanganate? Like. That is a joke that only chemists will understand, and they might have a mild chuckle at, like Burpot just did there.
Yeah, like I can't add to it.
Yeah.
Let's see what it says.
It's a good one.
Okay, a strange sleeping drink.
Okay, take an ounce of the crimson, right? Oh my god.
Yeah. That's what we're dealing with here.
Oh god.
It just doesn't make it, like, even the wording, like, I see what they're trying to do with the wording, but like the central part doesn't make sense. You get like two red, 1 gold. Grant, that's fine. 2 ounce of the green from an ounce and an ounce. What the fuck does that mean? Like,
make an ounce of the green from an ounce and an ounce.
Yeah. It's so bizarre.
Smells of cinnamon.
So fucking bizarre. Now again, the semantics of this now is a bit different, because when it says mixed A, B, C, and D, like there's an actual order then of when you actually have to add the herbs. To add 3 of the herbs together, and obviously mix that around, and then you have to add 2 on top of that, and then 1, and then 1. I think it is. But obviously, if you do all 3 together, it doesn't work. So you have to do these in the right order. You know what I mean?
Fucking annoying.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just got a coffee delivered to me by a man.
How's that gender zeitgeist going for you, Burkball?
I'm getting so angry at the misogyny in this game that I just had to get a man to make me a coffee.
It only works. That only works if you clicked your fingers beforehand. Otherwise, it doesn't count.
I called him garçon.
More ale, garçon. Oh, there. We must remember this for the next Kitchen of Madness to see if we can make a sleeping drink out of cinnamon, aniseed, and presumably fennel.
This weed makes the water turn red.
No.
Dried leaves.
Look, I didn't say medieval cooks were good. You know.
Those leaves are sort of that smells of aniseed. This weed feels strange, almost like a sponge.
So. There we go. Look at this tantalizing. They must have been really proud of this balance. This little animation.
They're like,
phase.
let's make an entire you can just imagine some intern as a coding project was asked to code this balance, and it's like, I'm really proud of it, guys. And they're like, if you could get the fucking work of balance in, we'll make an entire game out of it. All right.
Let's see what it says.
It's like, yeah, do you know what? That's what's happened here, right? They heard the phrase game balancing and they got the completely wrong idea.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, oh wait, that's not what you do. Oh, in that case, we have to call an intern back because we're in trouble. So yeah, I'm still trying to make sense of this fucking recipe here, right? I've done the golden bit. Like, mix 2 green. What are you talking about? So, I think what I mean is you have to do 2 greens, but you have to do one, mix in one first, and then one on top of that. You can't just do the 2 together. It's so bizarre.
Yeah, you can't. Oh.
And I think what's confusing me here as well is that I don't think the color, one of the colors matched up to the actual, to what the water became. I don't think we actually ever got a green. So I think they were actually the herb itself was actually green. I think that was the curveball in his puzzle. I think. I remember there is definitely a curveball in this. I just can't remember what it was. And again, it's been 3 months since I played, so I'm trying to jog my memory. I think that's something to do with the fact that like you're actually talking now about the herb as opposed to the.
Now it's turned into a brown slop.
And I think if it turns into brown slop, it's unsuccessful. I think that's how it goes. So yeah, once Mandy goes, oh, it's wrong, it's incorrect. You basically have to start again.
Start the whole fucking thing again. Oh, actually, I did mean to tell you this.
Okay.
Do you remember I said that cauldron would make lovely soup?
Yes.
Later on that day, I went out for lunch with my sister, and I was telling her about cauldron soup, and she went, "Oh my god, remember we had it?" And I went, "What?" And we were at a funeral a few years ago when we arrived up to the house. You know, like funeral soup is always the best soup, but also it was being served out of a cauldron.
Oh my!
And obviously, in my grief, I forgot the cauldron aspect and the fact that I actually had cauldron soup, but the memory lived on, just buried in there. So yes, I have had cauldron soup, and yes, it is delicious.
Like the fact that the cauldron soup has to remind you of a traumatic event is says more about this game as well. So like the most notable thing in it is a cauldron soup of a time of a really bad personal time for me. But hey, the soup is good.
Exactly.
So that's what I was going to say.
Dried leaves.
This
herb smells of cinnamon.
Yes. What? Yeah, no, so cauldron soup, it is a thing. It is delicious. And I don't know what funeral company arranged the cauldron, but can recommend.
Well, I mean, it's one of the staples of an Irish funeral. Like you have to get you have a company for the bagpipes. You got a company for the removals. You got a company for the hearse. You got a company for the horses. Obviously, that's going to have to transport the coffin away, and you have a company for the cauldron. That's pretty straightforward, I think.
Dried leaves. I don't know which plant they
So
come from.
I presume this dried leaves thing is meant to be tobacco, but which is obviously complete nonsense because tobacco wasn't in Middle England at this stage. Like tobacco was an American discovery.
Yeah.
So that's complete nonsense. So I don't know what. Like obviously, maybe they knew this, and that's why they just called it dried leaves. I don't know. But yeah, these guys need to kind of brush up on their research again, because I think we mentioned before that this was meant to be a take. Like I feel like this game was trying to be Broken Swords with a lot of its writing and themes and characterization, and it just bottled it really.
Yeah.
To an almost absurd degree, like. It's easy to write a will they won't they relationship between a male and female character, but it's also almost impossible to get to fuck it up.
The water in the bowl is absolutely clear.
Okay, now we have a clear bowl of water. So that is our sleeping drink.
Woo! We actually did. Well, you did it. Woo!
It was a team effort, Burkbot. I was thinking about you during all this, going like, oh, imagine if I got Burkbot to do this puzzle.
The tears. The violent tears.
That ought to get you going.
To be honest with you, I get the feeling you'd actually refuse to base just on like moral grounds.
As
like,
I said, a love potion.
It doesn't taste all that good.
But it'll work. Just wait and see.
I should hope so, because I'm getting tired. Very tired.
oh,
he's nodding off.
Uh-huh. We'll head off to make another one. Will we? Or when we come back in? Just whenever you're ready, Melanie. Yay.
My friends.
And there we go. Proto, Miller, and Larry are asleep.
Woo!
Hooray. Which means with our dainty female hands that look like, stick insects based off the graphics, we've now been able to steal keys.
That should do it. Sweet dreams, my friends.
I was hoping I could kick him up the arse in particular, but that was unsuccessful.
Brent?
Melanie! At last. I'm here. Over here.
Where could that be?
At last? Wasn't I quick enough for you?
This really is one hell of a rat's nest. Where are
He
we?
looks like he's pissing against the door there. Did you see that?
The British Army. It seems a number of wars were fought in this area 1,000 years ago.
Great. That's simply wonderful, isn't it? Maybe we should have read a few history books before we came here. Where are the soldiers now?
Fast asleep. I made them a drink that seems to have had the desired effect.
Well done, Melanie.
They have the desired
Now let's
effect.
get out of
When
here.
they wake up, they'll start humping
Unlock
each
the
other.
door.
Because I just happened to make a love potion at the same time.
Of course, at once.
That's the brown slop.
Yeah. Oh, geez, if they drink the slop bucket, they're going to have all 6 of them at once.
Okay, now how do we get out of here?
The door's upstairs. Wait here. I'll go and see whether the key fits the other door.
Yes, woman take charge. Break that gender imbalance.
I wonder what's in here.
Probably nothing.
What about the door?
I haven't tried the key yet. I'll be right back.
I love he's just kind of just waiting by the door. Like
why not go and help?
Or better yet, if someone does start coming around, why are you standing right in the doorway to be pushed back in and locked up again? Like, it's so fucking stupid.
I might have guessed. The door's locked.
Oh, nice of them to have art around the place, though.
Not a good idea.
It does tie the room together a bit, alright, yeah.
I've always found pictures of wars revolting.
Thank you for your hot take there, Melanie. That's great.
Ye old human
I've
centipede.
always found pictures of wars revolting.
Yes, it was a new discovery back then, and well, it worked during the Crusades. Is all I'm saying. So yes, we can't get out through the front door. That is now proven to be impossible.
Give me a hand with this crate, Brent. It's too heavy for me to shift on my own.
Oh, how did we know? Absolutely no clue about that.
This, Brent. I thought
no indication there's a hidden passage.
One way out of here looks like a secret passage.
So we just
They just fell down the stairs.
Nonsense. Come on. Let's go.
Oh, God.
That was a beautiful animation.
If you can't animate it, why include that cut? Like, it could literally just do down in the tunnels. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Neither can I.
Oh, again, I feel like that was the best way they could have done that.
Rubbish. There's no one here. Don't worry. We'll find the way out.
There's not a glimmer of light here anywhere, Brent.
Oh!
What was that? Are you still there? Brent? Brent, this isn't funny. Hello? Is that you, Brent?
oh, something happened. Did she just fall?
They fell out. They fell off. They fell out off the cliff.
Oh, okay.
No, there we are.
Oh.
Now where am I?
Back in jail.
Yep. So you'll notice here that everything's now kind of familiar to the last level we had in Lord Sinclair's place. So now that Brent is now hooked up in a room,
This is no use to me.
we now have to try and find a few things before we get
I'll
disturbed.
sit down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I can be
Like
a
this.
ghost.
Hello, I'm Ghost Detective Brent Halligan, deceased.
Now I've got things to do.
I'm some sort of Monty Python character now.
I'm not putting my head into that, thank you very much. A yoke. I've seen one of these before in a museum. I'm not putting
Yes,
my head
if anyone's
into that, thank you very
unfamiliar, a yoke is a very common term in Ireland for everything.
Of course.
Everything that you're like, any technological thing that your nan doesn't understand is called a yoke in Ireland, which is hilarious because it's also like, you know, a double meaning for a pill of NDMA. So your nan could be talking about a remote control for the TV, or actually just wants to drop some ketamine. It's in some families, it's very hard to tell sometimes.
And sometimes it's the yellow bit of an egg.
That too. Again, depending on who it is, there could be any one of the three. Maybe you want to watch Who Wants to Be a Millionaire High while eating eggs. Who knew?
Climbing down there. Nice view. This building must be pretty high up.
Aha.
So you are the stranger who came to us through the Gate of the
Ooh.
Worlds. We meet at last. I am very pleased to see you.
Oh, yes? I can't say the feeling's mutual. I want to get out of here. This minute. Who are you?
When I
anyway?
want it now.
Be calm. Nothing will happen to you here. I am your friend.
My friend? That's a lie. I can do without friends like you.
We have been expecting you. We need you. You are the one all our...
So you can tell from the voice actor, this is meant to be proto the old Professor Blake.
I came here from the year 2000. You can't even know I exist.
You came to us through the gate.
Unfortunately, he has the gyrating hands was not a genetic trait.
Yeah. That would have made it more obvious.
You are in a monastery, the final refuge of the last...
Well, in fairness, he's got the beard and the
have come to us.
and the voice, so you know, halfway there.
Our order is facing extinction. For thousands of years, we have been handing our knowledge down from generation to generation. Every pupil was instructed by his mentor for 20 years, until he was worthy of being taught all the secrets of the Druids. And finally, he would become a mentor himself.
I see.
I'm pointing at you now.
Serve either good or evil. The mentor's
Who has ever pointed while saying "I see"?
will prevail. A pupil
Like-
without a mentor is left to his own devices. He acts without wisdom or knowledge, and thus becomes hungry for power and evil.
Okay, that's old news so far.
Our Grand Master Surston killed his mentor and became evil. Yet he succeeded in becoming the leader.
The sentencing is interesting there. He killed him first and became evil.
Than any that has ever been performed. He wishes to
Not that
transfer the
he
entire
is evil
Brotherhood's
and
power
killed his
to
mentor.
5 infants, to ensure that the power of the Druids will live on forever. These infants will be stronger than any Druid the world has ever seen, and they will grow up without a mentor. They are destined for...
So obviously these are the inheritors which we met around the dinner table in Lord Sinclair's place 2,000 years later.
Together, we can prevent this from happening. A small circle of brothers have united under my leadership with the intention of stopping Sursten.
But
Well, why does he talk
seems
in
to
perfect
suspect something
modern
is going
English?
on. Ever since we
With an
occupied
American
this
accent.
monastery,
Like,
he has
Yeah.
been building fortifications.
again, it's almost like this
Anyone but himself
this
can
Blake
enter
fellow
the
is
places of
transporting through
worship.
time.
We know there is a
Or they're
secret
just trying to
room
save
where
the
he
voice
keeps a
actors.
crystal ball. We also know that Sursten has had our temples close to the river altered. With your help, we will get past his fortifications.
why do you need my help for that?
We are few, and Sursten is having us watched. We need somebody of equal power to him.
And you think that's me?
Your
It's
journey
not
here
Brent.
has given you the power to alter
Plot
the
twist,
course
it's
of
Melanie.
history. That is more than any of us.
Even bigger plot twist, it's the homeless guy outside the museum.
That harbors
Yeah.
the crystal ball. I have arranged for you to be allowed to move freely
Where's his
within the
analog in this
until the
monastery?
day of your execution.
The day of my execution? Oh, great. Now you tell me. How much time does that give me?
I must leave you now. I bid you good luck.
Hey, where will I find you? What's your name, anyway?
I am called Maglor.
Oh, great. Inspector Miller will never believe this.
I am called
If I
Maglor.
ever get to
I will
tell
not give you my
Melanie-
details.
Hold on. Where did
I
she
walked
get
it like. Oh,
I only
God.
give my address to friends and people who will save my life.
I can't go to sleep now.
And I'm going to ignore the fact that you asked about your execution.
Yeah, he kind of lowballed that one in, didn't he? I suppose there is worse ways to find out. Like Brent could literally just be in the stocks going, something seems off here.
Oh, there's Magnar.
Yeah, found them.
There you are. I've been looking for you.
Have you discovered anything yet?
I have to learn how to find my way around here first. Don't you think you might be able to show me around the monastery?
Out of the question. We should not be seen together. We will make sure that Surstan's spies do not bother you. Everything else is up to you.
What have you done with Melanie Turner?
She is safe for the moment.
She is a woman. We have her in this place called the kitchen.
For the moment.
The day of her execution is the same day when your life will end.
That sounds really encouraging.
So in other words, getting executed at the same time. You literally could have just said that. That's not hard.
Decreed that the day of the ritual shall be the day you both die.
Where's Melanie now?
She may move freely within the monastery, just like you. I have been to see her and told her everything. I do not know where she is now. I believe she wanted to take a look around the library.
The library?
Library? That's no place for a woman. They've got books there. You could learn.
Okay. I'm sure I'll find her.
I can go find you, Brent. That's
I'll see you later.
Yeah.
I can't light it. I need some matches to do that.
They're already lit, Brent.
Looks like someone does a lot of writing here.
I mean, it's a nice decoration around here, you know. It's got all the trimmings. It's got jugs, 3 candelabras, what looks to be some mistletoe on the draped around. It's
I
nice.
can't light it. I need some matches to do that.
Like, you'd pay about $2,000 a month for that in Dublin.
That's true, actually, yeah.
I think there are better moments to
Including the old man in the robe staring at everything you do. Okay. So now we get to wander around the monastery, free of charge.
a musical presentation. This wouldn't make my room look much better.
He's such a dickhead. I was like, no, don't like the colours.
Not a pretty sight.
As Brent's realising that meat comes from animals. Breaking fucking news there.
Crates. Perfectly ordinary crates.
So yeah, this is obviously like the majority of the end of the game is set in this castle now. So there's a lot of redundant rooms. Like they kind of designed the area first and then built the game, or like they kind of worked out the puzzles from there, which I don't dislike in a sense. It is just inherently inefficient. It's something you do only when you're actually like confident in every other like mechanical part of the game. Not something you just kind of like hope works, you know?
This wouldn't make my room look much better. A medieval
Like,
scene with
it's all
a
different
shed
tapestry and all that. I have no idea if they're real tapestries or not, like, you know, like taken from genuine works of art, but I don't think so. They kind of seem very bespoke for the game, considering some of them were druidic in nature.
Ah, books. Too bad I wouldn't be able to understand a word of them.
see.
I'm not the least bit tired. Books. Too bad I wouldn't be able to understand a word of them.
Brent, of course, couldn't read to begin with, so he's no chance of reading medieval English. So the way I think this works around is, so basically the monastery, I think, has like 3 different wings to it, and you basically like you have one of these kind of rooms that joins everything together. So this is the forbidden door, and no one can go through the forbidden door.
These are solid iron.
Until the plot demands us to go through the forbidden door.
Forbidden door.
Forbidden door. I think every good monastery has to have a forbidden door, you know? I think this is part of the culture, you know? He's running away. My next exercise is going to try and do the Halligan run, where I lift my knees up.
Oh my god. Yeah. And stare unblinkingly ahead of you.
No one will notice.
And point unnecessarily at people.
While wearing a trench coat.
Good grief.
Ah, yes, the John Barrowman, as I believe it's called. I mean, clearly, when you look at Brent Halligan, you see where Doctor Who got the inspiration for David Tennant's variation of the Doctor, you know? They're the exact same personality, the exact same character.
A basket. That's empty.
Take it? Use it, maybe? Do something, Brent? You know? I mean, when it comes to ingenuity, Melody's kind of showing you up here, Brent, you know? Like, you're the one that's a detective. Maybe do some detectiving? That's also another thing about the way he's written. Like, he's not actually... I don't... Like, Brent isn't written as a police detective. You know? Like, he's got like a kind of few token words like, oh, you're under arrest, I have some questions for you. It's like... But he doesn't actually act like a detective. You know what I mean? This is why I feel like they're kind of written to be like George and Nico from Broken Sword, because he's a lawyer and you have got a photojournalist. And if you actually kind of place those characters up over them instead... it actually kind of fits a bit better, you know?
I'd need some matches to do that.
But
I'm on duty.
That's what I say. I feel like
drinking for me today.
I feel like they just didn't write the characters well at all. So
no, nothing about this is written well.
No.
Like I was explaining to
What do you want?
I take it you're Sestan,
Yeah.
am I right?
And you are the man who came all the way here just to
I genuinely thought that was some sort of gorilla.
Is the kind of life I've granted you too much for
Just whatever way the frame rate moved on my thing.
Yeah.
What are you planning to
So
do to us?
obviously, Sir Stan is Lord Sinclair's descendant. That's obviously goes without saying.
Your lives will end.
Why don't you just kill us right now?
You are indeed lucky to be
So
allowed to
I think
live.
if I remember correctly, I think around the table there were 6 people. There was other inheritors there. So I think if you kind of like do a little bit of the maths, you realize that you basically have 1 extra inheritor. And that's, at some stage, the game is expecting you to realize that Sir Stan is actually Lord Sinclair. Like, they're the same person, essentially. Or direct descendant, or something along those lines. Which I think is why they kind of deliberately had all the other kind of main contemporary characters having a historical equivalent. So then you can make that connection somehow before the end of the game for the last puzzle.
You will be the last sacrifices of the old
Oh
world.
god.
You're
It's all so messy.
completely insane.
Yeah. Well, look, in fairness, it serves a purpose, right? Like obviously, functionally, you don't have to like have another like round of voice actors speaking in ye olde English, because that would sound terrible, you know.
Yeah, true.
So it does. I don't dislike it in a sense, because we were on the channel, we played Shadow of Memories, which is kind of not too far away from this, in fairness. It's a time travel game, and basically all of your contemporary characters are literally the same in the past. As in, it's the same faces, same voices, just different names, basically. and the town is the same basically. So when you're going from like you're jumping from the modern age to the 70s to the 1600s, the town has not changed, but the buildings have, or the like one building is this in the 16th century and is now something else. So in a way, like that's deliberate, so obviously to save on voice actors, but it's also the point that these are direct descendants. You just have to they broke the same characters, so whatever works in the past works in the future. That sort of stuff, you know.
Yeah,
And
and that does make sense. It does.
yeah, it
However,
does.
however, it's just executed so badly.
It is, and that's the thing. And Shadow Memories was kind of like their hearts were in the right place, but they still made a pretty woeful attempt at it, you know. However, Shadow Memories was substantially funnier in its execution than the Mystery of the Druids.
Except a little more of a
You know.
Yeah.
than most.
Dominance and unity are the keys to all great deeds. The
Yes, I was explaining this to Nordy that I was like, "Oh, this is the premise of the game," and he was like, "That doesn't sound bad. Why are you dreading doing this?" I was like, "Wait until you watch it, and you will see why
Yeah.
I am dreading this."
Because, as you said, it is all just down to to sticking the landing. You know, like again, a game about like druidic lore and magic is really good. That's a good that's a good plot. That's a good premise. But every game starts off with a decent enough premise or hook. But and especially with a point and click adventure game, not to say that it's hard to fuck up, but there's less things to fuck up. You know, if you're doing like a shooter, like you have to get the basics of that right. If you're doing a racing game, you know, having your car stay on a piece of road without falling through, that requires a bit of effort. You know, whereas you don't have to worry about combat, you don't have to worry about anything like fast acting like that. You just need to write good characters and have a decent plot. That just didn't happen in this.
A dining table. It's big.
And then this is also me trying to figure out now. After I kind of copped that the castle is supposed to be basically analogous to all the other places we've been, like what other like characters are hiding in the background? Because obviously there's a few of these as it were monks or druids, whatever you want to call them. That
The drunk is gonna be here.
I don't want to break anything.
I guess.
I'd better not touch.
Although weird enough, I think from the camera angle, I think this is meant to be the lab, but I can't tell. I genuinely couldn't tell you which is which. Like, because like the camera angles, they use the same camera angles from from Scotland Yard, but this is obviously not Scotland Yard, and so it's either that or Lord Sinclair's like manor that we see like barely anything of. So it's hard to say if that's actually if it's meant to be like for like or not.
Particularly tasty. Maybe later. You never know. It might come in handy. These are roots.
Roots.
What do I need that for?
This game obviously never heard of red herrings when it comes to picking up items, because when you see two brightly colored objects on a table, your instinct is to pick up both. But we would just no to the purple stuff because it's clearly not intended for anything. You know, it's daft the way to do things.
That's an iron crucible. It's empty.
And again, that's literally something they would have learned from the Broken Sword games, where there's some items you can pick up early and you never find a use for, but you carry them around forever. Like I've told you the Lucky Cole story, haven't I? From the Broken Sword games.
No.
Okay. Well, if we ever end up playing the second game, we'll come across it anyway. But just as a kind of a by the by, in the first game, you can pick up a piece of coal early on, and George just has it in his pocket for the entire time. It serves absolutely no purpose. It does nothing, absolutely nothing. But in the second game, he calls it his lucky piece of coal, and he carries it towards the end of the game. But it does actually serve a purpose, not for the plot, but for the Easter egg. So
Okay, cool.
yeah.
got some really
No, I don't
interesting
mind
books
that.
in here, Brent.
Don't mind
Yeah.
that at
This
all.
one, for example.
Absolutely.
Like, what I'm trying to
of the
think, there was
monastery's
definitely
history. It was
games where
written
I
by
was like, pick up
Christian
that item,
monks.
pick up
It
that item.
says-
Yes,
Hold on,
I'm going to
Melanie.
add that to,
Before
and
you
like, I
start
never
your
used it.
academic lecture,
Yeah, but that's
you
good
may be
design.
interested to
Like
know
that's
that I've just
that's
seen
what you're supposed to
someone
do.
called
You're supposed to
Blackwell.
give players options,
Good
and
enough to
then
tell me
like by
that
with
you and
with
I
the
are to
with
be
obviously not
executed in a
rubbing,
few days'
because one of the
time.
downsides of a
know
point and click
that,
game is
Brent.
that like
I've
you
seen
can
him
just
do
rub
it.
any
He was
object
here
against
half an
another
hour
and
ago. He told me
try and figure it out from
Oh,
there.
and
But
I
by giving
suppose it
them
doesn't
all these
bother
different
you.
avenues and
Well,
trying to
as
see
for
which one
me,
works and what
I
doesn't,
had other plans
that's
for
what
the
kind of like
evening of
gets
my
you
life,
to make
be
a
honest.
solution,
Brent,
because
what do you
you're
think
obviously
I'm
ruling
doing
out
here with these
obvious,
books? I'm
like
looking for
this
someone
clearly
that
isn't
might
going to
be of
work from
help
this
to
one.
us.
However, if you're just leaving it to just three
This is no
things
time
in
to
a
start
level,
reading, Melanie.
those
We
three
must
things are
do
going to
something.
click and work.
Well, at
You
least
know?
I found out that this monastery used to be inhabited by Christian monks.
So what? What good is that?
Why don't you listen? The Druids besieged the monastery, but they couldn't find a way in. Not one of the
The
monks
fact
that
that
tried
these
to
two are
flee
being
during
like
the
drawn
siege
together
ever came
like
back.
as a
The
couple
monks
is
heard their
hilarious,
brothers
because they have
scream.
no
Yeah.
chemistry at all.
Sometimes
There's
the days
nothing.
end.
I think I can guess what the
It's
Druids are
just
doing to
man
them.
and
That's why
woman
the
must
chronicles
be
stop
couple.
in mid-sentence.
Yeah.
The Druids
No,
must
it's
have found
bumbling
their way
man
into
and
the monastery.
traumatized woman.
Melanie,
That's
this
the
is all
that's the
very
couple.
interesting,
Like
but we just don't have time for history lessons. We're in trouble now.
I know, Brent. That's why I suggest you have a good look round the monastery while I carry on studying these books. Maybe we'll find a way out of this.
What good's that supposed to do?
2 pairs of eyes see more than one. I may find something in these chronicles that'll help us fight the Druids. Meanwhile, I suggest you look for the room Maglor mentioned, the one where the crystal ball is hidden.
I don't know. I'm not sure I trust him all that much. What if he's lying?
Brent,
it reminds you a
there's
lot
no
of
point in worrying
Professor
about
Blake,
that
except he
now.
has his
He's
legs.
the only friend we've got around here.
Aren't you scared at all, Melanie?
Of course I'm scared, but we mustn't give up. If we just sit around and wait, the ritual will be completed, and then we'll die.
Perhaps we should never have come here.
What choice did we have? To let the circle rule the world?
That may yet happen anyway. The only difference is that we won't be there to see it.
We're not dead yet, Brent. There's still a chance. We have to try. Think of Mr. Blake. He helped us and paid
Like
for
these
it with his
long
life.
winding
Do you want his
conversations
death
that
to
they
have
have
been in vain?
are
Mr. Blake. If only he could have seen all this. He
like
would
so
have
much of
confirmed
this
all
is
his
trying to
theories.
push through the
Doubt it would have
narrative that they're
pleased him
going
very much,
to be a
though.
couple, or
Okay,
that
Melanie,
they're trying to
you're
work
right.
together, but
Let's
they're not
do
even
all we
working
can.
together
I'll
well.
take
No.
a look around this place. Will you still be here?
Like it's gas, really. It's just
Take care of yourself.
yeah.
And you,
It's just
Brent.
bad writing all around. And like listen, if they did follow the suit of most games, which is kept it as a will they won't they. Like the reason why, okay, I'll use Mulder and Scully as an example from the X-Files, right? Like they are like, I guess, a quintessential will they won't they relationship, because
Yeah.
I think only in recent times are they actually written to be actually physically together, because obviously they're in the FBI, they can't be seen to
Yeah.
be in a relationship, blah blah blah. There's rules against that sort of thing. Whereas like if you're like, the chemistry and the sexual tension is very obviously there because you've got 2 great actors who totally lean into it. Like it's telling the audience, you know, that they want this to happen, but they can't. So that it makes the audience project that bit and go, oh come on, make it happen, do it, you know. Whereas this is a ham-fisted attempt at it because it's very much show don't tell. You know what I mean? No, don't get me wrong, it's hard to do it in the video game because you don't have physical actors doing it. But that's where the skill of the voice actor comes into it, you know, to kind of deliver that line in a particular way that gives off that impression. And again, Broken Sword had that with the 2 voice actors for George and Nico. They got across the point that the relationship and chemistry was growing from that point. And they're still a will they won't they. Like they never hook up proper. Like they have little flits and starts and all that, but like in later games, George has a partner, and Nico had boyfriends as well, and flings and all this sort of stuff. But the whole point is that they're never actually formally a couple. You know, that's what makes the relationship great. You know.
Yeah, and like there's some programs and some series where you have the will they won't they, and it goes on for too long. You're like, just fucking either do it or, you know, fuck off. Whereas this is just like, I've watched series before where there are couples kind of been forced upon you, like, nah, this doesn't work. And usually, like, I suppose nowadays you've got the kind of fan culture who will make it known to the networks, don't do this.
Yeah.
But this is obviously in a time before that, so we're being force fed this awful, awful, awfulness.
Yeah, no, that's the thing as well. Like, it's just it. I don't know whether, like, obviously, again, these guys like making a game for the first time, but it was it because they just didn't have anything else for these two to do, basically, rather than just like, okay, we'll fall in love, you know, like. Usually when something like this happens, it kind of ties in with the plot a little bit. You know, there's actual there's a narrative reason why they're
Yeah.
drawing together. Like they were like, okay, if I was rewriting this game, for example, and I wanted to drive home the fact that, like, I want at the end of the game, I want Brent and Melody to be a happy couple and they all live happily ever after.
Looks very much like a work.
In this manner, I would have had a Brent and Melanie, like they would have been the king and queen of the castle. They would have owned it, you know, and that's how you see them. That's how you realize, we were always drawn together. Fate had brought us together anyway, you know, kind of way. But there's nothing like that here.
How are you?
How should I be? Every day I work my fingers to the bone. I get bad
My
food,
God.
bad treatment.
Yeah.
Who's this meant to be?
The gardener, I think,
I understand.
because he's the same. It's the same accents.
Right, okay.
The kind of West Country twang that you get.
Yeah. Body shape doesn't match though.
At least you're working.
No.
Or maybe I'm just getting fooled by the beer bod in the Celtic guy.
Yeah, the gardener is hiding his shredded fucking abs with his overalls and shears, you know. You have to look past the overalls, you know. You have to imagine what that how that built that gardener is outside of it, you know.
That's good.
How is that good?
I haven't seen any ladies here for a long, long time.
He also does, like, being shirtless and what seems to be having leather jocks. I can't tell if this is a Smiths or the BDSM club, because like there is a tanner there at the back on the back wall. Could easily be converted to a rack. You know what I mean?
That's all that need concern you.
All right, I get it. Then tell me what it is you want with me.
No, okay, no. After me saying that now,
Is there anything I can do for you?
You look at you.
Oh dear.
A weakling like you. I'll bet you couldn't even hold a hammer.
I hope you're talking about an actual tool there.
Who looked a lot like you.
Oh.
Didn't stay long though. Work was too hard for him.
All right.
I'm trying to work out what type of pelt is that up on the wall there.
Standing around in
What
my
animal
way.
was it?
If I don't get my
I presume
work
cowhide.
finished by tomorrow,
Like, considering it's meant to be
Very
like
small.
a yeah.
What exactly do you
Cows
do
are smaller in the 16th century, of course.
True.
It's not true. Don't believe anything I say.
I know, it would make sense that they're not genetically modified, so they'd be slightly smaller, but I don't think they're that small.
No.
Wars come and go.
It's either they've been using Highland cows for all their tanning needs, which is a bit unnecessary. They're too
We
cute
need
to be
so many
tanned.
more of these little ones.
Yeah.
You have to shave them first.
Sir, I don't mean to alarm you here, but they're not cows, they're horses. They're like, I was wondering why they kept running away.
Once I dared to go to Sir Stan's room and ask for more money.
And
that's when I got these scars on my back.
what did they do to you?
10 lashes on the whip.
Oh, that's why he's shirtless. He's wounded, that's why.
Right, okay.
That and he loves it.
Why don't you fight back? A strong man like you.
I'd do anything to hurt those villains. Oh, but they are powerful and cruel. I have to finish my work by tomorrow, or else I'll be punished in some horrible way.
Which is why he's standing here in the corner, not doing
I
it.
don't know much about them. Anyway, I'm not allowed to tell you anything.
Ah, that's interesting.
That's interesting.
I don't know about you,
Ah,
but I'm
yes,
quite
apparently
glad
procrastination did exist in the 16th century, even at the threat of death.
because you're so nosy.
Why is your work so urgent?
And why am I
really
pointing
know
at you?
Myself why they need their stuff so quickly. I think I'm helping to prepare some big ceremony of theirs. Anyway, they keep strengthening their fortifications.
Have you noticed anything unusual around here lately?
Unusual? No, not really. Except that it's extremely quiet in the monastery. Oh, hang on. There was something. I heard children crying. 2 days ago. It was after dark. And I couldn't see.
Private rooms.
Meh.
As opposed to those
private
rooms?
Did it sound like
Yeah.
babies crying?
Yeah, it did. Just like that.
Interesting. Did you notice anything else?
No. No, nothing. Why do you ask?
Just asking.
A mild curiosity.
Ceremony?
Yeah. Of some sort. Don't ask me what it's all about. I don't know anything about their heathen religions. I was brought up a Christian. There's hardly any druids left in Britain these days anyway.
Except here. I'll have a look around if you don't mind.
All right. Go ahead.
So obviously he's gonna help us out if we help him out. That's obviously from the conversation.
What we're getting at here.
Yeah. So if we bail him out from whatever trouble he has, which is that his forge isn't working, then he'll make something for us. So that's the quid pro quo we have it with the smith here.
I don't want to get into trouble.
So that's one. So you already uncovered one puzzle we need to do to get the ball rolling. So
the ball rolling here.
Yeah. So this is kind of common enough with one of the games that like you have a couple of puzzles you need to solve in one go, and basically one kind of falls into the other. You know.
Yeah.
This is what I have to laugh at, right? You have a chopping block, and you have a man who is due for execution and needs to escape from this monastery. What does he do? He picks up the wood and not the axe.
Not the axe. Yep.
Like.
Looks a bit too creepy for my liking.
I thought you were laughing at how perfectly symmetrical the piece of wood was.
Do you know it was a very well cut piece of wood, I have to say. Like they just did it better about the 16th century. You know?
I don't know what he's going to use it for, but he's just impressed.
Well, obviously, there's two problems, right? The chimney is blocked with a bird's nest, right? That's one problem, and there's no obviously his forge isn't actually lighting, so that's another issue, and if it's all right. So we have to solve both of them, both sides of it.
There's a bird's nest up on the chimney.
So I think we're trying to explain to him what's going on.
I'd like to ask you a few more things.
Okay, here we go.
Well, keep it short then.
It's pretty smoky in here, do you know that?
Of course I know. The damned fire keeps going out. Ever seen a smith who could work without the fire?
What's the matter? Does the rain get in?
What do I know? There's always problems with the fire in here. Nothing works. But everything's
And have you tried doing something about it rather than just sitting here moping?
Standing in the corner crying.
Scotland Yard?
Yeah.
Where's that? In Scotland?
No. Let's just say it's a place it takes a long time to get to.
All I know is the settlement's on the other side of the river, and I curse the day I left them to come here. I should have stayed in the village.
We've all been there, haven't we?
What village?
Got getting lampooned into a job we didn't want.
Until I came here asking for work. That was a big mistake. I thought I could earn some money here to feed my family. What happened? I became a slave to those druids.
Quite literally, I get whipped every day.
Do you think you might be able to help me get out of here?
I'd have to be pretty stupid to try that. I had to pledge loyalty to Sir Stan when I came here. Everyone did. Only he decides who can come and go.
And he's in his kind of maniacal mood now, so yeah, it's not a good thing to ask.
I see. Oh well, looks like there's nothing I can do for you or that you can do for me.
I'm really sorry, stranger, but as you can see, I have enough problems here as it is. I really can't do
The defeatist energy in this game is really is really drawing me back into it, isn't it? It's like, well, it looks like we're out of ideas here. Nothing I can do here. You're fucked. I'm fucked. We're all going to die. Good night.
Oh god. Right. I tried to even see what order to do these things in.
Yeah. Now, I think there's one or two other puzzles that we haven't yet got the hang of, but it is coming. In fairness, like I think
right, okay,
the majority of the pieces are there. Like for instance, this cabbage patch needs to is doing well, but there's you see there's a drain there that we could potentially block to flood the place.
Simple wooden buckets. They're all empty.
Again, why are we doing that? I don't know, but it seems like something we can do to fuck around.
Yeah, don't know why we want to ruin the cabbages, but let's go ruin some cabbages.
Well, maybe Brent has an international fear of cabbages, you know? Considering that we've established his diet is mostly just one pizzeria, maybe he just doesn't like his greens.
He doesn't even know what they are, probably.
Probably not, yeah. He is just looking at the patch going, some strange green vegetable-like things are growing.
Mold.
Yeah.
We must protect the monks from all this mold.
Yes. Just there getting stuck on the wall, as you do.
It's fixed on tight.
So this is one thing, right? So like you can switch on the water at any point, but the game is trying to get you to figure out why you want to in the first place. He goes, "Oh, the water switch on. I better switch off." It's like, no, I want it on. Like, come on, let me start off let me get the ball rolling with the puzzle, you know. But instead, I have to like go from one end to the other, hold it, or do some other nonsense with it. It's not
It works. The water's flowing.
There we go.
Hey.
Look at that.
Better turn it off again.
No, keep it on, Brent. For fuck's sake. Jesus, man. This man has never sabotaged a thing in his life.
Except his own job and livelihood.
Yeah, pretty much.
And love life.
There's only one thing he loves, and that's his job.
I hate salad.
Oh, there's your answer.
What good's a drain going to do me?
Hey. Oh.
Again, it's me working out the mechanics of like which pump do I have to switch on again? Why can't things be simple? So yeah, so one thing there to do there is to try and block the drain, and that will flood the patch, and hilarity ensues from there.
So we've got the piece of wood.
We do have the piece of wood, yes.
Right, let's use this herb then.
But no, it's a herb that blocks the drain. You know, one of those famous, like, really thick herbs that just clogs everywhere. You know, could have had a cloth, or, as you said, a block of wood, something solid that the water wouldn't go through. No, something nice and permeable, like a herb.
The water's flowing now.
Hey.
Hey, look at that. We've ruined these people's lunches for the day.
Worms.
Yep. It's all part of our heinous plan to collect some worms.
Better turn it off again.
They were really proud of that animation of worms, weren't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
They lingered on it a bit longer than I would have hoped. Again, obviously, they must have had a whole lot of interns. Like they have one job. They have one animation to perfect. And there we go. We have some earthworms now. And where do you think we need the earthworms for, Burke Bob?
Put in some books. Make them bookworms.
I like your style. I like your idea, but I know this game has been very literal in places, but but no, you see, we have a bird nest to clear at the top of the Smith's house.
I would not have thought to make them more comfy by giving them more food would work.
Ah, but see, this is the trick, you see. Putting the worms on the roof. Moves the bird out of the way. And he just
That's probably the best animation.
Yeah.
In the whole thing.
It had to be done.
So there you go. Now the Smith's up and working. Look at that. The hot coals are back, lads.
Cleared the chimney. That ought to solve your problem with the fire.
The chimney?
Yes. There was a crow's nest on it. I took it down, that's all.
Oh, yeah, great. Stranger, you just saved my knack. I'd better get back to work now. And quickly.
Nah.
I must hurry.
You're welcome, by the way.
Don't mention it. Don't get overexcited, please. After all, I only nearly broke my neck climbing up on the roof for you.
Quite. Well,
He's such a sore winner, Halligan, isn't he?
I can do, you know.
Now that sounds better. But I can't think of anything at the moment.
He's just
I
a
may
dick.
take you up on that.
He is such a twat. Like he expects thanks for everything. Like, no wonder no one in Scotland Yard likes him. Like, so yeah. Anyway, moral of the story is now we can ask the smith for a favor whenever you want to. So, say if we need like a weapon or perhaps even a key, we might be able to avail of him that way. So now it's time to have another wander around the monastery and see what pops up from there.
Okay.
Are you thrilled so far with the climax of this game so far? This
No.
thrilling 3. Oh god.
You know, from making several broths to flooding some cabbages to get some worms, rather than just booting a fucking bird out of its nest. Like I look, I'm all for. I love birds, and I'm all for being good to the animals and the environment and such. But like, there's quicker ways of getting rid of a bird's nest.
Yes, there is, and that's what makes it even funnier.
When your life is
now the crucible
literally you're going to end in a few days, in an undetermined amount of days.
Yeah, like we could literally be executed in an hour. That there is the wax melting sound effect. That sounds like, the Lurpak man melting.
The candles have melted. Now I've got a block of wax.
Okay, block of wax. We can make something out of that.
A block of candle wax.
Why does it look like I want to eat it?
Okay, don't eat wax. That is not going to be on in the Kitchen of Madness series, just to be clear.
No, fair.
Not
But
recommended.
it looks like a tasty,
Are you so eager to
like
die?
doughy back.
Your death will come
Yeah.
soon enough. Now get out!
One moment, please. Just one short moment. May I ask
Can
you
I have
one
your
more
candles? I want
question?
to make more wax
You
blocks
do
to
not
eat.
need to
Not to
ask
eat, I mean.
questions. It would be a waste of time answering you. You would not understand the answers anyway.
That's painfully true.
You must think you're very clever, just like all fools. You will soon understand just how pointless each of your actions, sentences, and
This guy's just calling us out here. I love it.
soon now, my power will be multiplied.
I want to
and
use
I
this
will
line
continue
actually.
to exist with it. It will make me immortal.
Use this in your shoot job. I think it'll go down really well.
Pile of dust that the wind will carry out to sea.
This is gonna go well.
I've heard your order is facing its downfall.
You've heard that? From whom? From a fool like yourself? Our order is not facing its downfall, but a great new beginning, even if some of my brothers dislike the
I'm
idea.
actually nearly sure the British Prime Minister said that exact same line. It's like, no, the party's not facing its downfall. It's a great new beginning where the economy and the things and everything. Please keep liking me.
But they are
I like power.
where their abilities
Please.
are concerned, and they underestimate.
Please don't leave me.
I will soon find out which of my brothers are betraying me, and I will destroy them without even lifting a finger. The path I have determined cannot be altered. Our fate is sealed. Now get out of my sight. You bore me. Have you not been listening to me? Get out!
I'd like to stay and watch you.
I understand. You wish
Okay,
to
Brent,
see
you're
for
starting to be a bit
yourself
weird now.
what lies in store for you. Is that it? Many doomed men are fascinated by their executioners. Man's curiosity is greater than his fear. Curiosity brought you here, and curiosity will kill you.
Then you don't mind?
Be my guest, if it amuses you. Watch me preparing for your final hour. You do not bother me, as long as you do not
So
touch
far there has been no benefit to
even
coming in
know
here other
you're
than making
here.
him mad, which I know could be a benefit, but it's also making me mad.
You appreciate it. You are a pathetic creature.
So I don't know if there's an actual like reason to be, but like I think essentially now that we've kind of acted so like such an idiot and so pitiful, he just doesn't see us as a threat anymore. So we're basically able to look around his room and notice a couple of things.
This secret
Right, okay.
compartment is...
So you just had to get through that block of dialogue to be able to go
compartment is empty,
search.
except for my...
Well, yeah, it's more so that now that he realizes that we are absolutely no competition and I'm going to supply no, and we're completely submissive basically. We've been able to block his secret compartment. As you saw there, there's like that little hole in the wall. So now we have to find Maglor, get Sir Stan to be distracted from the room for a while, and we can take what was meant to be in a secret compartment, whatever he's working on his table right now. It's all part of our insidious plan to distract Sir Stan.
Didn't I tell you not to speak to me?
I saw Serstan.
Did you? What did he say?
That he will have us killed, that's what. Oh, by the way, I also heard that it was actually your idea to have us executed on the day of the ritual.
Do not believe his lies. I suggested nothing of the sort. It was his idea, alone.
How do I know you're not in this with him?
There is no cause for you to doubt my words.
And there's also no reason to believe them.
Who are the other conspirators? Won't you introduce me to them?
Are you out of your mind? How can you speak so openly here? Do you want to betray us? Certain spies are everywhere.
Why do you want to speak so openly? Because I'm a fucking village idiot. That's why.
They will have heard us.
But I'm sure it will be a great help to me to know who's a friend around here and who isn't.
Just look upon everyone as your enemy. That is the safest way.
I don't find that thought very comforting.
I will not betray my brothers to you.
Why not?
If you fail, it will be better that you do not know their names.
Who says you're a friend anyway?
I can do no more than give you my word.
I mean, you have to at least have some level of allies, Brent, you know?
Didn't I tell you not to speak to me?
I need undisturbed access to one of the rooms in the monastery.
Which room?
Aha.
Sir Stan's room. Is that possible?
Out of the question. Whenever Sir Stan leaves his room, he locks the door and never lets the key out of his sight.
That settles that then, doesn't it? Or is there some way he could be lured away? Couldn't you get him out of his room on some pretext? Just long enough for me to take a look around undisturbed?
Yes, I may be able to. I shall try.
See, that was
that took no convincing at all. It's absolutely out of the question. Oh, well, actually, yeah.
Do you know what it's like? It feels like they had a puzzle to get the key off Cersei and they just cut it. You know?
It's
I
not
don't know
as
what it
exciting
is,
as the
or
soups.
Yeah. They didn't want to do another soup puzzle. Imagine if Brent had to go back up to the fucking to where the guards are, make up a broth himself.
Oh. And knock Cersei out.
Yeah. Oh, that would have been tremendous. So yeah, now we have to go and try and first find that room again now. And like I said, your only clue, because the corridors are pretty much identical, you basically have to try and figure out where you are from the tapestries on the wall.
Excellent. Maglor did
it.
Now I can take a good look around in peace.
So now because Sir Stan left, obviously you'll notice there that the hole in the wall is blocked up.
Because
we put that block of wood in, the actual mechanism is tripped.
Very good.
You see there.
I don't feel I should be doing this.
Then die, Halligan. Like, what do you want, dude?
That's part of the workshop complex.
Okay.
That's the casket from the secret compartment.
And we have to use, yeah.
I can't do that.
We have to find a surface to use it on. Like this is the guy thing. Like there's a chest. We can't open it in our inventory. We have to put it on something to open it.
The stool?
Yeah, I think it's a stool in the end, but it's just it's just like, oh yeah, this small thing where I have to stoop my back at an uncomfortable angle.
Aha, there's the key.
Ooh, big key.
It is a big key.
It'd be too dangerous to take them with me. I couldn't make head or tail of them anyway. That's the key from Sir Stan's casket.
Oh.
Now there's an imprint of the key in the wax block.
So yeah, they robbed that puzzle straight out from Broken Sword. Where if you remember where there was the dig site and you make the imprint of the key in the soap, yeah. So they robbed that puzzle straight away. So yeah, that's
This is with wax. Wax and soap aren't the same thing.
But obviously now that we have the wax, we have the impression, we are able to, shall we say, go and get someone to forge us a key in that shape, maybe?
I have limited time in this room. I'm going to stand here and ponder out the window.
Well, so there's actually a problem here because the brick was removed from the secret compartment, so I'm trying to find where the brick went. Even if that's something I have to do, you know.
Oh yeah.
So that's why that's why I took the save there to kind of presume that if I don't put the brick back, then I'm in trouble. But as you can see, there's absolutely no prompt.
Put it back.
Yeah. So I'll try and leave, and maybe
I'd better close the secret compartment.
That's literally what I'm trying to do. There any bricks to be had, lads? Have you any bricks at all? There we go. Of course, Halligan had to stand in the middle of the way, so I had to go into that window first to look at the compartment. Game design! It's great.
Dear God.
Yeah. So, anyway, moral of the story is we have the secret key for the forbidden door. So now we can get smithing. So there's another puzzle here that's been kind of lying in wait here, and it's the one with the kind of abacus looking thing there, right? So I think we do get a bit of plot to explain what that is in a few minutes, but it's probably the most confusing puzzle of the game by a country mile.
Oh God!
Because it just doesn't explain itself at all. Well, actually, there's another one coming up that's like that is intuitive enough, but it's hard to explain.
I don't think anything about this game is intuitive. Like, if there wasn't a playthrough of this done, I don't think I would have got past, like, fucking homeless man at the start.
Especially considering that, like, as a police detective, you would expect that the guy has at least 50 pence for a phone call.
Well, everything all right now?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Everything's just
yeah.
Or that he can make a call from his fucking desk.
Yeah, but no, apparently his phone bill is too big. Like, absolute lunacy.
I need your help.
Oh, God.
Could you take a look at this?
That's the impression of a key. So what?
I've helped you, now I'm asking you to help me. Make a key like this one.
I can't. Impossible. Sorry, stranger.
Why not?
I tell you, they'd kill us both.
You owe me something. If it hadn't been for me, they'd have punished you tomorrow.
Yeah, there you go. See, you only get like only 5 whips instead of the regular 10.
I must be going crazy. that. I'll make you a key. It'll take a while, though.
No problem. I'll come back later to pick it up.
Hey, what am I meant to do in all this time I have on my last day on Earth?
Oh, it's there's so many things to do. Like we can piss in the cabbage patch again. You know, that was fun the first time. Or we can, you know, have a little run around the yard. Skip along with the la 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 la. So I think what we have to do, I think the flag here is you have to talk to Melanie and let her know what we're doing.
Right.
It's a writing desk.
We know.
I don't really need to write anything down at the moment. Hello, Melanie. How's it going?
I found a few more chronicles. One of them describes all the details of the heathen practices in this region. The monks kept an eye on them because the heathens were their competition, you might say.
She... I like the fact that she's found all the information she needs. Now she's just this is just really interesting. I'm going to stay here.
She's just reading smut now at this stage. It's like, you know, these monks are absolute perverts, Brent. I love it. It's like one of my Mills and Boons novels.
Also, I keep finding some druid or other following me around.
We don't have much time, Brent.
What can I do? I haven't found the room with the crystal ball yet, let alone a way out of here.
No.
Have you found anything about the druids in these books?
Nothing we didn't already know. It talks a lot about the transformation of the 4 elements. Mr. Blake told you all about that, didn't he?
Yes, that's
yeah, it's been kind of central tenet since the start of the game.
He'd done his homework all right. I found everything he said about the 4 elements in the Christian monks' original texts.
I don't see how the elements are going to be of any help.
Did this crowd make any good games?
I just thought
I don't think they ended up making that many, to be honest. Like, I think they only have like 3 in their back catalogue, I think. Let's see. Well, they made a couple actually, but nothing really of note. So the Mystery Druids is their first game, and they have a couple of other adventure games that that are so obscure they don't actually have a Wikipedia entry. But let's see, what was their one to actually do? They have a game called A Moment of Silence, which is apparently a cyberpunk thriller, which is interesting.
It's not that difficult, is it?
Let's see, what else we got? They made an X-Files game, Deserter, again, also not mentioned on that. I think the only one they probably would they'd be known for is probably the Overclocked, which is a psychological horror.
Okay.
That was back in 2008, but they're all PC games. They never touch consoles. And apparently it's the best one, going by what I've seen here.
Okay.
Yeah, and they made another one called 15 Days, which is apparently slated. So, yeah, bit of a mixed bag, shall we say.
Fair enough.
I don't think they've made games since. I think they've disbanded since 2010. THQ Nordic actually took over the publishing rights for their games, so that's why something like this is now on Good Old Games and Steam. So.
But it might be an idea if we try to get out of here alive first. What do you say?
Of course. I'm sure we will.
I was just wondering, after this, they're like, wow, what a success. Let's keep going.
How's it going?
Or was it, oh God, guys, we've got to go better. Like, what were the initial reviews of this? Was this a popular game? Was this...
What were these heathen practices?
What we're doing here, where you played it just for the crack of playing a terrible game?
Oh, right.
So here's what's interesting, right? So it, like, from at the time, it's on average about a 7 out of 10.
How are you getting on?
But let's see, it became a big hit in Germany by July, and the game was quite successful. Again, German-made games, you know, they don't have a massive, shall we say, you know, it's not like Britain or Japan when it comes to like game making. So, you know, it was a bit of a feather in their cap, I guess. Internationally slated. It's a 1 star. I can see reviews from like 1 star all the way up to 7, which is saying something. GameSpot has it as a 4.6 out of 10. Whereas Metacritic has it kind of just resting underneath the 50 mark. Which I think is fair enough. You know. So yeah, it's poorly. The reviews say poorly designed, ugly, rife with bugs. unimaginative settings and painful dialogue,
Okay, Melanie,
ridiculously
I'll
complex
go on
puzzle
looking.
sequences
Good
to
luck.
achieve even the simplest of tasks.
Yeah.
GameSpot described the characters as rude.
Well,
And the
Halligan's a
game,
dick.
he is.
Well, I
He
don't
totally
know.
is.
The rest of them are just like they're bad guys for the sake of being bad guys.
Yeah. Okay, and again, I remember I have had this recently. Remember when we played Spud for the Christmas special, and the game cover said
Right.
year is like above and beyond Mist or something along those lines, and we know
Yeah.
that Mist is by far a superior game. This fucking charlatan here, PC Zone's Mark Hill wrote that the title's closest gaming relatives are Broken Sword and the Blade Runner game, but Druids is far superior to both. He summarizes the best serious adventure game in years.
No, I'll be alright.
Now, I don't know if Mark Hill is still working, but go fuck yourself if you are.
Yeah.
You are fundamentally wrong. You should not be a gaming journalist ever. Go home. Retire if you are still working. Because holy fuck, you are so wrong about that. It's not even remotely funny.
Yep. That is. Jesus Christ. Okay. Right.
Like, holy Christ, I've never seen someone so wrong in my life. Like,
and we watch VAR a lot.
We do. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, we have to put up with Premier League referees. And even them, they're right, they're right, 4 times every game. This guy is wrong his entire life.
Oh, snap.
You know? Like, I don't get me wrong, like, I don't hold gaming journalists in any level way of credibility because, okay, granted, it's a subjective medium and all that sort of stuff, but like, you fuckers are paid off so often that like every review you have is probably perjured in some way. That one almost certainly was paid off. Like,
yeah.
Okay, here we go. Time for the Forbidden Door.
Here we go. There's no way he wasn't paid off for that, by the way. Yes. Okay. What is it here? More tunnels. Woo! Is this going to bring us back to the hourglass room?
So this is actually, these are some catacombs.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, the gasp. Okay, so what's going on here is the room that we need is at the bottom of the tunnel. And we have basically a choice of doors that'll either lead us down, further down, or will be a dead end.
Right.
And absolutely no rhyme or reason to it. It is purely guesswork.
Okay.
All trial and error.
One guesswork, trial and error puzzle. Woo.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is. It is just pick the right door or lose.
And how do we, like, was there any context clues to go down?
No. None at all. There's absolutely no indication of what to do here. Like, I am assuming, and again, this is just an assumption, that it has to do with the symbols. That maybe it's a kind of thing where, like, there's a sequence of some kind. But even when I'm looking at the lines, it's not numeric. And I have to go, I went back on myself there and came out somewhere differently.
This looks like it might prove a little difficult.
And then that dialogue makes you think you've got lost. But actually, you're on the right path. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, like, this one just doesn't make any sense at all. You know? Like, you would think...
Like, can you imagine, like, how, if you had, like, how long would this take someone who had no way of figuring it out?
Oh, it's complete guesswork. It's complete guesswork. Like, you genuinely don't know where you're going at all. Like, there's no indication, no clues, no prompts, nothing. You know what I mean? Like, and especially considering, like, you have to go back on yourself 3 times to get to the bottom. Like, mathematically, that's just a terrible puzzle because you got so many permutations to go with. So if you're trying every single door, like, you'd have to probably do this like 20, 30 times to get it right. And like, now, obviously, I got it there first time because I had a walkthrough, because I wasn't subjecting us to that for fucking half an hour.
It was worth coming.
You know? Okay, so now we have a puzzle.
I think this is an hourglass.
Okay.
puzzle. Hourglass tree.
Young tree.
Oh, it's like speed up.
Yeah,
Little
it's
shrub
just a
turning
time
into a
room.
tree.
So that's an indication of what
grown
type of
tree.
room lies ahead of us here.
Looks very impressive.
Does it? So now the question is, how do we get into this room?
Oh God, imagine making your way all the way down here. Of course.
You just close the doors.
Close the doors.
Yeah. So I think the whole point of it is that basically this is a room where time is relatively fluid. So
Right.
it's almost like an airlock, or I suppose a proverbial time lock. Once you close the
Right.
doors from that time, you can kind of like have this kind of like, area where the non-linear time kind of kicks in. I think that was the whole point. But again, none of that is explained. And
If
see,
you were
there's
to
stuff.
see my face watching this, like it is just like
Completely destroyed.
sure.
Confusing.
Okay. Do you know the Chloe meme? Chloe goes
Yes.
to Disneyland. It's that.
Yeah,
It's that.
that one,
That
yeah.
is my face right now.
The crystal ball.
Okay, so let me try and adequately explain this puzzle here, right? So again, think of this as a time lock room, right? So time is fluid, non-linear. Crystal ball is basically looking into whatever Surstan had to begin with.
It's Stonehenge.
So you'll notice there Stonehenge is as it is in the year 2000. It's broken up and it's not formed properly, basically. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to align the crystal ball to see what's going to happen in a couple of days' time. Essentially, what's going to happen when we are being sacrificed. So in order to do that, we need to see if we can get Stonehenge to form properly. So then we're in the right ballpark, and then kind of like as we're focused in on the exact day that we're going to be executed. Because again, the crystal ball is obviously, as the name implies, it sees into the future.
Yeah.
So that's the whole point. So in one of the previous rooms up in the monastery, you had this kind of abacus-looking room. And basically, the abacus is the calendar, basically.
Yeah.
So wherever those dots are, is where
this apparatus is completely ruined. A relief of a young tree, just like the one outside.
Yeah. So someone's broken this calendar here, which is a shame. So
vandalism.
Yes, but was it intentional? Is the question. Did someone mean to do it? The answer is yes. Of course it did. The bastards. So whatever the abacus is in the in that room is basically telling you the time. However, you'll note there's only like four points on it or something like that. So obviously, so you can see now with the puzzle you have like a young tree and that abacus is broken, whereas this one is the future tree and it's formed. So that's what the crystal ball is aligned to. And so once you basically shift the timeline to suit, that's what the crystal ball is going to be looking at.
Right.
So you basically have to kind of like intuitively figure out which line aligns with the calendar, essentially. So there are a couple of clues. For instance, you'll notice there that some of them are basically broken up into different sections. So it's like how do I describe it? It's like day, month, like millennial year, century year, decade year, and then AM and PM is essentially and time. So yeah, so it's like so once you work out like, oh, this one's broken up into 12 sections, that must be the months, and then this one's like broken up into much even tinier sections, that has to be like 28 days. That's the actual which day you want and stuff like that.
But what if it's British summertime?
Well, you see, that's a factor that they didn't conclude into that puzzle.
God damn it.
Yes, so but yeah, so that's what you want to do. You want to kind of like match up so Surstan has the crystal ball set to our time, as it were, the year 2000, because that's where Stonehenge is at. It's all broken up. So now what we want to do is we want to set that crystal ball back to basically this current time, but a couple of days later, because we want to see what's actually going to happen with our executions. And once we do that, then we have a reason to escape. But we also want to see where we're going for the execution, because there's an actual ritualistic day they're going to do it on, at a certain location. So once we know what's happening and where we're going, we can go there instead and preempt. And there's Maglor just chilling out there in the room. So there's our current calendar.
Right.
So I did what only every sensible person would do, and I took a picture of this because fuck that remembering it.
I was actually about to get my phone and take a photo of that myself.
Yeah.
So even though we're watching a previous playthrough.
Yes, instinctively that was going to be the case. Yeah.
Maglor, there you are. Where have you been?
I have been conferring with my brothers. Our situation is delicate. Thurston's preparations seem to be almost complete. What news have you?
So obviously, because this guy is now kind of standing in this room, obviously the plot's advanced.
The room where the crystal ball is hidden. I found it.
Indeed?
Yes, it's behind the labyrinth, hewn deep into the rock.
Well, what did you see? What does Thurston do there?
I think he uses the crystal ball to look into the future. Or the past.
But obviously the past one is broken. He's damaged it deliberately.
I saw Stonehenge, but nothing was moving there. I think to use the ball, you'd have to understand the apparatus standing there. The one with the movable beads.
The movable beads? What movable beads? What do they look like?
Like those over there.
Ah, you mean the calendar.
There we go. So now Maglor is going to explain how that works.
That thing's a calendar?
Yes.
Is it set to today's date?
Yes, of course. According to our system. To the day. Exactly.
But the one I found had far more options than this one.
Then I cannot help you. Thurston must have extended our calendar system.
Is there a set time for the ritual to take place?
The ritual must take place on a certain day.
Okay, so here's the kind of breakdown on everything.
Under certain constellations of the moon and the stars.
And when is that?
The constellation under which the ritual must be performed is due in 2 days, at the 6th hour after nightfall. Precisely.
So that's the clue for the other beads in the position there. Have it 2 days after and 6 hours after nightfall. So we go 6 p.m. essentially. So we switch to PM and then we go 6 on the beads because it's like a 12-hour. It's a 12-hour cycle on that. So that's the clue basically, and basically you have the counters to figure it out from there. So when you're using the crystal ball, you know you get close because you'll see Stonehenge fully formed, and then
right, yeah.
When you have it absolutely dead on, you'll get the right cutscene. So yeah, and thankfully we don't have to do the labyrinth again once you find the crystal ball.
Thank God.
Automatically go there.
That genuinely was giving me. I was like, hopefully you've edited this journey down again.
No, thankfully, the game recognizes that you've done the hard bits, so it just skips that bit.
The fact that I'm surprised that shows you how bad this game is.
Yeah, like genuinely, I've played Sierra games where you have to do that process over and over again. Like, and that was not bad game design in a sense. That was just stretching out the gameplay to get your money. Okay, so now let's try and align this crystal ball. So it's up to you then to kind of figure out what because they're not in the exact perfect order. I think there's like one line extra at the bottom and 2 at the top. So that's why I think so. The second one, if I recall, is the literal AM and PM. And of course the problem as well with the graphics is that you can't. With some of the brightly colored lines, you can see where the breaks are, but the darker ones are a little bit harder to spot.
Yes.
So you do have to kind of feel the
Thank
way
God
around.
you're not colorblind.
Yeah, to be fair, like you'd be in kind of trouble here with this, but yeah. So then you almost have to like kind of judge the beads by eye and make sure you're actually like sliding the right ones. So I think for if I'm trying to remember this correctly now. So if you count the breaks on the top one, I think that's the hour. So it should be 12. I think there's two 12s on this chain. And then the second one is AM or PM. I think the third one then is the day, I think. Because I think that has more breaks than all of them. I think that's like there's about 14 breaks in that, I think. And then I think it's the one after that then is the month. And then I think after that then it's year, decade, and year, century, and decade, I think. Or something along those lines.
Right.
I remember working out the first time around and I just can't remember what it is now because it's been 3 months.
Yeah,
But
fair.
yeah, it's something along those lines anyway. So then obviously like when you calibrate then to the right time, you just basically skip 2 ahead in the week. And then you got your right time then. So yeah, so I think you're 6 up on the first one and 6 p.m. on this, like 2 days after the current date. And that should be a puzzle. So we'll see now if it's worked.
Ooh. Oh,
Okay.
well done. That looks
Okay, so
fairly.
yep, so we're halfway there. So we've seen a fully formed Stonehenge. So we know we've got the time period right. We just need to now tweak it to find the day of the execution. So like I said, like sometimes it is actually hard to actually judge where to put these
Absolutely.
beads. And thankfully, like Maglor did actually explain what to do. It's just implementing it is tricky enough, like, you know. Like these type of puzzles are very reminiscent to the game Myst, because we were talking about it earlier on. And
Yeah.
Myst, like, does that kind of thing where like it does bombard you with really complicated, intricate puzzles. However, what it does is it leaves you an audio log or a excerpt from a book that explains what to do in a very kind of lateral thinking way.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why people love Myst, is that like it kind of gives you the belief that you figured this out by yourself, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You get the actual reward of like finding out a very intricate lateral puzzle, but the way to do it was actually told to you quite bluntly. It's just like you needed to interpret it first, you know. There are other games that we can play in the series that have similar so we say high bar for puzzles, but the game actually adequately explained it without you realizing it, you know. Whereas this is the other way where they've tried to be very literal with what to do, but the actual application is more intricate than it should have been.
Like most of the puzzles in this.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, but as I said, like it is like we are now we're into the last hour of the game, so the puzzles have like bumped up in difficulty quite dramatically. But at least now these are actual puzzles based in like, you know, druidic lore as opposed to, you know, mugging off a homeless man for a fucking phone call. So
true.
I guess that is an improvement, if anything. So now again, it's just constantly just trying to get the right times right and seeing if the crystal ball responds in tow. The weird thing is, well, that like it's because obviously like if you've matched up the right century and stuff like that, it's hard to you can't really just figure out if the changes you're making are right or not, because Stonehenge is always going to be formed until it isn't, you know. So
Yeah.
you don't really know if you've got the obviously you've got the right, like, you know, year, let's say, because like Stonehenge is there and it's fully formed, but you can't tell if you're going too far back or too far forward, or rather, too far forward for the next bit of the puzzle. Obviously, if you overshoot it, Stonehenge has been blown up. Because that's a whole. I think that we saw that from the start of the game that like the actual ritual to create the inheritors created that like broken Stonehenge we have today. You know.
I was looking to see like just after nightfall, would that have been a clue to kind of see that when you've visualized the Stonehenge in the crystal ball, would that have like a lighter sky or something?
Uh, I like where I see where you're going with it. I don't think they thought that far ahead
Yeah.
with the cutscene. Um, I think they literally just like, okay, you got this bit right now. Just focus your time now and you're there. So literally the puzzle is as it were as simple as what Maglor says. Is you set it to the right calendar year, the right the right calendar as of the what's upstairs, and basically change it by 2 days and PM 6 p.m. and you're there. But again, the problem with that was that like this is completely impenetrable. Like again, this is where
Yeah.
like a good game would have an inner monologue that would say, "Oh, this line must be the I'm assuming this is either the month or the time of day because they've got 12 breaks. Oh, this one has the most breaks. That I presume that is because that's the month of the year. You know, this has 7 breaks. That must be the day. That sort of stuff. Like that's what you do. I said it before. This game is missing an inner monologue, and if you were to program in an inner monologue after the fact, like yeah, this game becomes so much easier then to understand, and I think it would have been a better gameplay experience. But I do wonder whether that was a deliberate design, the deliberate choice, because I think because the puzzles are designed so like obtusely, an inner monologue would actually take the sting out of it. So like half the battle is actually under trying to figure out how the puzzles work.
Hmm. So which of these puzzles did you hate doing more? This abacus one
Mm.
or the broth?
Oof. See, the broth at least had a logic to it, is the thing. Like the broth is tedious, but there's a methodology to it. This one is kind of guesswork, you know, unless you're able to decipher from the breaks. Like the way I think I did it, I don't know I don't think I kept it in the cup, but I basically like put all the sliders to the left, to the hard left, and counted like which each one kind of assigned to. So when I figured out, then okay, that has certain number of breaks, whatever. So I suppose this one is actually probably more tedious of the lot. So you see, that's me figuring out there that that's the week. That's the 7 days, and then this one is like I think I figured out the time or the day or whatever. So yeah, so once you work out that bit of the abacus, it's actually all right. But again, this part is just not it's not explained well at all.
No.
You know. There we go. We found the ritual.
Oh, thank God. Woo!
What was that? It must have been the ritual. That's what's going to happen. I must tell Maglor at once.
Right. So from that premonition, we saw that Sirstan was using some sort of what looks like a rod or something
Yeah.
equally as phallic to do this
Yeah,
ritual.
literally it's like something phallic.
Yeah. So now that we've seen that, we can tell Maglor and he will help us out with the next bit. He realizes what's going to happen next. So there we go. That's all we needed him of. And I think we have to warn Melanie as well, I think. If I'm not too sure. We'll know now in a moment anyway. And then we scuttle away from the labyrinth of doom. Now, where be Maglor at this moment in time?
Oh, we're full. Oh, no. Oh.
Nope. He's just going around going along his business.
Maglaw!
There you are. I have been looking for you everywhere.
Maglaw! I figured it out. The apparatus with the movable beads in the room where the crystal ball is hidden really is a calendar. It works just like the one in the assembly chamber, but with an additional day and night cycle and an hour.
Yeah, he kind of told you that already,
the time
Brent.
of the ritual.
Yeah.
And Serstan appeared in the crystal ball.
What was he doing?
He was holding a staff decorated with runes, which suddenly began to glow. Then he picked up a golden sickle.
A staff? He used a bewitched staff to summon the power? If we find that staff, Serstan will not be able to perform his ritual.
Where could he be keeping it? I've searched the whole monastery and found nothing.
The temples. We must go to the temples.
How do we get there? I haven't seen any exit.
The Christian monks built this monastery in such a way that it is only accessible through a secret tunnel. Serstan uses that to his advantage, as it allows him to control us. Anyone wishing to leave the monastery is blindfolded and guided by Serstan himself. Nobody can leave here without Serstan.
Where are they? Bring them to me!
Did you hear that?
Hear what?
Out there. I think I heard Serstan's voice.
Oh, he's coming.
He's looking
You're
for
in trouble.
us.
Damn it. That's all we need.
Yeep.
Lock the door, and then let's get the hell out of here.
So, this is a bit of a trap. You need to have the right items before you started this bit.
Oh, shit.
And guess what we're going to do here? How are we going to escape from this high area?
We're gonna parachute with our cloth.
We are going to parachute with our cloth, yes.
Open up, traitors!
The door won't hold him up for very long.
But look at this, right?
Burn a hole in it first.
Yeah.
Hey.
I can see buildings. I wonder what they are.
Yep.
Right, let's get out of here.
But how?
Here, with this parachute.
What's going on in
Oh my good god.
Come on, damn it.
The two of them with one sheet.
With one sheet does plenty.
Oh my good god.
We will fall to our death.
We've got no alternative but to jump. Now hold on.
Where did the things come from?
Oh, fireball!
No, he's got a fireball.
Do you hear that? What is it?
Heat will only help us here.
It's a heat-seeking fireball. Or a druid-seeking missile, I can't tell. Well, yeah, at least had a soft landing.
Right, does he go back and...
close.
That was close. The other guy died, though.
Calculated risk.
At
One of us
least
survived.
I'm not dead.
I'm perfectly fine, except that I'm soaked with cold druidic water. That will probably kill me. So yes, let's go and find out where that fellow has landed. Obviously in the forest somewhere. There he is.
Magla,
Oh,
are you hurt?
I thought it was just another log.
Nope. That was a man.
He hit me in the back. You are on your own now.
Don't talk nonsense. You won't die. Tell me how I can help you.
You are wasting.
No, I'm so emotional at this
Don't act
character
like a
that we've
hero.
learned
What do I have to do?
so much from. I think. Who is he again?
The forest.
Love man, I think his name was.
Yes.
Try that. It heals severe injuries. Go and look for it.
Mistletoe? What does that look like?
You will.
Oh, he's not dead. This is the guy talking. I thought this was his monologue.
I'll be
Jesus.
back in a second.
It's like, there's a Brent never going to a Christmas party in his life.
Yeah.
I won't touch them with my bare hands.
So he doesn't want to touch mistletoe.
I'll jump out of a building, but I'm not going to touch them nettles.
He really is just afraid of green things, isn't he? Like he's actually so deathly afraid of touching anything that's like has some level of chlorophyll in it. That oh, that's what he has. He's got chlorophobia.
That's some sort of bush.
So yes, now Brent is relying on us to find mistletoe.
That's some sort of bush.
Because he doesn't know what it is.
Right.
Tree.
Which is great. But yeah, the mistletoe is that stuff there, I think.
I won't touch them with my bare hands.
So he's got gloves.
That won't feel different with gloves either.
There we go.
There it is. So obviously, like, you know, like mistletoe is a common enough thing, you know, just based off, you know, like weird Christmas traditions in its own right. But apparently it heals people as well.
Don't give up. I'll be back in a second. I've got the mistletoe. What do I have to do now? Maglor? Maglor! Damn
He's
it.
dead. He died.
Oh.
And we've searched his person to find spinning top.
Spinning top. Yay,
Yeah.
toys.
Dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. I took it from a druid. Dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. So yeah. So Maglor's dead, but we have some mistletoe that we have been told will heal somebody from serious injuries. All right? You see that Chekhov's plant that I'm setting up there, Bertbot?
Oh, yeah.
There's Halligan walking across water there. Good man yourself. Okay. So now we're at these temples that supposedly all the cool druidic shit is hiding.
Uh-huh.
As you can see, it looks a little bit familiar to the one that was in Carmore, back out in France.
Yeah. Yep.
You know. Now, unfortunately, we don't have any salt, so we can't break the place apart. So.
Oh my god, I've forgotten it was just salt. Oh my god.
The explosive salt.
I've forgotten it. I had blocked that out of my memory.
Oh, I know. And here's me remembering it.
A strange table.
Oh, look, a strange table with some weird lines across it.
Oh, spinning top.
Yeah. This is a door that apparently is opened by a Beyblade. Who knew?
The original biograph.
Yep. Aha.
No sense, but it looks cool.
Yeah. Okay. So to explain this bit of the area, right? So basically, this kind of, if you like, crypt, temple, whatever you want to call it, basically has like kind of these randomly assigned rooms. Okay, and when we go in and out of this area, we need to pick up a couple of kind of elemental items that we're going to use in a puzzle later on. So when we're in this area, we want to make sure we have everything that we need. Okay.
Okay.
This is a
they look
so these are switches based that decides what like the doors we come out from, essentially. So whenever we come out and we've kind of like given our right amount, we try and press another switch and see what we end up with, essentially. But as far as I know, like the items are the same, as in like we need to get, I think it's 4 or 5 items altogether, but the rooms that appear in are randomized. So we just have to find them, get them when we find them, essentially.
Just another Catacombs idea.
Yeah, but as I said, like I think the whole idea is that once you find 1 or maybe 2, realize, oh, this is reminiscent to something to do with fire, and this one seems to be very air oriented. So now I have to find the other 2 before we proceed. In fairness, like once you get to the next stage, it's obvious that you need these items. So I think you can still come back and get them. I think,
Right.
as far as I know, anyway. But obviously, you have to like pick the right permutation of switches and all this sort of stuff now to find the ones you need. Again, purely randomized. Case in point, here's the first thing.
That's a flint.
All right, so we have a piece of rock for flint. Yeah, exactly. So that's fire. And of course, again, it's not unusual that they could be in two different rooms. So
A ladle.
So you could take it from that the ladle is for water.
Yeah. Or soup.
Like I said, they're very basic implements, but I think that's the whole point. Is that like the druidic magic is like very simple components to have a more exaggerated output, you know? And for instance,
I can't take it. There seems to be some kind of invisible barrier
Yeah.
over the bowl.
so that's either a sheep's bladder or a bellows. Could potentially be both. And he seems to think there's a barrier blocking him from doing that.
A small shovel.
Yeah.
I can't take
So
it.
I think if I remember correctly, I think we have like so we have to get the shovel there, so that's obviously for earth, but the bellows actually contains the air, if you get me. So
Yeah.
so in a sense where like you have the actual, so we say the implements and then the materials. Whereas I think you have to get the implement first that will allow you to access the material. I think that's the way it's working in this part of the puzzle, because you can see now there we have
The air. Oh, yeah.
yeah, exactly.
That's water. Clear water.
So if we didn't have that ladle, for example, when we try and pick up the water,
wouldn't be-
like Halligan will just say we can't, I can't pick it up.
Yeah.
You know.
That's a flint.
And now we have 2 pieces of flint. So that will spark the fire first. So that
Yeah.
ticks that box. So now it's trying to find basically the rest of them now in the other randomized rooms. Case in point.
For some reason, I can't take any soil. There seems to be some kind of invisible barrier over the bowl.
Okay, so yeah, literally we use the implement that was designed for it, and we can pick up soil then. Yeah.
It looks like dough.
It does, doesn't it? It looks like you're just picking up horseshit.
Yeah.
A shovel filled with soil from the container.
Now I think because and there you go, there's the
These are quite old-fashioned bellows.
so yeah, you have a bellows, and now you can go back and pick up the basically the sack of air you have. Then you just have to go and find that room again. But again, because randomized, there's an even chance you're going to get it again. So if I remember correctly, I think there's a room basically where that number of that pattern of switches we have in that room. Once we set it to them, we get all these as it were, druidic items first. And then if you press the switches then to a certain combination, that brings you to the actual temple that we need to use them in. So that's your kind of a way of knowing, okay, I need to find these first and then go from there. So now that we have the bellows, we can suck the air out.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's it. So now that we have all the materials that we need, we can proceed then to the temple. Panic running. I just want to point out, by the way, that in his overcoat, he's carrying a ladle of water, a spoon of soil, and a bellows that is currently held. Like, Like again, there will be a study done on who has the best pockets in video games, but this guy
Yeah.
is front running so far.
But he also has a big coat and his trouser pockets. Melanie
Yeah,
just had
well,
her jeans, which were
that's
tight.
true. Yeah, yeah. I think Melanie will have some discussion about that one as well. So
I can't. I don't know why, but I can't take anything from the
okay,
altar.
so now this is
There's a golden
basically the final puzzle of the game. Okay,
Okay.
so we have to get this gold key. There's a magical barrier blocking it, right? So, it will come apparent now, but there are 4 chambers in this room, all basically attuned to a certain element. And I think when I start showing you some of the chambers, they'll become quite evident.
Right.
Yeah.
Ah, yes. Clearly for swimming.
That doesn't work.
Yes.
That looks like a cave.
Right then. So that looks like a tinderbox. So that one is clearly meant to be for fire.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Now the symbols are the clue there, and the symbols are intuitive enough. In fairness, so yeah. So obviously with the kind of fumes coming off it obviously looks like fire. So that's obviously kind of obvious in of itself.
That looks like a cave.
So then we basically just go around the rest of the chambers and make sure we have the right one, make sure we have the right element in the cage, basically.
Cool. And then you should
So
be able to grab the key from the magic altar.
exactly. So the 3 lines flat like that, if you kind of imagine it, that basically is meant to be soil. It's earth.
Right.
The way I'd look at it is think of it like the solid, liquid, and gas phases. Because like naturally, like there's no movement, there's nothing happening if it's solid. There's no energy going through it. Yet if it starts getting wavy, it's liquid, and if it's more like outward, it's gas. That's the best way to interpret the symbols. And then basic fire is like all 3 of them combined almost, where you're transforming one into the other, which is fair enough. That's kind of the way the druid stuff is set up.
I can't see any. That won't help either.
So that's me there trying to use the gas on what is clearly supposed to be the liquid chamber. There we go. And then there should be one more after this. So I went to the wrong one there, but that's the soil one, obviously.
Yeah.
So yeah, the camera angles can be a bit confusing in this as well, because it just suddenly flips the room on you as well. So
Like Group Fandango only works.
yeah, but at least with Fandango, you're able to actually move yourself around. You have to go by the clicks on this one.
Yeah.
And there's our firebox again. So there you go. That one is obviously that's for gas. So the air goes into that one. Okay then.
So any.
Not quite yet. We're still missing something. So you can see the barrier still up around the key. So we have the element in right.
I don't know why, but that must be some sort of altar.
But the next part is now trying to basically activate all 4 of them. You can see why Halligan is scratching his head going, I don't fucking know what to do here. I'm a confused boy. So you notice there actually there's windows, yeah. strange noise there attached to it. So you notice there now the soil is now being lit, as is the so now the fire, the heat is now transferred to all the crucibles.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
We just look out the window for all of these.
Yeah, so each chamber seems to have a window, which is interesting. I wonder, is that by design? There's a door there. That is presumably our next place to go. Okay. Interesting sound effect there. So there's a reason I'm doing this, by the way, and I will explain. It will become apparent in a moment, because I did notice I must have taken a bit of a cut there, so I have already got the key. Basically all the other tinderboxes had the light. So now that they're lit, the key was released.
Right.
There's a megalith outside in front of the window.
So it was by looking out the window they all got lit.
No, it wasn't. It was just like you had to transfer the fire over to each one. I think it eventually did. You had to get a torch basically and light each one of the tinderboxes. So then the key got released, and we get down to the second chamber. So I think it might become apparent now as I'm coming down these stairs, but so now we have to do basically the same puzzle again, but with an extra level of complexity.
Oh god.
Yeah. So, but obviously we don't have our constituents, so it's going to be a little bit different. So there are some slits on the wall here, as you can see.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
Again, could have just looked like terrible decoration, but okay.
they do. Yeah, they don't really stand out.
A stone plate. There's a symbol on
Okay.
Right. Is that your air symbol?
That'd be area. There's an earth one.
Earth.
Yeah.
A stone plate. There's a symbol.
And you have to make sure to catch all these ones. So as a bit of a clue, there's 8 in total to collect of these stone plates.
So, me playing this myself would have just been like, I'm fucking walking down these steps again. What the fuck?
Again, it's quite jarring just seeing the character just jut down the stairs the way he is. It's quite amusing, actually.
Like to have an entire sequence where you're walking down the stairs and to have him not be able to walk down the stairs.
I know, I find it quite amusing, to be honest. I think it adds a lot of character, the fact that he's not able to bend his knees while going downstairs. I relate to him in some way. Okay, so we have our collection of stone plates here. So, you notice there that there's a kind of a natural number of these plates. We don't have 2 of everything, is the thing, right? We have an uneven number of these plates, which we'll factor into it now in a moment. Of course, the dramatic music is kicked in once again for this occasion. Now, so what do we have here now? We have a similar setup.
It won't work. Something is preventing me from taking the
So that's the staff that Sir Stan was using in the ritual. So we now have to try and take that before he gets here. So here's the puzzle, right? Yeah, it's a very small staff. He's overcompensating.
Yes.
So that's where our crucibles would be.
Yeah.
And then there's a stone behind it.
Oh, and we've got those stones there from outside the window.
Yes, exactly. So remember when I was looking at the windows, there was a sound effect to each one.
Yes. Yeah.
So the whole point was essentially that each crucible, once you have the right ones lined up, basically, when you look at the window and whatever you hear, that's the stone panel that stone panel to put behind the cruise the as it were where the crucible would be. Which is also why we don't have like two of everything, because there's only like you only heard like you heard air twice, you know?
Yeah.
And you heard only water once, and there was something with absolutely no sound effect at all. So the majority of this puzzle is trying to figure out basically, obviously you have to have the right pairs. So like, you know, the earth like crucible we had there had like the sound of air behind it, you know, kind of that kind of whistling. But the key part is actually putting them in the right places. So when you come into the room, it is literally the same layout as what's above. So when you come in, the fire, like, you know, one has to be across the way because that's what you saw first on the camera angle.
That's so annoying.
It is a bit annoying in fairness. Now, as far as I know, I do think it is literally working from like cardinal direction. So like if fire is one place, I think it's like earth, liquid, gas all around it. But again, the tricky part here is trying to figure out which one is which. So if you weren't sure, you could always go back up to the room above and try and figure out from there basically where the sound was. And also in which direction they're coming from. Now, because I think I don't think the fire one had a sound effect, I think. Or if it did, it was just the sound of the fire crackling. So I think that's supposed to infer that basically the fires are paired together. Or at least I think that's where it's going. We'll know now in a minute if it worked. So you can see there the magical barrier is still set up. So that did not work as intended. So again, the part of the puzzle is trying to get the pairs to match up properly and then having them in the right cardinal directions. So if you think you have the right pairs, which chances are you probably do, the next part is trying to make sure you have them lined up the right way. And it could be just that you have two places flipped and just switch them back around, you're okay.
If it's the two fire ones flipped, I swear to God.
No, it's more so the actual direction that they're pointing, more so.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not. I wouldn't. I'm expecting the worst with this game.
Yeah, I don't blame you in that. I really, really don't, because like
I know it's not Sierra, but like it is giving me Sierra vibes.
yeah. In fairness, if this is a Sierra, in fairness, with some Sierra games, they have like puzzles like this designed well. Like we play Graveyard Light, they've done stuff like this, which is good. But it is purely you just have them in the wrong places. That's all it is. Again, there's no rhyme or reason to there's no way of telling you have the right one or not. Like normally, if you have it in the right place, you'd hear a clicking noise or something. But the game doesn't give you an obvious cue to that. You know, it's just basically expecting you to be able to match up, to get the right perspectives, basically, which is generous is the best way to describe it. Because clearly we're able to tell from your obvious camera angles which one is in the cardinal directions. Because obviously you told us where north was to begin with, you know? So you can see why people's feedback on this game was that it was a bit needlessly complicated for certain puzzles. So when you're doing something like this, you do kind of have to give the player a bit of a hand up for this, you know? Like this is where like I think to take the sting out of this puzzle, you'd have one of the plates in place already. Like you'd have like the fire one would be in place already, so you'd know, okay, you can base the rest of the plates around one fixed position. But you literally don't know which is which, you know?
Like
Which is quite
I'm lost looking at this.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Like, you imagine how I felt playing it. I took me a good half an hour to get this. Like, and I knew exactly what I was doing. I just couldn't replicate it. You know. Yeah. Anyway, we have our staff now. That's the main thing. We can now grab it and save the day. We did.
What are you doing?
Oh my God! Oh my god! Oh my god!
She hasn't got anything to do with this. I came here on my own.
Oh my god!
You have something that belongs to me. Give it to me now.
Brent, do what he says.
Wasn't that incredible?
Serious.
You heard what she said.
I was.
She's absolutely right.
Brent, please.
Is that your
No.
playthrough, or does this
When he
happen
has the
in
staff, he'll
everyone's
kill us
playthrough?
both.
I
Listen,
feel
Sir
like
Stan,
that one was unique to
I'll
me.
give
I don't
you the
think I've seen
staff
anyone else have
on
that
one
glitch.
condition.
Oh my god!
You must swear that nothing
Yeah.
will happen to either Melanie or me afterwards.
Because I think I played through that cutscene a second time and it didn't happen.
Condition?
Swear on your honor.
It doesn't mean anything to me whether you sad creatures live or die. If you really want to hear it, I swear it.
Literally seen a female
your
character being
honor.
dragged around by the foot. Yeah, that would probably break you, I think.
Okay, now let Melanie go.
Give me the staff.
I'll put her down here as soon as you let her go. Come here, Melanie.
Right.
Come here. Here.
Now our fates will be sealed. The ritual may begin. But first, I will take care of you two.
Yeah. Right then. So it seems like we kind of fucked up there by ensuring Melanie's safety and Sir Stan gives the staff anyway. However, this is the thing, right? Because we made him swear on his life that Melanie would not be harmed. I'm going to give you one guess on how we solved the final puzzle. We're going back to the modern day.
Right, okay.
Sir Stan has sent us back to our own time, so we can complete the ritual.
Brent?
Yes?
Hey, we're still alive.
It would appear so. Where are we?
The bridges are ruined. We must be back in our own time.
It would be hilarious if they ended up like going back into like going 20 years into the future, where like
Sinclair is going to
everything's already been
complete the
done.
ritual. Come on, Melanie, we've got to try to stop it.
Which again, bear in mind, Sir Stan had the power to. He could have just like bumped us into 20 years into the future, where it's all already been done. We didn't. He warped us back to the day of the ritual. Okay then, so Sir Stan was made to swear in his life that Melanie would not be harmed. How do we solve this final puzzle?
Kill Melanie?
What was that, Burpa?
Kill Melanie? Harm Melanie?
Is the correct answer.
Sinclair!
And bear in mind, we've established that Sinclair is Sir Stan's direct descendant.
Mr. Halligan.
Yeah.
Have you come to witness our finest hour? Very well, my friend. You are most welcome to come and
He looks so much younger under the robes.
Damn it.
The time has come. Let us begin.
He's got the golden sickle. Alright then. So, here's the final puzzle. And this is, after building up these two being drawn together as a couple, the only way to defeat the cultists. And this is me like kind of sticking around to see if there's a death scene. I don't think there is. I don't think there's a bad ending here. You just are stuck here until you figure out what to do.
It doesn't fit here.
Like, none of the druidic stuff works. Nothing.
Right. Like, is he meant to be stabbing something?
He's doing his ritual. That's what the whole point is. But like, they're not moving or saying anything. So this is like literally us intervening in like a moment, in a split second type of thing.
So are we to set fire to Melanie?
No, we have implements.
You could hurt yourself with those.
So yeah.
Brent!
The fact that like, he did it with absolutely no warning.
Yeah.
The vow is broken!
Oh, the panning camera movement as he poses with his arms up in the air. He's just justified.
It's meant to be an instantaneous thing, is that why?
I don't know. Like, I don't know what the whole end game here is, but he's just stabbed a woman to prove a point. But again, going with the whole fact that it's non-linear time when it comes to druids. Sinclair is Sir Stan, therefore. And then when Sir Stan dies, the inheritors disappear because he never existed.
Gonna check on Melanie at all? No?
Melanie.
Have they gone now?
Yes.
Like,
yes, they've
if
gone.
Hiram,
Everything
like,
will be okay.
punched
Just
him in
lie
the
still.
shoulder. Would have done.
Brent, am I going to die?
Nonsense. You're going to be just fine. Just lie completely still. I'll go and get help.
Don't leave me, Brent. It's cold here. I'm so cold.
Melanie!
It's such a dumb ending of the game. But hold on. Look, don't you remember what happened to Maglor? Mistletoe her serious injuries, don't you know? That you know how mistletoe bioluminesces when someone's injured and heals them of their wounds, their serious stab wounds, and the blade.
Melanie.
Brent, what did you do?
I just practiced a bit of magic, that's all.
Jesus.
You do not get to wisecrack after stabbing your love interest.
Oh no! Stop that.
Yeah. Oh, no, they went there.
No. No.
Yeah. How dare you pan out to that?
Shocking. Load of shite.
Oh my god. Like,
oh,
that does not deserve a happy ending at all.
No. Like, I would be like, oh, she's at peace now. She's finally dead.
Oh, I hate that. Look at the credits there. Low res character design and animation. That was your fault, Sasha. You made it low res. Well, I mean, at least they made their own music. That's something, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something. Again, I know it must be a translation thing because I know it's a German crowd, but like having a couple of people on the low res team, these seems like such an insult. Like it's just like that's just so cruel to them. It's like, yeah,
look at the game testing lineup. Like,
yeah, they could have done with a couple of more.
What was their feedback to let it come to print?
Oh, I have no idea. But also warm meals and walks of moonlight. Oh, that's tremendous. That's just great.
There are several hours of my life I'll never get back.
Yep. That's exactly what my thought too was. But yeah.
The next game I'll have to do is gonna be a good one, right? That's how this works.
That is, yeah. That's kind of how we've been working it. But yeah, that's I think one of the worst point and click games I've ever played. Like pound for pound, like it's not necessarily like the worst looking. It does look incredibly ugly, but just as a game, it's just really, really badly made. Like,
Yeah, what I'll say is I really like the premise. Like I said, I described this to Nordy and was like, yeah, this is the premise of the game. He's like, that sounds good. And it leads you like point and click adventure, detective mystery, bringing stuff from the past into the future. All of that sounds right up my alley. And the fact that they've broken the genre by having
yeah.
a puzzle where a woman makes soup.
A soup for some like misogynistic men.
Where the abacus makes no sense, and you've got to check in to see how accurate the abacus is by using a crystal ball. No.
Yeah. Like I said, I think it just fails in most categories. As you said, like I played games with worse premises. Like I'm thinking of the Runaway series that we played that like had like the dumbest plot I could think of. Like a really fucking stupid, bad plot. With bad characters and bad puzzles that made no sense. This is in a way worse because the premise, it could have been a good game. It could have been a really good plot, but they just didn't write any plot, you know? Um the they just failed in all categories, which I think I'm trying to figure out what's actually worse a worse crime, like failing to deliver on a bad premise like Runaway, or failing to deliver on a good premise. You know, I feel like it's a latter because again, when it shows promise and you don't follow through, I think that's worse. You know?
Yeah. Having a good premise and ruining it is worse than having a shit game and trying to make the best of it.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Because at least if you're playing a bad point and click game, you kind of know going in it's not going to get any better, you know. And like usually from like the first, like I always tell for this genre, it is always the first puzzle that always gets you. You know, that's what it makes sense. If that first puzzle works for you, then the game is going to be good. Whereas I think sometimes games can lose their fizz after a while. And again, my favorite genre, or my favorite series, Broken Sword, is guilty of that sometimes. But it usually still is coherent and consistent enough to be a good game, to be an enjoyable experience.
That
You know,
even if you need a little bit of a help with a quiz or with one of the puzzles, doesn't mean it's a bad puzzle. But there's nothing intuitive about these puzzles. Nothing.
Yeah, I'd agree with you on that. Yeah. I'd agree with you on that. And it doesn't help that
I know we said it that there's no inner monologue for the characters that they're trying to. So you're figuring it out as they do. It's just like random. And if anyone completed this game with no help from a walkthrough or a play-along book or whatever, like how fucked is your brain that you could figure this stuff out? Or how long does it take you to get there?
Oh, I know it's not great. Like I mean, like I said, I will fully admit I like most of the puzzles I needed help on because they were so unnecessarily obtuse. Like the reason why a puzzle happens is because the obvious solution can't be done, right? So you need to use a roundabout way to it, or sometimes the right answer is the obvious.
Locked in a room. How do you unlock the door from the inside out? You know.
Yeah.
Oh, the obvious solution would be you try and get a key from somewhere. Not that you break a bit of your photo frame off, replace the photo, take a nail to loosen a tile. Like, no.
But then in fairness, that's a point and click like game staple. Like that's the poking the key out of a hole.
The key out the back of the door. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you actually did this, instead of loosening a tile so that you could shimmy the stuff under, like what the fuck?
Yeah, like what was wrong about just like poking the key out of the hole and then just like sweeping underneath you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. But that's what I mean. That's actually a great like kind of like summary of the game is that it's a simple solution made overly complicated to basically pad the game out.
Yep.
You know. And again, we played games like that before. It does all the time. We're kind of accepting it, you know, because again, It's a point and
Because
click
there's
game.
something to pull you in. Like there's the humor of Monkey Island. There
Yeah.
is the the character inner monologues of Broken Sword.
Yes.
There's
But
nothing.
he's like,
There's
yeah,
nothing
but there's an
ridiculous.
annoying character to deal with in Broken Sword. Like there's, but like it is like I'm thinking of the guy in the hotel where you meet Lady Piermont. Like he is just being completely uncooperative. So you have to basically unleash an old British woman on him. That's
Yeah.
but there's a level of comedy in that. You know, that's not annoying in a
Yeah.
sense. It's an inconvenience, but that's the whole point. That's why you have to find a solution to it. You know, but at least the solution is some way comedic, you know, and it actually works in your favor. This doesn't have that. There's not even the comedy you're getting from this game is basically at how shoddily made it is. Like again, we just saw there from the last 5 minutes of the game where Melanie walked horizontally towards us. That's not part of the game.
Yeah.
And yet that was
Or
one
the
of our
fact, you know,
highlights.
like they have so many stairs related clips, and yet they
Yeah,
can't walk downstairs.
I know. And that's yeah, just absolutely wonderful work. But yeah, so now that Mystery of the Druids is done, and the bad game vault can be locked away for another time because as part of the series, I do have to ask the question if you want to click or twist. You'll be shocked to hear
No, I
there is
need
no
to.
sequel to this game, so you'll want to twist, I presume.
Yes, please, and please be a good twist.
Well, this is why I was going to ask you, because I gave you the same option last time when we finished playing Grim Fandango. Whether you want a
Yeah.
sequel to something we've done already, or would you like a new point-and-click adventure? So I will leave it to you whether you want something that we played already and just a
Can I
repeat
get
of that,
before
or
I
something
pick?
new.
Can I get a promise it's going to be somewhat enjoyable?
Okay, well, you have a choice. If you go for a sequel, you have a choice of either what would be the fourth Monkey Island game, which is done in the style of Grim Fandango with the 3D graphics, or you can go for Broken Sword 2, which to replace the Templars with the Mayan Apocalypse, or you can go with Ace Attorney 2, which we haven't touched in a while either. Technically point into the game, even though it's a visual novel. So those are three sequels, or I can give you a new LucasArts game.
I'm gonna go with new LucasArts.
Okay, all right then. So
I enjoy all of the previous the ones that would be sequels. But LucasArts has me hooked. So give me something good, LucasArts.
Okay, well in that case then we're gonna play a game next that I've been looking to play on the channel for pretty much since the start. Because again, I think it's like in fairness, a lot of the LucasArts back catalog is absolutely excellent. I could have picked so many games from it. Like and we'll get to them at some stage during this series, I can assure you, because we've got like stuff like Loom where you have to like basically play music to solve puzzles. You need you know, something like Full Throttle, which is literally just a biker gang simulator. You got even something whimsical like Data Tentacle, where there's an alien invasion and you're a child trying to solve everything. But the one I'm going to give you is something I think you might really, really enjoy called The Dig. Have you ever heard of The Dig before?
I have heard of it.
Okay. So The Dig.
Because my reference for The Dig, how I can't think right now what I know about it, but the recent Pokemon game where you go underground and you can dig for fossils.
Okay.
I got a little bit obsessed with that mini game within the Pokemon game. As it has been mentioned to me before that, if you like digging so much, you'd like the dig. So
okay.
That is my only frame of reference for this.
Well, I can tell you now, right, that the dig actually has nothing to do with archaeology, right? That is the start, okay? However, right, so obviously, you know, with LucasArts, the Lucas is kind of in the name there. It is, you know, tied with George Lucas and all of his works and so forth. So LucasArts was always kind of the side project of Lucasfilms, where they're able to just basically have a whole lot of like really creative people making unique games and competing with someone like, say, Sierra, who had a lot of bulk in their back catalog. They just pumped out games left, right, and center. And by 1995, they were also publishing games. So a year later, for instance, Sierra did publish Crash Bandicoot, would you believe? Um, so that's where they started going into it. But LucasArts stayed as developers and publishers, right? And case in point, the Dig was one of their later entries, I want to say, before they started going into 3D work. The Dig is it's very unlike a LucasArts game, is the best way to describe it. Because normally LucasArts games are associated with being like really comedic and whimsical and colorful. Whereas the Dig is actually very cinematic. And it's very kind of almost like a movie almost. And the reason it is because the game itself, the pitch, the idea, the script was actually created by Steven Spielberg.
Oh, class.
So Steven Spielberg basically did like a series called Amazing Stories. I think it was on TV for a while, and I think only got like about 2 seasons worth, but they're all basically little kind of mini stories, almost like kind of the same premise as like the Twilight Zone, let's say. And it got 2 seasons. I think it ran from the mid 80s basically. And they're all kind of different premises, let's say. Some of them are directed by Steven Spielberg. Actually, the directors of this series is incredible. Like, it has a back catalogue of Spielberg himself. Michael D. Moore did one with this. Burt Reynolds did an episode. Clint Eastwood did a couple. So Amazing Stories has an incredible pedigree of like people who's done like their first directing job or writing job or whatever. And The Dig is essentially an idea that was intended for that series, but then ended up becoming this game instead a couple of years later.
Its own thing, like, okay.
Yeah. So The Dig is it's a sci-fi game. The premise is essentially there's a massive asteroid on a collision course with Earth. And a 5-man team has basically been tasked with destroying the asteroid. So think of it like I guess it's kind of like Armageddon almost, a movie. Although it's also kind of like it's more of a sci-fi twist on that instead. So you're the main character, which is the commander of this 5-man team called Boston Low. And you basically have to kind of coordinate with the rest of your people on how this works. So I won't give too much away, but you basically have to basically secure to make it happen, make sure the asteroid doesn't hit Earth, right? I'm not going to give you anything more than that because the game goes in places. What I will tell you though is that the game was written by a fellow called Orson Scott Card. If you don't know, he is the writer behind the Ender's Game series.
Oh, okay.
Which is a series of like these kind of like sci-fi fantasy novels that ran for quite a number of years actually. It's a quite a big franchise. So that's his kind of baby in a sense, and he wrote this game as well. Not only that, it's one of the first games to use an orchestral soundtrack in what is like MS-DOS. So that's a bit of an achievement in its own right. So like The Dig is kind of known as a bit of a step up in production is the best way I describe it. You're not your usual point and click game where they have these huge cinematic shots that they've kind of replicated in the Scum engine. So this is the same engine that does Monkey Island, by the way. So this has been upscaled to an almost absurd degree. And likewise, there's voice actors to go with. So for instance, Boston Low is actually voiced by Mr. Robert Patrick, who you will know more as the Terminator 1000 from Terminator 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he's the main character.
Yeah.
Some other characters are voiced by the likes of Steve Bloom, who is a notorious voice actor. You will have heard of him in everything. He is one of those type of voice actor. This is one of his first gigs. I think the female lead, Maggie Robbins, is played by Mary Weiss, who does a lot of kind of like one-shot roles in various different shows. She's still working today, as far as I can see. But she does a lot of voice actor roles as well. So again, you recognize her voice. There's actually a connection, I think, to Gabriel Knight here, I believe, because Leilani Jones is one of the voice actors, and I think she featured in in Gabriel Knight back in the day. I just have to check which character she was. A long time ago, as you can imagine. But yeah, I think she featured in that game as well. And yeah, there's one or two others. So it's a decent it's a very decent voice acting crew. But Robert Patrick is the kind of the main draw, I think, is the best way to describe that.
Okay. Yeah. No.
So yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm looking forward to this. Right.
Yeah, you got a decent pedigree in this game. And like I said, it's a very unlike LucasArts game, especially considering that it's not a, character-based game. It's a puzzle game. It's a proper, like, alien puzzle game. So we'll hopefully try and play this in person because I think this is something that's going to tickle that, like, lateral thinking part of your brain. So
Okay.
we'll see.
Cool.
Yeah, so there you go. That's what's up next on this series. And we're going to play The Dig, which is hopefully going to be a really thoroughly enjoyable experience.
Woo!
So, yeah, until then, we're going to leave it here for today. Mr. Druids is dead and buried, never to be seen again.
Yeah, let's never talk about it again. Actually, let's talk about it again, but only when comparing terrible games to it.
Oh, yes. Oh, absolutely. That is almost certainly going to happen. But yeah, we will use it as an example to the rest. Anyway, until then, people, we shall see you next time on Click the Thing, where we will find things to click and click the things all the time. So we'll see you next time.
Bye.